Lo-fi Larry chat. Icy out there, dude. That building looks very Swedish on the left. This kind of looks like the Black Ice intro. That ice. Alright, we can battle fine. I don't think they have a lot of archers, so let's go for this. My rogue died instantly. TSM vs Empire is going to be a good game. Alright. Till the day ends, what would you like? You got 60 kills almost. Dear lord. 2 Centurions, a Musketeer, or 2 Berserkers. Yep, yeah, 30 seconds. And then Ninja Stapler, Dead Poo, Matinator, and Goose. Whatever you guys want. If you guys, any of you guys are here, just pick what you want right now. First come, first serve. FedEx truck, yeah, thank the 5 months up, George. What's going on, FedEx? I'm just gonna do this. I don't think any of them are answering, so. Detonator and where's and Goose? Alright, we can keep running battles too while we're here. Why not? So, oh, this is my flying rogue. Okay, exclamation point battle chat. Dude, we barely played any games today of ranked, honestly. That's okay. It's all good. It's Skylar, I think, that Prime sub. Yeah, we're using Google Maps right now. It's pretty advanced. It's the new Metaverse version. Purchase your NFTs today in the Metaverse. Yep. I just bought a Bolo NFT. It's on the rise. All these buildings are NFTs, chat. Who wants to buy one? You can't have the actual building, though. Want the steeple? Okay. That's gonna be 100 scam tokens. I mean, no, it's actually just a scam. No redeeming call. There's like 3 tall buildings total. That chimney is tall as fuck. What the hell? Yeah, the building architecture is really nice. Now Liquid lost. They got fucking smoked, actually. Yo, the one with the roof. I'll take the river, dude. Water's a big resource. I'll take that. Yeah, check out that building on the left. It's an IKEA. They bought that whole building from an IKEA and built it and put it together. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. That whole building. Straight from an IKEA, baby. I should be a tour guide. Yeah, no problem, dude. Check this out, chat. This is a bridge. It's red. There's another one. I don't know what kind of bridge it is, but it looks a little bit like, you know, maybe a bit more like fancy and stuff. Green roof. You know, it's Christmas themed. There's a Christmas tree over there. Same thing. That boat, pretty sick. I think I have the same one in Grand Theft Auto. Green car. That car drives around and repaints the roof green all the time. So yeah, it's pretty nice. Is that the Golden Gate? I think it is, dude. I think it's the Golden Gate. Mm-hmm. That big steeple? I think that's the Vatican, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think that's the Vatican. Yep. The best tour guide? Thank you. Yeah, oh, look at that over there. I think that's the Titanic, chat. Look at that. Look at this thing. That's got to be the Titanic. That's Big Ben over there? I think that is Big Ben, dude. Am I over there? Yeah, dude, I'm flying right now. Don't you guys see this? This is our private, you know, we're in a helicopter right now. We're using amazing new sound removing technologies to remove out any and all background noise from the helicopter. That's, that right there is the tallest chimney in the world. That's where Santa Claus practices in the off-season. He uses that chimney, fun fact, goes up and down at 300 times a day. It's stuck every once in a while, too. And that's where Count Dracula lives, in that building. Right there. Helicopter's sick. I know, dude. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's a GM factory? It could be. I don't know, dude. I'm just making shit up. This is all the ice. It's all broken because, fun fact, there were penguins walking around on it and they all fell through the ice. They're no longer with us. Is this map in Dying Light 1? I don't know, maybe, dude. Yeah, all the penguins. Yep, they're all gone. They're in my bioreactor now. This whole city is actually powered by penguins, chat. Fun fact. Technically, it's a renewable resource. Yeah, penguins are a renewable resource. They're endangered. I mean, dude, they're in danger of not being the best power resource anymore if we find something better. This place has 0 humans? No, there's none there. 50,000 people used to live here. Now it's a ghost town. Fun fact. Am I on the East Coast or the West Coast? Dude, I'm in a helicopter flying over Swedenborg right now. Is that a Christmas tree? Dude, anything's a Christmas tree if you try. Do you ever watch F1? Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes I do. How was the Supersonic jet yesterday? It was pretty sick, dude. It's pretty sick. Does it win TSM or Empire? TSM. America, baby. This is Greece. Who knows? Probably, dude. Am I driving the helicopter with my feet? Yeah. I'm pedaling right now. I'm exerting a lot of effort. Who do I like in F1? I don't know. Lando Norris. I'll be generic like that. He's pretty good, though. Ten more minutes flying over the ice, chat. Smoke at a face reveal? Smoke is Arthur Shelby, dude. Max or Lewis? I don't know. Honestly, I'm not like really like... I don't really like fanboy over anybody in like F1 or anything like that. I just kind of watch them like races every once in a while, like pretty casually, honestly. Pretty casually. It's cool to see F1's picked up a lot, though, in popularity lately. Daytona, buddy? Daytona 5 double out. You. V8 supercars. V10, dude. V10, V12. Lamborghini. Dude, I wonder, like, when they actually start racing that, like, new Corvette C8, they have, like, the Corvette C8R or whatever, how it's gonna do. There's a race in Australia called the V8 Supercars. That's the worst name ever. That's like calling a grocery store, dude. Like, what? How dare you? It's a good name. V8 Supercars is a good name. How? The worst name ever. So generic, dude. Better than ASCAR? Dude. Hey, listen, I don't want to hear it. V8 Supercars is the best. We had Huntsman riding in it first last week. I won't hear none of it. That name is ass. It's like calling like a store like grocery store, or calling it like, I don't know, fucking produce meat store. I don't know. It's like this is too generic, dude. There's no code to get a charm, dude. Stop spamming. You have to watch the stream to get the charm. Basketball is generic. I don't really watch a lot of sports anymore. I feel like I dropped more pieces of rice on the ground, but I'm not really sure. I have vacuum down here. Dude, that green car just drives around the city and doesn't do anything else. Let me go put all these plates away before this starts. Something crawled up someone's ass and died? That's not good. The V10, Porsche GT. Dude, I don't know. I love how Lamborghini V10s sound and V12s. They're just beautiful. They're just beautiful. Lamborghini. Yeah, we're here to root for America, okay? Oh, by the way, chat, you want to hear some shit? So, you know how I back up all of my VODs to YouTube and stuff like that to my second YouTube channel? I had one of my VOD got DMCA'd for like co-streaming, and I have permission to co-stream. It did, yeah, I got copyright claimed. I'm like, bro, what? I have like a permission to watch this and everything. I guess not though. It was like one of the songs that got played. Whatever. I'll just remove that part of that music or whatever. I'm glad the TSM matches first. APG the Wolf, leave the sub. TSM struggles against Empire. Not today, dude. America. Yeah, I think this bus is just driving in a circle. I'm gonna be honest. Dude, this shit is like kind of terrifying. I mean, I'm gonna buy it, but actually so terrifying. They should put the skull on the LMG. Because literally no one looks at that. I am, dude. Old.
Welcome to the 6th Invitational. The grand final is tomorrow. Can you believe it? And today, we find out who makes it in. Just saying that gives me chills. Hello, everyone. I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm very excited to introduce you to our lovely analyst desk. Let's give a warm welcome to Fresh, Jess, and Dev.
Yep.
Yo, can you believe it? We've been here
By
for
the way,
a couple weeks
chat.
now, and man, the grand final tomorrow.
I mean, how else can you feel when you go through so many days of gameplay? We've been sitting there analyzing hundreds of rounds of games, and we're just going, okay, who is truly the best in the world right now? This is what we wait for each and every year.
And it's the thing that the teams have been working towards through that entire year as well. Some of them have had a lot of trials and tribulations. Some of them have been working their butts off to get here and to raise that hammer. And at the end of the day, only one team can be the world champion. And we're going to find out one of the teams that's
What's it called? Who was the analyst who put me on their dream team? That's my new favorite analyst, chat.
The 6th Invitational is the pinnacle of the team's year, as you say. They've been working so hard towards it. and we've got last 2 days of an absolute spectacle.
Yeah, the grand final, a day away, everybody, and we are all amped, and we have so much planned for you today. But really quickly, let's take a look at all the action from yesterday.
Who else is on the panel? Hey, it's our good communist friend, Intero Parker Mackay. Typoed me in. Preston, new favorite analyst chat. Obviously TSM, dude. I'm friends with a lot of the TSM players.
Let's get into it. The first game on our 6th Invitational 2022 stage. Liquid versus MIBR, and this is going to be a real
Nask.
Tim.
It's Sonics versus FaZe Clan. Oregon is map 1.
Is Parker casting this game?
There goes Kansan, and Rexon has nothing to do. And FaZe Clan take the Sonics map.
What's my dream team? 5 Interos.
4 versus 1 as it comes in. Raps gets the final kill. That was dominating.
This is all on the shoulders of
Yeah, MIBR was like looking really good yesterday.
And he gets both of them. Match point, series point. FaZe Clan.
I mean, Sonic should still be proud of how far they made it.
Ringo just found it. They've got him out of this one. Resets is down. MIBR get the disable. They take the 2-0.
Sonics.
It has been.
I mean,
a
Sonic
wild
should still be
tournament
proud of
so
what they
far.
did, no
Heartbreaking
question.
losses, jaw-dropping victories. I cannot wait to get to the action. So let's get right to it. And I want to start with the bracket. And who am I going to put in the hot seat first? Fresh. Yes, it is.
Throw me right in there.
Yep. Okay. Break down the bracket for me, Fresh.
16 teams came into this bracket. We only have 4 remaining. We'll come on to them later. But what I want to say is we
The
have
Siege World
the
Cup.
6
What do you mean?
2021 champions eliminated.
Oh, that online thing that they were gonna
2020
do?
champions
They probably
eliminated.
figured out that they
Early
couldn't handle the
tournament
cheating
favorites, Team
problem and
Liquid
just like scrap that
eliminated.
idea.
We've seen so many teams eliminated from this bracket who all have a claim that they will believe that they are the best team in the world. However, they've gone home and they're going to have to work towards next year.
And that means we are going to get a new 6 Invitational champion as well here at SI 2022. And my God, like we've had such a treat during this event. So many phenomenal teams have exciting runs, and at the end of the day, not only are we guaranteed a new champion, we're also guaranteed an inter-regional grand final.
Ooh, I love that as well. And for those who might
Like,
not
would
be
cost you
aware, this is when
30K
we
channel
started our
points?
best of 3, smashing from the very beginning. You couldn't escape by having that nice little 1 or 2 maps up your sleeve. Instead, you had to be able to battle it out on multiple different battlegrounds. And I think as a result, we have truly gotten some of the best teams.
Hey,
into
thank
the
you,
top,
Kalbeck.
including on your screen right now, we had one of those teams come in that I think was a bit of an underdog. MIBR.
We'll
for
battle
me,
in
the one
between
that
when
I
there's a
feel
break,
has
chat.
come out of the depths a little bit.
They've been splitting hairs between
Yes.
the talent, because there's some talent who think this team is really good because they are so consistent.
Sure.
Don't find a bad game out of them. And then there are other talent who believe that they're potentially, you know, they're still sleeping on them a little bit. So that's the thing with MIBR. They're consistently good, but they're not consistently great. And I think when they come up against a team that performs great, that's where they might find their match.
Yeah, it's extraordinary for a team that doesn't have the lowest world rank of any team at this event, aside Eminem, who doesn't even have a world rank. And also, MIBR didn't make it to any majors, so yes, it's exciting that they're still in here, but...
What's up, Neo? TSM. I'm a TSM believer, chat.
Some of the non-favorites, right?
Yeah.
Like Liquid gone, BDS and all that drama.
Yeah.
gone.
NA,
Like,
baby.
So many of these big hitting teams, the 2021 champions, the 2020 champions, out of the bracket, and we're really making space for new blood.
There's
I
absolutely, there's gonna be a
believe-
new champion.
I
Again,
believe-
there's not even going to be a player that can win it 2 times. completely
I
new
believe in
champion,
TSM.
completely new history started for one team here.
And looking at the upper bracket as it currently exists, it looks like we might not have Latin American supremacy seep into 2022.
NA, no airport, baby.
There's a possibility.
NA
we
did
could
way better
crush
than
that
people
Latin
like gave
American
them credit
dominance,
for this
and I won't
year.
have to bow down to my Latin American, supremacy super lords anymore. We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, Jess. Okay, so Jess, I'm looking back at the tournament, and we've seen Osa used a bit, a lot of the traditional ops. Jess, talk to me about the operators that we've seen at SI.
Well, I thought I would just highlight some of the most picked.
Was Buck making a comeback? Buck has always been really popular in pro play. There's never been a point where he isn't.
Can we please do surprise Pikachu face? Pretend like this is a surprise.
I played for like Flipside, which is currently Dark Zero, and then I played for Continuum, which became Evil Genius. That's who I won the 6th Invitational with, and then I played for Rogue last.
If you don't know what they are, please Google them. One of the best operators in the game currently for destruction, for domination, and for just any kind of utility that they need.
Anything.
Oh, she has the Gemini clones as well.
Gemini clones, she can burn a root. You see better against that. She can burn the Agruni gates for fun because they regenerate.
Yep.
Like you said, she can do absolutely everything in the game. She's so versatile.
Ayana is the best like info operator.
Right?
That's what she has.
Gemini is, and yeah, 2 nades like the Gon 6. She's the full package, and like we've talked about the ARX, I think Yana actually has one of the lower headshot rates of many operators because you don't need to headshot when the gun does 47
That's why I like
damage
it.
per shot. It's a machine.
Yeah.
And that's why we see some of the best players in the tournament maining Yana because they want that gun in their hands.
Well, the best players in the tournament don't just main Yana. There's another side. I think we have another graphic. Bring it up on a screen. Give me
Near
the graphic.
Airport,
Yes,
dude.
please.
Near
Thank you very
Airport
much.
is like
I
the
love you guys.
worst
Back room,
like
doing a
name
smashing
ever.
job.
By the
Who
way.
else does a smashing job?
By the way, I want to take
These are
credit
the
for
underrated
EU.
players
When I
in
came up with
every
Easily
single
Upset,
team. We have support players
I
doing
came
the
up with
dirty
that.
work. Site
I said it on
manipulation,
stream
plant denial,
before
popping the
SI
shield,
even
being there for
started.
their team when they need it. I'm
I'm taking credit for that.
The most picked operator is unsurprising to me. How long have we seen this reign of terror from Smoke?
I did.
And we finally had a bit of a face
EU
reveal, by the
Easily
way.
Upset.
He's looking as dashing as ever.
I didn't create the rest of the
great
bosses.
video.
People have done different
Simply
bosses,
just
but
not
EU
a site
Easily
on
Upset,
the
that was
map
definitely
Smoke is
mine.
not good on.
I had that on
Brings
stream
shield,
long before
brings
anyone
plant
else
denial,
did.
Brings site construction or deconstruction, making the rotates, making the lines of sight. He has, again, on defense, absolutely everything.
I think that Smoke is this.
They should just remove the picture of Smoke and put up a picture of Arthur Shelby. That's what he looks like.
Smoke is just
Truly
never
impressive.
bad, right? You've got the shotgun for
I was surprised that
rotates,
DZ
got the
went home
SMG 11 for
early.
fights, and we've seen some players pull off
Not really. I feel like
punches with
DZ
that
could
gun.
be like
Not to
so
mention, every
good,
now
but
and then
like
the
they just
FMG
never
comes
do.
out. If people really want to get into the action, take those long range fights, the shield, the time delay, he's the all-round package. And yeah, it's nice that we finally got to see what he looks like, the man, the myth behind the mask.
And Fresh, I know we like to pick on you because you're kind of like our big brain. We say you're good at the
thank you.
maths, right?
Yeah, that's what we say.
What a compliment that is.
Yes.
Anyway, okay, Fresh. I'm sorry. We keep on picking on Fresh so much. I'm sorry. But I do want to take a look
Fresh.
at this graphic here. We're looking at the maps played at SI, and tell me how the meta is developing on different maps.
We're in a meta of the game that teams are calling the attacker meta, the flexibility meta, the grenade meta. And that's what we're seeing here. If you look at everything, except probably Coastline, we're seeing near enough 50-50 maps
The
across
Sisters in
board.
Arms cinematic
Look
video.
at
Yeah, that
Villa,
was actually
only 54%
sick.
defense win rate. Cafe, a traditional stronghold of, it was a defender-sided map, 51% win rate for defense, which means these maps are shifting, the overall meta is evolving, and I think the game's in a much better state because of it.
Yeah, and the way that each of these maps plays out really depends on those bans as well.
Yeah.
We've seen that really have a huge impact, especially with Hard Breach tool coming more.
Yeah,
into the meta on
DZ,
maps like
I don't know,
Bank
they
and
just
Clubhouse
always
that have
kind of
so
like
many patches,
disappoint on
and it
land,
really,
dude.
Honestly, it's just been such a pleasure. I think Oregon being
sucks.
the most played map. Really
I always
surprised
feel like
anyone.
they
Oregon has
could win,
become
but
the
they just
home of Rainbow
don't,
Six even after the
unfortunately.
rework. And I think it's been a fantastic showing all these maps. I particularly, personally, a bit biased, I love attacker-favored games. I think they are
Okay.
so exciting. I think seeing a Coastline or a Chalet come out, and it's just guns blazing, everyone playing for frags, I think that is some of the most entertaining scenes to watch.
I think it might have been on one of the first desks where we.
How long am
brought
I
up
gonna
the
watch
map
this
performance
for?
earlier on in the group,
I don't
so
know,
said
for a
something
while.
to the effect
At
of,
least the
"Shout out to
TSM
Ubisoft for
Empire
being
game I'll
able
watch
to make
probably the
minor
whole thing,
changes
but
on
we'll
maps
see.
like Chalet, for example.
We'll see how time
Coastline was
shakes
the
out
most
for
recent
us.
one that was really, really successful, and turning it not into a dominating half. You get onto the attack on Coastline, you're like, I'm going to win this half. You get on the defense, I'm going to lose this half. Now you kind of don't know, and they've been able to make these tidbits of renovations that I think have been really, really important for the game.
The same with the bank changes, right?
You know why? People play like fucking morons.
Little pain points, you know, the windows
You
that
can't
used to be
predict
open in the
anything
lobby,
in this
the
game
hatches that
anymore.
used to be-
Where I lived, repelling on the front windows?
exactly.
Sorry.
One of those players.
Come on.
Respect has just
beard
gone.
as well?
No,
Yeah.
no respect anymore. No, that's.
Okay, well, Dusk, we
I
are
do not
closer
envy
to
the
upper
analyst.
bracket final. I'm
You know
getting
why,
so
chat? I do
excited,
not
but
envy the
what's playing
analyst.
out today? Let's
It
bring
is
up
so
our
hard to
schedule
predict
really
anything in
quickly,
this
and
game
we
because
have
people
TSM
play so
versus
like
Empire
at
2
every
p.m.
level of this game, people
CET,
play
the
like
season
maniacs.
reveal. Little drum roll.
Ooh.
Thank you. At 5:30 p.m. CET, and then MIBR versus FaZe Clan 7 p.m. CET. So set your alarms.
Hold
You
on,
get it right
Kevin.
now? Okay, good. You got your phone out? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Man, so much fun ahead. Please do not go anywhere. TSM versus Empire is next. Oh my gosh, my whole desk is smiling. We cannot wait to talk about it and get into this matchup. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Flying chat. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Jackie? Oh yeah, Jackie's she's a great host. She's a great desk host. Do I have an SI medal? No, I have a trophy. Dude, I'm actually scared of that Zofia. Feed all the analysts of their different topics and stuff. Which she does a really good job of that. She's a good desk host. Mm. Mm-mm. These cinematics are so cool. Were any of the casters now around when I played? I don't think so, no. Not really. More lo-fi chat. Their main job is to increase stream time so everyone can complete drops. No, it just adds to like the polish and stuff like that. That's all. Right? Alright, we can run our battle chat. We're just listening to lo-fi. Oh boy, we're back to this, so. Alright, yeah, let's run our battle. We have a lot of units. I think we should be okay here. Milosh, actually, yeah, Milosh. I don't know if Milosh was. Yeah, Milosh was around, I think, when I played. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he might be the only one. I think my butterfly died, chat. It was bad. Want to be a beautiful butterfly? $69 assist. Nice. All right. Lugor, what would you like? Saint Scroll, 1 Saint Scroll, Paladin Scroll, Healer. You guys, the top 5, you guys can just say what you want. Lugor, Red Fubbles, Dennis, Daddy Cloud Cakes, Lukey. Because this is coming back in a minute and I want to get back. Well, I don't know, dude. Evidently this whole city is empty. Thole, thank you the tier 2 for 9 months. Very much appreciated. Can do this. This is Stream Raiders. It's just like a little like mini game that we could play in between like breaks. It's too cold. I feel like there should still be some people walking around, dude. It's like just as cold in Detroit where I live, but there's still people walking around. Lo-fi. Alright. We can run another battle. What other challenges do I have? Let's do another. Oh, my flying rogue is on cooldown.
Supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know.
Alright.
It scares me.
Expedition in battle chat.
How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through?
Oh, this cinematics from yesterday. It was pretty cool though.
All of those nights when the lights go out and the monsters come out to play.
Magical ice cream cone chat. Saves lives. Who's the hostage? That's the real question, chat.
I could always count on Dofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, perfect soldiers.
Yo, why are they breaking into this pharmacy? These guys are just a couple of pharmacists, you know, trying to, you know, those are just pills. They're just pharmacists, chat.
I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Old chat. Very cold. Is that Pulse? Oh yeah, this here you can see Smoke's face.
Play their games. This is the adult's table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is,
Allie.
who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart.
Hey, what you doing, Smoke? Why's your mask still on?
Welcome to the family, love.
Arthur Shelby.
TSM versus Empire, the upper bracket final. It's about to happen. We are
Let's
feeling
go
the most
NA.
hype. By the end of today, we will know who is in. Oh my gosh, I am just overwhelmed with emotions. Hey everybody, I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm with this lovely analyst desk. Let's give a big round of applause to Fresh, Jess, and Dev. Woo! Do you guys like that overwhelming applause? All right,
Wow, the crowd's going wild. Guys, calm down.
Yeah,
Calm down, please.
wow, my goodness.
God.
Okay, the volume in here, let's just take it down a little bit. But we literally are a step away from the grand final. This close, so close, everybody. But we cannot wait to get this started and get everything rolling. So let's take a look at our first team, TSM.
Creep guy, thank you for the 100 bits. G Fuel hits the spot. Hey, well, thank you. Well, make sure you stock up. Exclamation point G Fuel. Use that link and use code KingGeorge to get 30% off. Oh my gosh, chat. It's Bob Lowe. Is my name on the hammer? I don't think it's like the Stanley Cup. I don't think they put your name on it.
They've been a powerhouse in the NAL for years. They've made top 4 at SI for the 3rd year in a row. They've been so close, so close. After a year of heartbreak, they now find themselves just within reach of their first World Championship. Will they finally make a grand final? Let's give a very warm welcome to TSM, Bolo, Merc, Achieved, Geo, and Chala.
Not the order they're in. Yeah, close enough.
Let's take a look at their opponent, Empire.
What do you mean I'm gonna be their jinx? They're gonna win.
They found themselves in a 6 invitational final 3 years ago. And since then, they've been Pro League champions, major champions. But they cannot call themselves world champions until they raise the hammer at 6 invitational. They are Team Empire. Please welcome Dan, Joystick, Always, Shepard, and Scyther. Are you ready for TSM versus Empire? Our teams will be walking to their spots shortly, doing final prep for this series. But y'all, this is the upper bracket final.
You get the feeling that I like TSM.
You can feel the pressure.
Your feeling is absolutely horrible, and this is why people don't go on feelings. I've literally played with every player on TSM since this game has been around. I played with Merc literally right when he came over from Xbox till now. I played with Bolo since the beginning of the game. I played with and against Chala in Pro League. Or I didn't play with him in Pro League, against him, but good friend. I played with Geo since he came from Xbox. The only person I haven't played with a bunch is Achieved, but he's still a nice guy. I don't really know him like super well, but he's nice. Yeah, I know George a lot. no,
that has got to change right
you're
now.
just an
Like
idiot.
you said, both of these teams so much to fight for.
You said something stupid. You got called out.
All right, let's start talking about this matchup.
And now
ladies
you're
and
just like trying to
gentlemen,
play it
and
off.
Let's begin with TSM. I said when they were walking out, it's been a tough year for them. It really has. They never made a grand final though. Just being so close, so very close, Dev. They could almost taste it, almost
We'll do
smell
predictions,
it,
yeah.
Yeah.
Never breaking top 2 despite being top 4 at 6 Invitational for 2 years in a row prior to this event. How many times can you get this close but no further and still be satisfied? I mean, they had a group exit with Pojo Man subbing in for Merc in Mexico, and then they didn't even make it to the Sweden Major. They had to come through the open qualifiers, but they have shown up.
I think as soon as they got here, a lot of teams thought of them as the most dangerous team coming out of NA. They're the one that has all of the momentum coming in, as you say, through those open qualifiers. And I just want to allude to why they're so dangerous. Their flexibility, both in operator picks. You know, we see Gio and Charla, they share some of the support work. Bolo, he's jumped onto the support. Merc's kind of agiling from the front now. But also in their map pool, I think they're one of a handful of teams to have played all 7 maps at this tournament.
Yes.
And I believe that they're the only team out of those teams that's won on every single map in this tournament.
That is a nice little tidbit there to feed all of the audience. Imagine being so flexible. Imagine having some of the biggest gunners.
Pojo is a beautiful
NAL.
man, and I played on a
stage,
team
they
with
might have the
Pojo
Pojoman shirt on.
for
Do not
many
let that
years. Well,
confuse
for
you.
about a
That is
year,
not
I guess.
Pojoman standing behind him. Gotcha,
I've
of
played
course,
with
remembering
Pojo
from the
since
EG
like
days. It
literally the
sounds like
beginning of
between-
this game.
All right.
I mean, yeah, if we're throwing
Their
back, you know,
coach.
this is the kind
And
of
their
thing
other
that we want.
coach,
Good
Gotcha.
support
I played with
staff, good
Gotcha
support
before
players,
he
a
was ever in
well-rounded
Pro
team,
League
a
or
huge
started
map
playing.
pool. That is something that teams
So.
dream of.
Yeah, but it's also
Quite
been a
literally
long time
every
since they've
player
had this
on
opportunity,
TSM
right?
I've
It's been
played with
full
a
year
ton.
since TSM have played on the world stage with their full roster because unfortunately Merc was unwell and they had to have a sub in for Mexico. We saw what that meant for the team, an incredibly disappointing group's exit. Now they have an opportunity to make
I haven't played with Gotcha on a pro team, but I've played with Gotcha a ton, like ranked and stuff. Yeah, Gotcha used to exclusively. Gotcha used to basically exclusively solo queue for a long time, and then I found him in ranked and started playing with him. I was like one of the first people to actually play with Gotcha.
Picking their maps and start banning their opponent's best maps, it makes them so much more dangerous.
And Fresh, you were talking about their flexibility. I've been calling Achieve, Bolo, and Merc the Trinity. I mean, it truly is a monster roster, but I just feel like here at SI, their chemistry, it's been quite nice to watch.
It's been enjoyable to watch because they play really good Siege. It's not static, it's really dynamic, and it speaks to, like you said, their support staff. The players on their team, the individual flexibility they have.
Your first memory of Gotcha was me playing ranked with him in Operation Health. Yeah, it's been a long time.
One single way.
No, and they are clean, they're sharp, they're crisp. The way they move around drones, the way they act on information. I mean, I know we've pointed out this multiple times, but there are players on that roster that understand the 2 to 3 second rule behind a live drone like it is their life's work. Like, they're just going to write a book in the next year and be like, if you want to follow a drone and get a kill off it, here's the entire chapter as to how to do it. And I would trust that that chapter would be the most pristine book I've ever read.
Amar.
It's been amazing from them.
And look,
Mr.
usually
Amar.
you have an open qualifier team. There's not a lot of expectation on them. And TSM, they are very much a special case. I mean, they have had hot fire form recently, and you want to talk about.
I don't know what Amar's even been up to. I haven't talked to him in so long.
Insanely good moments this tournament so far, and I think Merc moving back into that.
I played
ideal
ranked with him
position
about
and
like
allowing
2 years ago,
Achieve
probably, and I haven't
to
seen him or talked to him
focus on his
since.
own gameplay has really enabled TSM to go back to the form that they were missing for such a long time.
Okay, let's go to
Luke
Empire,
W,
another
thank you for
opponent.
2
And,
months. Very much
Empire,
appreciated.
they have a
I taught
storied
TSM everything
history.
they
They're a
know
big
now.
name in the scene. They were once the best team in the world.
I've just
but
known
they're
them really
hoping to
well for a
achieve that
long
greatness
time.
once again.
That's it, and I mean, they haven't seen a 6 Invitational Grand Final for 3 years. They've bailed out at the top 6 for 2 years in a row. They've had some good performances recently.
I don't know Dade. Data? Data? I don't really know him. See, I'm not really sure. I just haven't talked to him. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but I just haven't talked to him.
It's the only team they've lost to at this event.
Show some respect.
Oh,
I mean,
UL team now.
Eminem's great. I don't want to take anything away from them, but I think that's just a testament to Empire. They are undefeated in inter-regional matchups during this event. That may well change today.
K9.
We need to put a
I
lot of
actually took
respect on the
K9's
players now.
spot.
We talk about an offline environment. This is where they thrive. We've said this time and time again. Yes, they haven't always shown up. And okay, that's not a pun on always, of course, but I will say that as a team on an
K9
offline
was the
environment,
captain
they've
of
said they're much
what
more
became
comfortable. They
Rogue.
play a lot quicker.
And then when I came to that team, I took K9's spot, and I became the captain.
Online, offline, they're just quicker, they're smoother, they trust the process a whole lot more.
You remember Bolo solo queuing in matchmaking and ranked against me, and his teammate was stream sniping me?
Okay,
yeah.
Fresh, I'm putting you in the hot seat again.
That's
I feel
all
like
good.
on you so much. I'm sorry.
At this point,
like, okay.
So my diets remain healthy. Dude, do you look at me and you see the pinnacle of health?
There's 2 players that you want us to take a close look at.
Somewhat.
I am. So we picked up Shepard and Geo as a head-to-head for this fixture. The reason I wanted to highlight this is Geo, despite sharing some of the support with Charla, they both play a little bit of support and a little bit of flex.
K9
has 20 plants. However,
I don't know. Yeah, that guy.
He has less plants.
I don't know what happened to him.
Kills.
He was.
Kill death ratio.
I'm
Shepard,
not sure.
We talk about the top 5 players inside of EU.
Anthony.
He's never in that conversation, and he should be.
He should.
Because he is an unsung hero of this team that just.
Yes, I actually do eat healthy food. I just eat too much. My wife overfeeds me.
As many kills as he gets, and the plants. Maybe not as much as Geo, but we just wanted to highlight Shepard up against.
And I meet Intero. I saw Intero casting a. I saw Intero casting a game years and years and years ago, and I was like pushing for him to become a caster. I was telling people that, like, you know, whatever, within the scene, at Ubisoft, everywhere, that, like, this guy needs to be a caster. He's actually a really good caster. By the way, none of you motherfuckers better send this shit to Parker, because if he's not here right now, so I can say nice things about him. But other than that, we're not saying nice things, okay? But yeah, he's actually, like, I remember seeing him casting, like, CCS, and I was like, wow, this guy's actually a really good caster compared to, like, what we have right now. He needs to be a caster.
He's honestly a really phenomenal player, and I think you're right, Fresh. We don't give him near enough credit.
All right, we were just looking at Shepard and Geo, but Jess, you've been closely monitoring Merc, and he adopted a new role recently.
He did, and well, with that sort of comes a lot of responsibility, and I spoke about the droning on the side of TSM, and I was like, okay, they've been live droning really effectively, they've been getting some really good opening kills, but how effective have they been with Merc at the helm? It's like the tip of the spear. How does Merc look like when he's
dude, I don't know
that
cut.
tip of the spear and he's doing the damage he needs
How did I start beef with Parker? Oh, dude. You know actually what happened one time? You know the thing where, like, everyone calls, like, Intero a communist? That's literally 100% my doing. So one time, like, this is when Intero first became, like, a caster in Pro League. When he was first a caster in Pro League, he came in my Twitch chat, like, one day. And he was, like, saying, you know, like, hey, like, I'm, like, the new caster. Like, I knew who he was and stuff, but he's, like, introducing himself kind of and, like, hanging out in my chat. And he was just, like, saying, like, hey, buddy. Like, he was being so nice. Like, not the Parker we know now. He was very shy and, like, all that kind of stuff. And I was like, I'm just gonna fuck with this guy. Like, I don't know why. I just felt like fucking with him. So basically, he came in my chat and he said, I'm like, oh, cool. I'm like, what are you doing right now? He's like, I'm eating some avocado toast. And I just went off. I was like, fuck it. I don't know. I'm just gonna fuck with this guy. I'm like, avocado toast. I'm like, this is why you millennials, I'm telling you, are destroying the economy. You don't buy houses. You don't buy big cars. You don't do anything. You're just here. You're just over here promoting communism, spending all your money on avocado toast, not stimulating the economy. And honestly, it's ridiculous. It pisses me off.
All right,
and you need to get it together.
Moving into the map ban phase now, and that information is up on the screen. So.
And after that, then everyone started calling Intero a communist. He was just like so innocent at the time too. He was just like, what the fuck is happening? And now we've unleashed the Intero that we now know.
Because of that big free map pool, they've got rid of one of them. They've gotten rid of Clubhouse.
Yeah, overall, I think that's target ban for TSM. Usually they would.
I literally told him, I was like, you're killing the net. Like, all of those, like, clickbait articles that are just to get, like, social media interactions, like, millennials are killing the napkin industry, millennials are killing the radio industry, millennials are killing the car industry, millennials are killing the housing industry. I literally just went through, like, all of those, like, lists, and I was just, like, blaming him for all those things, and he was just so confused.
Cash money.
Interesting on the bank pick is that it's not one of the big three. You are comfortable on bank yourself with your TSM.
Yeah.
You take an Empire to a map they don't particularly like. Empire, once again, they're going to pick one of their big three. It's always going to happen. They've chosen Cafe this time.
It's a good battleground there for TSM to start off with. All of the North American fans going to be
So
very
they
happy with
banned
that. Yes, we've seen
TSM bans Club,
from Team
Empire bans Chalet. We're getting Bank Cafe.
Performances on it before the Bank rework, but how much better can they be?
We'll do predictions after the maps are selected, so you guys can bet based off maps.
I'm a bit scared with Bank because
well, we can do because okay, let's just do who wins Bank.
That was great. It was a close game, and let's all agree here that was a pretty toothless Liquid, right?
That wasn't full power Liquid. You're right.
Go a bit further back into the 6th Invitational, just this very tournament, TSM lost Bank to both Elevate and Dark Zero, arguably some of the weaker teams that made it into the playoffs. So I'm kind of scared for them, to be honest.
So Decider's Coast.
And my one big criticism of teams banning against Empire is you don't let 2 of their big 3 through.
So is Coastline one of?
Yeah, Coastline, Cafe, Clubhouse are Empire's big 3. They've got 2 of them in this veto. And my worry, I'm surprised TSM have banned Oregon. I would have got rid of the Coastline because traditionally Empire do not like Villa or Oregon.
No, I'm going to disagree with you there. You and I, we agree a lot, and you're my duo.
We do like to disagree.
But we do also like to disagree as a duo.
I feel like you'd like to disagree more than you like to
agree. You know what? Fair enough. You've analysed this correctly there. But what I will say is that I like to go off of recent form. I'm one of those like sort of analysts that goes, what have they done in recent form on this particular map? We saw them against Sonics, lost in OT. Managed to throw that and essentially choke in those last couple of rounds to bring them that map win. They lost that map. Yes, they won on the next 2 maps, but on that specific map. And then we spoke about M&M beating them. James had brought it up before. Guess what? M&M beat them 7-1 on Coastline. You're telling me this is one of their top 3 best maps, and they lost 7-1 to a team that hasn't even played a single match in EUL yet? That's a dangerous, dangerous stat.
You know what, Jess? I will give you that. I will give you that.
I mean, it's facts, so
it's
you
facts.
can't not give it to me.
I can't disagree with the facts. But my point remains is that when a team is good on a map that has been good, you know, think all the way back to when Empire were in the grand final of the 6th Invitational.
Yep.
That was the longest Coastline ever. Do you know what I mean?
22 rounds of Coastline.
They've been a top team on this map for what, 3-4 years? It's like that doesn't.
I think the rework might have, jutted them a little bit.
All right. We're going to break these 2 up here. Dev, let's take a deeper dive into the first map, and we have a graphic up, and just see how these teams have performed on it.
Yeah, so this is Bank, our very first map of the tournament, and the first map of the day, and as you can see, Empire haven't actually played this in the 6th Invitational so far, and I think TSM are banking on, hopefully, Empire not really liking it that much. The thing is, Empire have only banned it twice. In fact, more teams ban it against Empire than they ban it themselves.
That's actually a little scary because they won't have any video footage on them.
Like losing to Elevate and Dark Zero. So in my view, TSM are going in blind. This is a very risky pick for them.
The way the map plays out, it should be good for Empire because Empire are slow, they're methodical, they clear the map. But the map sometimes plays out a little
versus
bit, especially
UPS.
with the roaming presence that you can have on Bank.
UPS is like pretty decent for me, but FedEx is, FedEx is pretty chill too. They just don't care.
But if TSM are getting inactive,
I bought like a really expensive camera. It was like $3 grand, and they just like left it on my porch, and they just signed for it. Like I didn't sign. It was supposed to have like signature confirmation on it, and FedEx is just like they just dropped this camera like on my porch, and they're just like, which was chilling because I was sleeping. It was great.
Empty spots of Team Empire. I'm worried for our EU team, of which I would usually be.
I mean, I was pretty happy about it, honestly.
Oh man, y'all, I'm nervous.
Yeah.
Okay, our teams are ready to go. There was 20 teams. Now there's 4. Who is going to the grand final? Who is going all the way?
Yeah, FedEx don't give a fuck,
dude.
Winning
the upper bracket final. Blue and Stokes, take it away. That rhymed. Yeah, it did.
Thank you very much, Jackie. And it is time, ladies and gentlemen. The upper bracket finals are ready to rock and roll here at 6th Invitational 2022, and we could not have asked for a better matchup. Team Empire hailing from Russia, and on the other end, TSM FTX from North America. These 2 teams have battled their hearts out and had a near flawless performance up until this point of the tournament, but one has to fall. One has to go down the lower bracket and face off against the best that LATAM has to offer to be able to make it back. Who will it be? Well, we're going to be finding out at some point here over the next few hours. Stokes will be with me here as usual. Stokes, let's talk about your thoughts on this matchup as we get ready to go live with our first map on Bank.
We have an absolute siege classic ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. It's North America. It's the EU. Well, who can possibly take it here in the upper bracket? And to make matters even better for you and I, John, we have a mystery on our hands. What can Empire produce on Bank up against TSM? Luckily enough, enough. We don't have to wait very long.
Did I ever get nervous on land? No.
You can cut it with a knife.
I don't get nervous. It's really easy when you have no shame.
Unbelievably ready to get into this, and we're already starting off with some spicy things. Zero's off the board.
0 off the board. We're going to see Empire trying to deny that intel gain that we so often see attackers try to go for, specifically for North American teams, especially with TSM.
Zero is really good at the pro level.
Going to be our second follow-up, the most common heart breacher in the meta right now. It's probably as well one of our top band operators on the attacking side. She's just far too universally useful, especially with the more recent change to the way that her pellets work, is you could pick and choose how large of a hole you want to make and where exactly you want to put it down. Things will look pretty normal on the defensive side to start things out, as Mira will be our first ban there. You guys know how that one goes. She's been the pick of the litter for some time, and the same can be said for Valkyrie. Once again, our most banned operator overall from this event. That'll continue to stay true here.
Valkyrie is so annoying, that's why.
This is indeed going to be TSM's map pick as well, which means Empire got to pick the side they wanted to go to, and they chose defense. The side right now that's favorable on Bank happens to be offense, so there's probably some things in the cards that we're going to see here. Extremely excited to see how we start off. We're going downstairs to lockers and CCTV, and not only that, we also have Dan on the vigil. We'll see if he sticks to that, especially with Shepard on this castle. We could be.
He is the elite. You're not allowed to use the elite. He's definitely not playing it.
Throw the curveballs at us. It's going to be Capcan for the defense.
Unless he's just using he might just be using the player card, I guess.
You heard Fresh talk about it towards the tail end of the death segment there. Empire has been struggling to properly detail those on pretty much all the sites.
All right, let's see the setup here.
The other maps as well, and obviously since they have not played into Bank, we don't necessarily know what to expect.
All right, there's Swiss shoes in the wall.
Talk behind the scenes. Empire don't
TSM has a therm, but they do have a sledge, so
could have been saving some pocket strats for this point in the tournament. Now that they're nearly at the bitter end of it here, so TSM's got their work cut out for them. Thankfully for the
Hatch is open with a Habana
ban.
ban.
Look good for them, especially in their last matchup versus Team Liquid.
Let's see what they're doing. Are they going upstairs and reinforcing? Yep.
With an average across the entire team of plus 2.4 when it comes to their opening kill ratio. So TSM should be in good straits there. But let's take a peek now as the round's about to get started for real, and we'll see what exactly Empire can offer us.
Renee, you're going to be looking to Bolo to have a huge game here, just like he did up against Liquid. As John was saying, this man went truly nuclear. Plus 15 on his KD spread. We'll have to see how they want to start off. But you can say very similar things for Empire.
They could map these hatches too.
The hard breach, hard support.
Wall is soft over there.
As well at plus 13. Truly electric stuff here on the board for us, ladies and gents. But as we get 30 seconds in here, we'll see TSM starting
TSM's doing a clear.
The map and begin this clear on the top floor.
I like this clear that they're doing.
Still 2 of those EDDs to go down.
They're really trying to go more for like square, it seems, overall.
Keep in mind, you can stack those now. If it's been a while since you watched Siege, that's the possibility of taking a player down outright if they waltz through the wrong door. And we've seen that happen at least once here. I believe I remember the Sonics unfortunately fell victim to it some earlier point in the tournament. Bolo, not to be the case today, as he manages to catch at least one of those set up towards the meeting room doorway as they're well on their way to clearing out this upstairs hold, and specifically Dan's position, as you can see the Jackal track forcing him back down the main staircase.
And although unbeknownst,
he's trying to jump on it.
Have a fantastic lineup for this clear of Bank. Although Empire will be on the roam, there's easy intel now for Bolo with those Inox scans going through and being able to get some extra info, especially onto Dan's location as they continue to try and hold down open area. Still have another person inside of Kitchen as well, as we're about halfway through here. So does Empire want to continue to hold on to this, especially as TSM begin to coil around this
TSM actually got like pretty good map control pretty quick here.
Up top, they've got a good read on Dan as Bolo's going to take a lot of heat from the main stairs.
Back away smartly though, realizing once again that a potential pinch could have been coming his way if he chose to stay.
Dude, Dan is just chilling in here. He doesn't give a fuck.
From Empire is going to remain strong because not only do they still have Dan in place, but at the same time a second member of their team sits closer to open area as well. Scyther in for the assist. This is perfect delay coming out for the Empire roster right now.
Half row they converting from prime to regular sub.
Castle barricade has only held back the clear from TSM even further. Down to the last minute though.
60 seconds. They have good time here. 60 seconds left. They have map control.
Curl back into the site through the open hatch and be able to play out these remaining 50 seconds using the.
And they still have the sledge up so they can sledge the wall. They still have thermite up so they can open the whole wall.
And there we go. There's the traps working out perfectly for Empire as Dan's going to catch Chala. Now that TSM
that is just unlucky.
with enough time.
You have to check those door frames, but on low time, it's the last thing you're thinking about on the offensives. Anyone could be anywhere in the moment, and now with 30 seconds remaining, TSM have to try and
Nirvana, thank you for this up to Breezy, ABZ, Zach, you, and Void Phoenix. Welcome to all 5 of you. Make sure to thank Nirvana in the chat and link your Ubisoft account, Twitch account up to grab my in-game restriction. This is not looking good, chat. Smokes are up. There's like 8 seconds now. Calm down.
Empire try to force their way back in, and they succeed as they hold the line on round number 1, taking the lead.
Big Fish, if you get this up to Lunar.
A fantastic Lockers defense that was led off by that roam on the top floor that slowly bled down into open area. Fantastic rotations out of Empire to hold back TSM. Bolo has been the spearhead for this team so often for them on their offensive sides, and with him taking so much damage early
it looked good. They had control.
It's impossible.
They had control for like in a minute, but they lost their guy in Hatch. Chala hitting that Capcan trap is... I mean, it happens. You know, it is what it is.
Perfect time delay.
That's tough, though.
First 2 minutes,
if they had another person on the hatch, there would have been big.
As well to catch maybe the last little wrinkle coming in through the primary basement hatch, be able to try and force TSM into the site, which did not work at all. They did not have enough time for the. Would have been easier
to rush straight into objective. You can't really do that because then the enemy team will just collapse on top of you. The hatches are soft over there and stuff.
Perfect play from Empire, but now things are going to get a little bit more difficult. They can't necessarily rely on a
They could do like a lobby take instead.
Because there'll be way more options for TSM to assault the site, possibly even bypassing that extended roam entirely.
We'll see if they want to extend this upstairs, and they damn well should. We'll just have to see what they want to apply to that space. Hatch will be reinforced. Dan will more than likely be applying quite a few of these EDDs inside of this area just to catch some more people off guard. We'll see how often they're bringing this Capcan as well, as eventually it will be played out. Even though it does delay some extra time, there is some other things in the cards that you can
no, TSM did a decent job of clearing that. They had a minute left. There was literally 60 seconds left when they had full control. And only person that got tagged was Bolo got shot like maybe twice.
As well as his ADSs to try and soak up a lot of this throwable utility by TSM as they get out onto the map.
Well, they can flank on you from above and stuff like that. Like, it's not like a vault elevator push is something you could do, but
seconds used and not going to see a whole lot transpire from that as they just start to take up initial positioning. Merc with a nice little angle here should be able to knock out some of the utility on the inside or possibly eat up a few of those magnets.
This tournament's taking place in Sweden.
Utility on Wamai. Aside from that, though, Team Empires we can see ready to potentially take contention against some of these early pushes from the lobby. You've got 3 different players ready to swing from 3 different positions. TSM, I believe, is aware of 2 of them, but the third might catch them off guard if they don't fully check themselves.
Joystick looking around for a drone inside of the elevator, but he'll drop off instead, and Bolo almost with a nice shot onto the E2 players.
There we go.
It's a crossfire back and forth. They'll take down Joystick as the
a
other
nice
Empire
opening
member
pick.
drops down the stairs instead.
They have lobby, so now they have to worry about just above. But Achieved is up there cutting it off, so and they have Bolo up top as well. So as long as they have 2 up here.
Making it difficult to play on site.
Yes, I'm fixing the problem from the previous round already, mainly due to the nature of the way this site is set
My
up.
screen is busy? No, it's not. I literally have my cam, and I have my sponsors and my name. Everything else is the Rainbow Six stream.
And in way more dangerous positions than we were seeing them do back on the basement hold. And we're already going to start to see signs of that struggle. But at the same time, Empire going to keep 4 players strong, ready for the fight. Shepard was hoping to act himself as a late round contribution here from Server and a possible rotate up through blue stairs. But he's going to get found out via a drone here, so more than likely that'll be dead. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him try to make that play a little bit earlier rather than later on in the round. But regardless, things have slowed up here for TSM. They're sitting at the precipice of my archives, but the walls have been left soft, and there's plenty of obliging members of Empire ready to take the fight. Despite that, though, TSM cannot find another pick, which they're going to want here before they start forcing themselves in once the time gets too low to justify any more slow play.
It's been Merc with the forward pressure so far. He was also the one to pick off Joystick as he continues to hold the angle through small office, but now TSM needs to start breaking up this kitchen wall as well. An impact up top won't be able to get the initial one, but doesn't get the second. It will.
They got that thermite.
So that up with very minimal time now and 0 exothermic charges for Geo. They're going to have to try and get something else done across the map. They also have to worry about this rotation from Shepard down low. As
they have no info here. This is bad.
For Red Grenade out to be able to try and clear out some utility or some area inside of the kitchen, but now it's Nitro cells for the defense to hold back TSM even
Wait, is
further.
Bolo in sight?
Is down in sight.
He is.
Bolo's dead as well. TSM has no answers, and this is looking like an Empire round all over again.
No time left, and we will see a few kills bleed in for Chala, but it's far too little, far too late into the round.
They're playing right in the Empire's rooms right now. The thing is, like, they're actually getting control, like, generally speaking, in somewhat decent time. And then there's, like, I don't know, it's like they kind of stall out once they have the control. Like, they got an early pick, like, TSM got an early pick and everything.
TSM have no answers to get themselves into the site quickly enough.
This has actually been such an insane defensive side from Empire so far. I know we're only 2 rounds deep, but just look at the way that they hold their map control. That's the biggest thing right now. They're delaying time for TSM through this means, and the biggest thing is these mid-round audibles, these drops downstairs, these rotations down low, all these different things that Empire are doing. This causes question inside of the TSM lineup. You don't know necessarily what you're supposed to be doing in the moment because they could be anywhere. You don't have the information like we do here in order to tell you what's happening on the Empire.
It's like they get control, but they just don't know. Like, they're like stalling once they get control. That's the problem.
They simply can't do it. Empire lose joystick early on, but what did TSM get for that? Literally nothing.
Free access to archives is pretty much about it, but even from there, weren't able to do anything with it. The wall was left soft, so they couldn't freely use the room, nor try to open it up as an access point, as it simply would have become a choke point into Empire's favor, as we even saw that later in the round when I believe we saw Dan or Shepard able to pick up that first exchange, which was the beginning of the end of TSM's attack in those final 30 seconds. Empire,
where are you going, TSM?
Site, which is going to be the second floor hold here, as they go to the inside of meeting for themselves. We'll see how this pans out for them as the operator landscape change slightly as well, most notably Dan coming into this round here with the Echo, bringing those
I feel like they just need to, like, they need to slow it down, a little bit. Take
stuns help out should TSM try to go for
the weird thing is, like, they're getting control. It's really, they don't even have to really change anything. They just need to worry about, like, once they have the control, speeding up a little bit.
Things out like you traditionally would on Bank. North side as well as lobby repels up and onto the map here to try and get some crossfires towards the defense. Have to worry about the lobby space.
Top floor is pretty bad.
Nobody is trying to man those windows. Past that, you're going to be looking for the windows on the other side inside a square to make sure nobody's going to jump out.
I'm surprised they didn't go open. Or no, they just did open last. So, but
get very aggressive and 1-for-1 themselves, as we've seen time and time again here at SI. But now, as I said, TSM
and JT Cell, they tried 5 months.
Into the building through the lone space.
You have to be more aggressive against Empire. I mean, I don't see that as the problem. Like, they're getting control every round. They're not. Their problem is not getting control. It's like figuring out what to do once they have it.
There's nobody on this mid floor, so TSM will have to end up clearing out the rest of this as Merc goes on a solo mission towards the top of Spiral, but Scyther seemingly ready, chomping at the bit for anyone to try and come up into this area. Merc still has plenty of lifeline utility as well, but doesn't want to try and make this solo play. He needs some assistance from his teammates, and that's why Bolo starts pushing up white.
Oh, looking to get into position. We will more than likely see both of these players try to push at the same time, trying to watch out here to make sure there isn't going to be any utility he has to watch out for as he crawls up the steps. As remember, TSM does not have a great picture of what this overall setup looks like just yet here. Empire's been doing a great job
timing!
You just already used half their drone count. Merc walks by a potential free kill against Joystick, and he turns it around, but at the same time, Chala and Bolo, and now Bolo.
There we go.
What was that as he snipes out, snapshots Dan from the side of his screen? Chala, he gets number 4, and now Joystick's left alone on an island here.
There we go.
Against him, and he cannot maintain as Bolo gets one more kill.
One at a time, chat. One at a time.
Don't let the man warm up. That's all I'm going to say. If Bolo starts hitting shots like that, I don't know what Empire does. That was truly disgusting through the conference wall, but they're going to need a lot more than that to put Empire away here. That's TSM's first round.
Beautiful stuff from TSM, and specifically a great performance coming in for Bolo there. Curious to see
Beautiful,
how he's able to develop
okay.
himself throughout the course of this series. We saw
Now we're
him be
good.
a huge
I was
threat
honestly
for this
questioning
team
what they were
in their
doing
most
there
recent
because I was like,
series that they played
like going up
against
the
Team Liquid. The interesting thing was,
staircases,
despite
you know,
that
but
fact, he was
hey,
only
they made
third
it
on the
work.
team overall for cost, so the kills kind of had mixed contributions.
When you hit shots
to
like
the
that, it
overall
doesn't really
team's
matter,
success
right?
On a round-to-round basis there. Pay close attention to that, as obviously this time he's going to get major points in that regard, as he pretty much single-handedly gives the team access to the site. But time to see what else he can do here, as now Empire return to the postures where they've been able to take easy control of things on previous rounds here, as they head back down into the basement.
The first one is always the difficult one, especially when you're on a stage like this. So for TSM, have they finally hit their stride? We'll have to see. For Empire, it's back downstairs. They don't trust CEO any longer, and why would
Glickhead's
they?
best
They have
strat,
their
yep.
sights open, and that's exactly why we're
Bolo
headed
got 2
towards
kills. One of them
lockers.
was a
And not only that,
down
we're having
that
a
he
very
got.
similar setup here for
I think he
Empire.
finished someone
Small
else's
reinforcements
down.
dedicated towards the kitchen space, and this time, Joystick will be on the vigil.
Some slight changes being made there. Keep in mind, the joystick did have this selected on the first attempt here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Chal let down that guy, and then he got the kill.
Into it, since they know this roam game is going to work out from the results back in round number 1 here. We'll more likely see stylistically the same type of play. Most notably, of course, Dan right back onto the cap can. Is it
Nope.
tripped up at least one member of TSM and made them think twice about every single door they walked through.
As for TSM,
Colors Archives is the lowest.
full map clear here. You want to see them take
I mean, open's good, basement's good.
Use that
I actually don't think Teller's Archives is as bad as people make it out to be. If you do like a heavy extension, I don't think up is a good site at all.
don't want to just give them away willy-nilly.
I think up top is terrible.
Out upstairs. They entered through this last time, and
it's a good rank site, but it's not good against a coordinated team. It's just too easy to cut off angles there.
Recent map buff for Bank has made it to where those are no longer just random little bars that you can shoot through. It's a concrete slab instead at the top of that stairwell, so he'll be able to stay safe, transitioning down through that staircase. Now for TSM,
I like open as a like on a professional level. Yeah, I like open. I think it's a really interesting like site to play, and it's always fun to watch.
Has a nitro cell up towards
and
the
if it's set up properly, it's great.
Do anything up against this vertical game as of right now, with nades coming in from Achieved.
He's going to bank. It'll land well, but Scyther catches it, give it too much of a window to escape it here. So Gio will reconfirm that player survives with his drone going to the inside here. It's looking like, once again, half the round gone by. They're going to pull most of this extended game back, all of it, in fact. 30 seconds earlier than we saw them do it back in round number 1 here, as yet again, Empire Fielding accomplished their
literally
goal, wasting away
same
time.
exact situation as the previous round. They do have 20 extra seconds, though.
For Bolo, he'll be holding on to main stairs, and luckily enough, Empire's opened all of the hatches for them, so this will be a fairly straightforward affair.
CO has a 49% win rate for defense during SI. I just still don't like it as a site.
To stop this from happening. The only stop that they have is always smokes and Scyther's nitro cell, so you're looking to see those strike true if you're rooting for the EU squad.
See, here we go. Now TSM's like, they're actually here, and they're like making stuff happen with the time that they have left.
Luckily enough, the other wall is soft, so they'll easily be able to get that with the sledgehammer. The smoke's already being used by Always as well, as Merc will be on Overwatch here.
Here we go. See? Now they have everybody on the hatches. No one's down to a cap can.
Fake here as Dan takes so much damage.
Connecting a lot, and still with plenty of extra time here, TSM seems to have learned their lesson from the previous attempt, but they still need to get themselves in and not lose their entire stack here. Joystick and Shepard both knocking out players. The plant does get itself down here, but the post-plant positions are going to be incredibly weak. Look at Empire rushing all the way upstairs here now to collapse against the remnants of TSM, which has already been brought down to 2 due to another kill being found by Empire. Achieved and Geo need to waste out these last 30 seconds here, and Achieved puts himself on a good foot to start this one off as he goes back to Copier and catches Always dropping down through the stock hatch here. Achieved as well, ready to stop this. They need to push back in, and it's all going to fall onto Achieved. Stops the first defuse attempt. Second one hasn't been started yet, but Achieved gets cut off by Joystick. And with Dan being by the case, there'll be plenty of time for him to hop back onto it. Another round going into the pocket of Empire as they maintain the lead, 3-1.
What a fantastic round from
I honestly thought he had that because I didn't know where Achieved was.
At that point, and with the damage that they've already done to this TSM stack,
it was a good try.
They know that no one's more than likely going to to be holding the main stairs properly. And in fact, they aren't. Achieved is holding it from inside of open area. And yes, it's a great angle if they're going to push towards that space. But if they go upstairs,
I didn't look, but how did they get up?
Avoid you. And that's exactly what happens. Always.
Did they just kill Bolo on main? I didn't see.
There. Yes, always gets taken down immediately on the entry to open area, but that gives enough insight for Joystick to be able to abuse that and get not only Geo,
why can't you use Pro League strats in ranked? I mean, there's no rule saying you can't. It's just that in order to play at a competitive or professional level and take those strats and move them, it doesn't work in ranked really, because you're playing the people you're playing with. Unless you play with those people in practice.
A valiant attempt for him to hold on to the post plant. It is not enough, as far too many of his teammates go down prior to the diffuser.
Whoever was holding diffuse bottom should have waited for diffuse sound and bait maybe. They got swung by a shotgun anyway, and that guy was sticking bomb. They had
first half. If they can repeat their success on the second floor hold to make it 2-4, that's certainly going to be palatable here, but they'll have their own work cut out for them.
You can't
switch over to the defensive side.
You can't if you try to run Pro League strats in ranked, like you could, but you just need to be playing with people who are on the same page and really know what you're doing. The teams, like the strats that are run in like high level competitive play, they're very like team oriented and like role oriented strategies that are not like they're obviously better, more optimal strategies, right? That's why they're used at this level. But you really need to practice and know what you're doing and be able to play off each other and have defined roles and positioning.
To hit their mark right now, especially with all the different things that are being thrown at them, like this cap can that we constantly see.
What kind of split do you need to win on bank? I mean, technically, like this map's pretty 50-50. They need to pick up a couple more rounds, honestly.
Continuing to try and hunt
they don't have to. They could always bring it back on defense, but
there's not going to be any threats working their way in near the spiral staircase, so we'll be having free reign over the front teller's area. But now he needs to get himself ready for a fight, as someone does sit behind inside of the teller's room itself here. It's Scyther. Merc already having a hard lock position on him, but Scyther nearly giving himself away for a second time, trying to hop over that copier wall there. But he'll make the transition, get himself back into the relative safety of the immediate bomb site area, and keep himself alive to fight another day. That is going to be an advance for TSM, though, as they'll clear out tellers and get that site access, or at least that map control that they're going to look to need to get closer to the site.
A perfectly timed rotation here from Empire as that timer continues to dwindle, but also TSM.
No kills yet, but they have good map control for having a minute 30 left.
A little bit of heat Scyther earlier on inside of that engagement with Merc as well. Achieve now trying to break.
Why do they keep bringing Capcan? Capcan's good because he has a good gun, he has C4, and he has Capcan traps.
He ends up stepping wrong. Chala currently has control of the
they just make people like cautious, I guess.
A double hard breach setup here with Geo on that thermite, so they'll be looking to break up as many of these hatches as possible, but priority on the stock hatch here as they're looking to get rid of some of these mute jammers around the space. Always
both
taking
jammers
damage from that, but the mute jammer surely will. They impact over one side, but those impacts do not reach low enough. And
there we go.
Taken out by Chala.
Utility not holding itself as strongly as it did for Empire back on the previous attempt on round number 2 here, so they're going to start to struggle a bit. Always knows he's lost that ED, so he's got to be careful. He goes for a wild swing through the Selma breach, however, and that gives away his life to Merc as TSM continue to find openings where they previously evaded them. Things looking good here for them to maybe negotiate a second round, but still 3 players standing tall for Empire in the site, and now they're going to start to frag back here as Joystick peeks out towards the square hall and takes down Merc.
So many angles for Empire to worry about, but they work both ways. That's the big thing. TSM starting to lose bodies. They need to be forceful.
There we go. This will be a good name. Maybe? No, I missed it.
Out here, it won't find its mark. Joystick with yet another kill, and now
get
we're down
the
to
kill.
3 versus 3. Can Bolo be the difference maker? It's Geo first to take down Joystick as they continue on into the site. Dan with 1,
no!
with 2, Scyther with 1 as well, and Empire shuts it down in the 3v3.
TSM with
they
no
keep
intel,
getting control,
no
and they just don't do
confidence
anything with
push
it.
in the final seconds of the round there. They give over
I mean, it's hard. Like, they're just losing gunfights. It's like,
the members still standing tall. That's a perfect hold from Empire as they steal.
I'm not in shambles. This is all according to plan.
Number 5 and secure at minimum the lead going into
yeah, they're just like, I feel like they're getting to the point where they get control so easy. They just, I don't know, they don't really do a lot with it.
Their mistakes on the second floor hold coming up
they're not doing much with it here. They're just kind of stalling out.
Man as well, just letting TSM run the gauntlet instead and seeing what they can achieve in this very last round of offense. Much rather use that once they get to the defensive side, but as of right now, it's looking like Empire could run amok here as well. The only saving grace they have is that this is the CEO defense for Empire up next. That they were not
Empire
able to
turtled hard there
up against TSM and the way that they handled things around the spiral in White Stairs space, able to get so many frags, especially for Bolo's case.
Let's see now as TSM once again.
Well, TSM just tried to do, like, they had full control, and then they just, like, they tried to do, like, too much. They tried to do too much there.
Had fairly minimal success this time on the open area hold, and we didn't actually see them use
like, they were kind of splitting up everywhere. They need to just pick a place to go and go there together, right?
Now being brought back in for this hold as well for Dan to play into here, alongside the
Put Bolo back in Finka.
operators that we come to expect. The smoke to try and choke point things out in the final seconds of the round if TSM play too slowly.
Bolo's honestly, he had those 2 nice kills, but he's 2 and 4 right now.
Via those mute jammers and possibly block off a wall or two temporarily.
This might be the most standard lineup you can possibly get inside of Rainbow Six Siege. This is applicable to any site that you could possibly think of in the game. As for Dan, though, with that switch up, Echo just so strong in this position, not only because of the cams you can get around the space, that this is what I thought we were going to be seeing this
If
round.
Empire goes 1-5, it's pretty much GG. Not really. I mean, you could always come back. It's definitely not a good split, but
that way that Shepard's utility is even more paramount inside of that situation.
Didn't Bolo get a 4K? I think he got 2. I think he got 2, and one was a down.
You could see some extra picks coming out here from Empire.
One was a down that he's took from Chala.
Right foot yet again, as they already have a dominating stance coming off this defensive side. Going to look to really lock it in with a
the second round he hit he hit like 2 nice shots, and then he shot a down person through a wall that Chala had downed. So
no longer the case, especially for this site here, as they want to be very cautious. Empire has tripped them up far
Bolo
more
stats.
than
He's 2 and 4, yeah.
And they want to make sure that no additional
I can move
mistakes
this
are
up
made.
a
They
tiny
need
bit.
this second round, and they've already yielded success on a previous attempt here. So just need to rerun it one more time, and at least they can put that second one on the board.
All right, well, Geo with Overwatch from Charla here, the hard-breaching duo working square at the current moment. But TSM, at least for Merc's case, inside of lobby. Trying to make sure to measure
this is
twice
kind
and
of
cut
where it's
once
got
in
to
this
be.
scenario, as this round is of the utmost importance currently. The score line given. Achieve now with a nade out, looking for someone inside of conference, but does it find a home? It doesn't. It'll just blow up on the wall instead. And now Merc taking some heat all the way up in ATM's. Empire looking feisty. Merc knows once.
I don't have a lot of options where I can move it because
he'll just slam him with a hollow instead.
A complete switch up in the early round confidence, and now it's Empire going out wildly here. Despite that loss over towards Spiral, Geo's going to go for a plant attempt, and look at this Overwatch from the down positions. Chala and Bolo.
They got a plan.
Both the players that try to stop the plant here. Shepard seemingly had an angle on the plant through soft breach, but was not going to be able to detect it apparently, so he lets it go off here. Post-plant positions are now maintained for TSM, and suddenly this is a much tougher round for Empire. We see that impact drop, but it drops to the ground as Achieve snipes out always before he can get anything done. Shepard's been found as well by Achieved, and now Scyther,
there we go.
He's already been scouted out due to a flank drone positioned over here in lobby. He's got no one to try and pull into this fight here. They know exactly what every single move he makes is going to be.
This is okay. They have this round at least.
No time remaining.
4-2.
Will secure the expected second round here, and at least make the scoreline close as we get ready to head into the second half.
Something that was desperately needed for TSM in the moment, but now they have to have a fantastic defensive side, just like we saw from Empire. And the scariest thing is, you have no idea what Empire is bringing into this situation. We have not seen them play Bank since the EUL, and they lost. So what have they done? What homework are they bringing to the table here? As we'll see their lineup for the very first time. Dan will will be bringing the Ash. We'll have Buck as well from Always. The joystick working in Jackal here as well, off of the Yana and Thatcher, who we didn't see at all on TSM's side, will be utilized here as well.
That was part of the gamble for choosing into this map here. Obviously, they knew their opponents weren't going to feel too confident about playing into it themselves. They've even stated that.
No, it's not over till it's over.
Around here at the venue, but at the same time, you can never discount what teams might be keeping in their pocket, ready to pull out, especially at this late stage of the tournament here. This is where things are often going to be saved for, and it seems like Team Empire might have played it properly. Probably going to end up re-hosting this round, folks. Give us just a second here, and we'll get that confirmed for you. Once again, TSM now on the defensive side, and Empire will be jumping onto the attack.
Yes, indeed. And it also gives us some extra time to be able to discuss what's going to be going
glad
on
I'm co-streaming. You enjoy my
in
perspective.
the
Well,
next
thank
couple
you.
of moments. The big thing is, obviously, the Buck working its way in with that Thatcher. If you guys don't know, Buck actually does have secondary hard breach utility, which is something that we've seen worked into Siege within the last year here or so. And it actually opens up a lot of different avenues for your operators on offense.
Yeah, didn't it come out with like
hard breaches? You can actually end up using a lot of different things, and Buck just so happens to be one of them. Zero happens to be another that we see quite often here on Bank because he also has secondary hard breach as well. But as we know, it's been banned out.
It's fine. This is okay for the time being.
By Empire.
Defense, like, I don't know. I feel like TSM is a good defensive team. So
TSM on the attacking side, but now no longer the case as it has been removed from the pool entirely here. Meaning TSM
I was gonna say
through some other avenue.
Thought it came out with Zero.
Droning or something else. We will have to wait.
Remember when Zero had nades?
Teams get themselves into it once again with Empire.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
The lion's share of their defensive rounds. Now they'll be tested on the attacking side once we get everybody back into the lobby and back ready to roll once again. Should just be another minute or two, folks, and they'll be good to resume the game right at the start of the second half with that 4-2 scoreline in the favor of Empire.
I don't know about you, but I've been truly enjoying the way that we've been seeing the Thatcher bans come through at this LAN. You know, a lot of the times we're seeing this ace in the hole where they'll ban something else, Thatcher makes his way through.
I would like to see them just drop, like, Bolo's not really using Jackal's ability, so just give him Finka, dude.
And funny enough, guys, for a very, very
give him the gun.
No one used Thatcher just because he was banned so unbelievably often that no one would even practice with him. So like, okay, we're not really going to, waste our time inside of practice with an operator that we're never going to see. But luckily enough, especially here at SI, we've been starting to see him more and more. And a lot of these teams are starting to use that to their advantage. And we're seeing it here with Empire with the way that they ban Zero, take away all of his intel as well as that secondary hard breach. And they want to use Buck instead. And instead, now they'll use their Thatcher in order to do so. And well, guys, we ended up having to rehost things once again. We'll end up fixing this, and then we'll hop right back in. So, Gio with some funny words as well. But I'm sure you guys will hear about that later on.
He gives great back massages, dude.
Empire, once again, a fantastic
I'll tell you,
I've
been on teams with him before.
For them,
his back massage will drive you to victory.
Go back to the Thatcher topic. It's also important to note, of course, that while he was kind of on the permaban list for attackers, he suffered a pretty horizontal nerf is what I would call it. He still obviously disables the utility, but he no longer just outright removes it from play. So for teams
the technical team is in shambles,
yeah,
they are.
Boil, where they would have just brought him in to quickly chuck it in next to a wall, deal with bandit batteries, and never have to worry about it again. Those teams weren't going to be too likely to pick him ever again because of the fact that now they have to time that utility a little bit more appropriately to be able to actually get the full use out of it there, to be able to knock down a wall or disable things like an ADS when you're actually ready to throw nades into it. You can't just do it 30, 40 seconds ahead of time anymore as you used to be able to do.
Yeah, there's a reason that when all of my friends wanted to start learning Rainbow Six and they asked, hey, Stokes, what should I play on offense? I said, hey, you should play Thatcher because you literally don't have to think. You just chuck an EMP and it destroys
Marston, thank the Prime sub. Very much appreciated.
But not anymore, like you were talking about. It just disables things, so a little bit more coordination with your team, and that's actually been a fantastic change to him so far.
No, dude, so, Pojo gives good back massages, Chad. You guys don't even know.
Lineup, but hey, joke's on you. They have to. So there you go.
Yep. Looks like we get the lobby ready to rock and roll again, folks. Apologies for the delay of play here.
The rehost should help TSM a little bit.
We just need to confirm that everything is correct here, and then we'll be
let them sit for a minute. Think.
Started us out with a stunning victory in the first half, at least inside of this map here, taking those 4 rounds on the defensive
Pojo
side.
does have those
and
magic fingers, dude.
They can get the last 3. They need half of the remaining rounds to be able to succeed here and take control of map number 1, stealing TSM's own map pick as well, and taking a 1-0 lead in the series. Important to note, folks, we are still at a best of 3 at this phase of the tournament here. Best of 5 will only be used for our grand final, but obviously a big advantage going to be gained here for the team that makes it through this matchup. Not only going to get the rest of today off,
the hammer's right there. Yeah, they can look at it.
Tomorrow, won't have to play 2 full series before going into the grand finals.
Yeah, you want to talk about a gauntlet. Lose this game, and we'll see how you do, because it is going to be a long and strenuous journey from that point on. Obviously, we have MIBR versus FaZe later today, folks. That will go.
Well, no, Empire Where are the
one of
Rihos?
these
Here we
teams,
go.
whoever ends up losing this, and they'll play off in the lower bracket final. But as John was saying, one of them has to go on, and as of
let's
right
see what
now,
we got
it's
here.
looking like it could possibly be Empire. They definitely did their research on Bank, and they're looking fantastic in the moment, but we just switched sides. So it's time to see if Empire have the same luster on their offense.
See what
TSM's
TSM's
be a
doing
little bit of a
here.
difference in the attacking lineup now as Empire jumps over towards it. I talked plenty about that Thatcher, so going to be able to use that alongside some of this more active breaching capability here.
Skaz, the 19 months is too long. Welcome back.
A little bit hairy, specifically on the bottom of the top clears. He's going to be able
here
to
we
waltz
go.
into areas like below stock and open area,
Like the
working
setup.
their way over into areas like archives and tellers, and be able to possibly shoot out some of this extended positioning that we're more than likely going to have from TSM to start the round off.
Now here's the beauty of this though for TSM and the NA fans at home. If they kill always, we now have
no
a
pepperoni
major
for Mr.
problem
Bolo.
Empire. And that is mostly because
No
they
pepperoni,
only have
chat.
Ace outside of that. And you have to use 2 of his 3 Selmas in order to get a singular hatch open. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think I'd invest. That's just me.
Important to note, of course, always
Castling external has always been weird to you.
I
I don't really know why they, castled that. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Maybe they wanted to have the assurance of like later in the round and stuff. I mean, it's not. It's fine.
Not waste the Selmas, which will be certainly needed to get further access to walls leading into the site and open up the angles that we saw in the first half. TSM struggled to find for themselves here, but first they have to clear out the extended game.
It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just personal
Specifically
preference.
over here in Tellers, we can already see one player veering out for a peek, and some good intel bleeding in there from Chala as he's on the echo, bringing those yokai drones in a fairly
back
easy
in there,
to see place,
joystick.
but due to the size of the room, the height of the
Murky
room,
Poo's
it might not be
waiting in
something
the
that Empire
elevator.
necessarily check.
Pretty difficult in order to find those, especially since really your only Q is the audio. Yes, they're no longer invisible, but look, it's quite easy in order to get this intel unbeknownst to the offensive side. They know exactly where this thing is. Merkel just smoke joystick as he is just not aware of any of the positioning in the current moment. Empire begin to break up the map now. Breaching charges out here as Daniel pre-fire into kitchen, but for TSM, it's looking quite similar to what Empire wanted to do on their defense. It'll be the extended hold initially, but they've already gotten their pick onto joystick, and not only that, it's also Jackal. So now things even more difficult, especially as the drone game begins to dwindle.
Empire being so careful, even with just their utility clear, as we can see Dan trying to knock out one of the castle barricades from up on top after opening.
I honestly think it's a bit of a mistake for Empire to take Thatcher here.
Perfectly, of course, is now Scyther can also swing in and have full view into the open area in case anyone from TSM was going to be a little bit ignorant to that. Thankfully, for TSM's sake, it's not the case here.
Which is good. I mean, I'm happy about that.
Maybe a few stragglers. They've also given up their positions, playing this hold incredibly similarly to the way we saw Empire doing back in the first half. With now everybody returning to the basement hold with less than a minute left on the clock.
Everybody probably
that was a good time waste. They got a pick. Good time waste.
How many cameras this
looks
man
pretty
has
good
manned inside of these opening 2 minutes. He's constantly beginning info for TSM and making it very easy for them to safely get back to site. But now they have to make the grandstand. CEO, or rather CCTV, now the priority here for Empire.
All right, it's all down to this 20 seconds. Smokes are still up, so one smoke up. Oh, they missed it. Ew, no!
Plant for a time here. Does he still have plenty of utility? He's got one more in the pocket. The EMP is going to go wide over towards the actual door frame, so won't be able to stop it there, but it might be Chala instead. Is Shepard already halfway through this plant? Are they going to stop?
Nice!
With the nitro cell, and now Empire has to hop too, but nobody close to home. TSM win the base.
That was perfect.
Way too deep of a
early pick, wasted 2 minutes, 2 minutes 20 seconds or so.
Unfortunately,
smoke's still up.
Lose a life or two just to get back onto the case there due to the forward positioning they went towards it. Empire struggling with the same issue we saw TSM doing back in the first half here, as they failed to clear out enough of the extended game and don't have enough time left to flush out the remaining defensive utility between nitros as well as gas grenades from the smoke.
I was thinking, obviously at the very beginning of this, that
TSM are going to bounce.
This should be TSM's map. I'm more worried about the other 2 maps for Empire personally. Honestly, I was a little bit worried on Bank too. The fact that they let it through when they haven't played it yet.
Bank overall is such a ludicrous op because of the different areas that you can put these yokais, man. You see it out inside the lobby, getting all of that insight onto joystick, and he thinks that he's so sneaky, just crawling in through ATM. He's like, oh, I'm gonna get in behind him. They have no idea Oh, I'm dead. You know, that's exactly what's going on.
All right.
They need
Open.
to make sure that they are backing up Joystick in this
Chalet is
position,
a good map
and
for
they're also
TSM, yeah,
aware
but
of
they
what's
got
going
banned
on
by
around
Empire,
this space.
so.
If they continue to see this Echo pick, honestly, I would expect an IQ to come in here and try and get rid
The
of
second
this
office
Yokai
defense
drone,
pick
because they're
could
just doing
cost
way
Empire
too
this
much
match.
for TSM in the moment.
It just depends. Like, I don't know. I don't know why. I see TSM, even though they've had good attacks this tournament, I still see them as more of a defensive team, honestly. I don't know. I feel like their defenses are always better.
TSM also bringing a huge plethora of utility on the defensive side. We've got shields, we got nitros, we got a bulletproof, we've got motion sensors being brought out for TSM also here. So they're bringing everything.
They have Ash, breaching charges, hard breach gadgets. They have a lot of. They have nine breaching charges, 2 hard breaching gadgets, and an ace, and Ash charges. They have enough.
Damn well should, honestly. The only thing that they don't have to add to this would be Jaeger, but they have achieved to be able to do a lot of the heavy lifting in that scenario either way.
TSM are pretty good at Cafe. I think they are, but I feel like that's Empire's map more. But
this lineup. Joystick also going to be bringing the PDW here, so interesting pick.
TSM are 7-1 in Cafe. I mean,
magazine, and that's the
Empire literally picked the map. They like love that map.
Bullets in Siege is usually a pretty good thing.
Important to note too that Empire have brought a soft breach insurance policy for this round. 9 of the panels are going to be brought in breaching charges, more specifically to try and account for the fact that if always gets dropped in the early round here, they'll still have great capability to be able to knock out some of the top down angles here and open up some of the post plants that they were going to want here, assuming they were able to get the plant down in the first place.
This is going to be pretty risky for the positioning for Achieve now, just because they broke up the E3 wall here. This is one that's usually a priority on Bank. Look at this angle, folks. Look at how deep this goes. Achieve has to play around this shield, and his only avenue of escape now is through the stock hatch, but that's a big issue. Always is going to flood this in. He can't leave. Bolo's now down to Dan, and Empire firing on all cylinders here for round 8.
2 players down before TSM can even think about what was happening with the opening of the elevator wall. That's going to limit their potential to a huge degree. They've lost all upstairs presence. Empire just breathing a sigh of relief, taking a moment to themselves, as once again, they're going to jump on drones between Shepard and Always just to figure out where some more of these players are. Joystick will nearly get himself found out here, but at the same time, he's able to return some serious damage on a Merc in the process. Always going to try to hunt this player down, but he's got to be cautious too. Those
he has hard breach gadget here, so
he's really going to lose his head trying to find it. There we go. There's the shot connecting, but once more, Always backing away from it before he can.
How did he not die? What?
Oh, and a beautiful shot from Dan there that we got to see on the replay as well. Pre-firing out towards Banana and finding the head of Bolo all the way in checkers.
They still have 3. They still got 3 up.
In order to secure this round.
48 seconds left.
Done to Joystick, but he's still alive and well, and he'll find some intel on Merc, who can't get rid of that.
That site is getting annihilated from above. Why Buck over Sledge? Buck has much better.
Always will pick up Merc. Down to Chala and Geo.
Buck has much better.
But the timing, indeed, my friend. It'll take out Chala. It'll take out Geo.
Buck has much better soft destruction than Sledge.
No backup plan for TSM to specifically.
And you have hard breaching gadgets.
Outer stocks hold since they lost the elevator positioning. That's normally where you'd want to see something like a mute jammer go down. We may have actually had one. Those breaches were relatively high, so keep in mind the mute jammers were nerfed at an earlier point this year. They no longer will cover the entire hall. Their verticality was taken away, so if you throw them halfway up the wall or more, there's a good chance.
Yeah, I mean, just think about when Sledge is. That's true as well. Think about when Sledge sledges the floor. You get one little hole in the floor, then you move on. One little hole in the floor, then you move on. Whereas like Buck, it's like big hole, big hole, big hole, big hole. You know. Nice part. Yeah, that is true. Sledge can take care of Castle plus nades, but
and as such, Empire able to eventually work their way in without losing a single player along
the thing is, they know they're getting top control, and they know they're popping every hatch, right? If they were basement, I would agree with taking Sledge, which is what they did. But they're going up top. If you're going up top or open or anything else, then there's like soft destruction around it.
Well, it was the only site that they ended up losing. But for Merc and the rest of TSM, open area obviously not really giving them the results that they want, so they need to try something different.
Do players have to speak English on comms? No.
So instead, they'll head to CEO and see what they can do here. The biggest thing is, how can they effectively defend themselves against not only the lobby windows, but also the North Repel?
Like, Empire is also running hard breach gadgets on Buck.
Once more, TSM move away
That's
from
why I'm freezing my ass off.
Here and are going to move on
Dude,
to
I
newer
hate,
pastures to try and claim their second round here on the defensive side. Things looking good on the basement hole, but now they go upstairs for their third and final
5 degrees outside.
More likely rotating back down into the basement one final time on round number 10 here. Time will tell, of course, how Empire, as you were saying before, are going to be able to work their way through that. An easy path is opened again as we have that same stocks position lined up. Possible fallback to the interior of stocks itself through the hatch, but at the same time,
Fuck nades. Fuck nades was good, I would agree, but I mean, it's fine. He's still a great operator.
To get that player out of there if things are played the same way by Empire. Empire, of course, going to have greater focusing on the repel this time.
At least TSM is adapting fairly well here. TSM is running a lot more bulletproof gadgets now because they realize they're not running nades really. But I mean, they still do have. They have Zoe and they have Ash. It's not like they don't have destruction.
All except for the stock position. Not gonna have jammers or anything for that, as Geo only has 2 electro claws, so those will be dedicated to other pastures.
But TSM is adapting well for that. Yeah, they're bringing Goyo and they're bringing
2 bullets worth of HP away from death.
Maestro as well. A lot of info. They have an Echo too, I believe. I don't know.
With the repel
see when it comes back up.
On that north side, always obviously going to continue to work this space, but he'll get taken down from Merc as he's got the crossfire here at the top of Marble. He's going to continue to try and hold
they do have an Echo
hallway here, but without always, they need to get Shepard into position to be able to blow some of these walls.
Merc's not going to move himself forward anymore. He knows there's a flank drone watching his position if he tries to go any more forward here. Dan going to open up things on the interior of the site and hopefully take out any mute jammers that were positioned
is still
there
below.
Well,
this could be really big.
1-for-1 exchange though, but that only favors TSM in this scenario here with Scythe. They're knocking out Bolo. Still an important member of the team going down here as he is actually on the Echo this time too. So now those Yokai not going to be able to be relocated anymore. The ones that are alive but up on a ceiling, of course, those can still be utilized, but no longer going to be able to.
Empire's stalling out a little bit here
for that late round clutcher. If we see a tense plant in the final seconds of the round from Empire. Speaking of which, it's looking like we're going to be.
Hey, what's on Jinxie? When's the reveal? I think it's after in between the 2 games.
And now Merc going to finally swing out once again here to claim his second kill.
Nice job. Let's go.
Here for the team as Dan falls, leaving only Shepard in the fight, and he too has no idea where TSM are. So Geo's going to knock him out. And with that, once again, an exchange is picked up here. A 2-to-1 overall site share for TSM as they're going to rotate back downstairs into the basement and try and tie this up one more time. It's 6-6.
In time and time
Mr. Cool Age had 5 months.
Able to punish Empire.
Great hold, great hold.
Entry. These extended roams really haven't been working out for them that much. It's really been the site play that we've seen to be able to fend off this Empire offense. And what a beautiful shot here to start us off from Merc as he just steps up and takes out the player here at the stock window. But for Empire, they continue to try and fight back. This has been a pretty
feisty dude.
Back and forth, but luckily
why can't Pro League players use attachment skins? I mean, they can.
As well as Shala on these hard set defenders.
Track on. They get the sub.
Back downstairs towards lockers and see if they can have yet another successful defense. And if they do, it's a tied ball game.
So let's see if TSM can do it, as this is the site they closed out on previously here, having these same.
They're bringing it back, chat. I told you. More defensive for them. I don't know. I just still always feel that TSM's a bit more comfortable on defense.
Right out of the Empire strat book here, is he's going to bring the cap cannon into the fold as well.
John, do you mind if I copy your homework? I promise you it's not going to look the same.
I'm going to change it.
I'm going to change it up.
Hey, Pooball, thank you for the sub to Jinxie. Very much appreciated.
But here for TSM, we're going to see something extremely similar, all the way down to Merc having
Vigil
as well. But as we all know, folks, if you play enough Siege, you know that a lot of strategies work. Oh my God, Dan! He gets blown sky high by a nitro cell. He's just trying to put a breaching charge down, man. And well, there happens to be another explosive on the other side of that. Kind of hard to hear through those bulletproof panels. And well, Dan's not going to do a lot more hearing inside of this.
That's going to be a very early nitro.
You should have asked it. No, you don't. You wouldn't waste an ash charge on that. Because you might have to deal with shield. Like, you don't know what's on the board. There could be shields and stuff later, but it's like the thing is he should have droned it first. It just slap. You just can't slap that on there.
And it's the same really advantageous spot here for Empire to use.
Gotta drone it.
Very long angle. It cuts off a huge rotation point for TSM. So they'll have to be careful here. As long as that player's on that point, they cannot use this hallway to its full effectiveness.
Well, problems now for Empire.
Right, this is drone hole right there.
Not supposed to go down this way, and for TSM, now they can play this out really any way they want to. Continue to delay inside of this space. Just leave Merc solo in here. He's got that ERC-7 backpack that can hide him away from drones.
No, yeah, it's literally you just have to drone that. Like,
for him to hold on to this, but not until he crosses into sight. There's line of sight. Those holes working back onto him instead as he crosses through the open area. And now Scyther's got full control of this. Yes, the delay works out initially for TSM. TSM,
Got
but
one of
the
the
equalizer
drones.
could come back to bite them.
It's a thing that TSM are going to have to watch out for over the course of this series. Empire, if they want to be, are an incredibly patient team. They've got no problem putting Overwatch over a series of angles there, making sure their teammate crosses off the other side of it here, and just sitting on it for a minute or longer to try and catch themselves a kill to equalize the man count inside of the round here. They've just done that.
Is this like ranked? Oh, dude, this is casual.
That drone will sneak its way. They'll get some good intel.
All of these players here, you know, an average ranked game is definitely a lot harder, for sure.
Given up all their own extended positions and are just going to try to play this one out into the final seconds of the round here as we'll see Empire.
Wait, just what happened to that? Why did that stop?
Along with that, and start to open up their own
that ace charge just like got destroyed. He might have put them too close.
That drone the entire time and feed them intel onto what TSM's actually doing inside of the site, especially
that got glitched.
Hall space. Yeah, you won't be able to see gold vault.
I think he did have another ace for that, but
as Geo gets taken down, so many
oh no,
that's
smoke.
And now he's dusted. Always picks him up, and they're looking to get the plant down now. Shepard to start it off, but no delay unless
Bolo doesn't have C4 anymore. Yep. Echo.
Stop it this time around, but always will go looking for that yokai in the moment, and even if he stops it again, they still have plenty of time in order to plant this. Now Bolo and the rest of TSM have to do something here. Do they have the stop?
Oh, he's got this.
He downs one. Can he get Shepard on the back end? No, it's Shepard to win out the initial fight and the second one. Empire up and on to match point.
I thought he had that. Honestly, I thought when Bolo swung that, he was going to stop plant. If he stops plant there, then that was GG.
Trying desperately to hunt that one out, put them onto a 0-time plant there. If the push from TSM in those final seconds was just a little bit stronger, they may have taken the round, but the perfect cutoffs, especially to the top of the square hatch, saves their player's life, saves their planter's life. Let's get another look at that dirty nitro cell, the way the round started out at. But once again, it didn't prove itself to be enough here. TSM failed to hold, and now need to go 2 straight to trigger overtime in the first map.
Yeah, this is match point right now for Empire. They win this.
What is the site allocation for TSM? Well, it looks like they want to head
they didn't need
back
Dan
down
at
to
all.
the lockers and see if they can have a successful defense. And not only that, it's also going to be the roam initially here. But it's attack pause in the moment here. I'm assuming it's for TSM.
Yeah, if Geo didn't go down, that could have been a different round.
And, well, wouldn't you know, I'd be correct.
Who's the strongest team in Invite right now?
Given the
I mean, I thought TSM has looked really good, honestly.
A lot about what Pojo was doing back there.
MIBR's looked great.
He's got some wise words to say in the moment, and hopefully something that bags him 2 rounds.
Yep, keep in mind here, folks, TSM still negotiated control at a 2.
What was Castle doing? Trying to flank.
They're not out of this fight just yet, and that's more than likely what Pojo Man is telling them here as they get ready to head into what could be the
FaZe beat Sonics, yeah.
But at the same time, could very well be the start of the
subbing
comeback
Macy.
for TSM.
Yep, this is the tactical pause. They're
subbing
subbing in Macy, chat.
At the very end of that basement hold, and then return to the other site where they also found success. They're right back in this. They've triggered OT, and with 2 additional
yeah,
rounds,
MIBR actually was looking good, dude. They're on a heater right now. They're actually pretty scary looking.
Right now. And on top of the fragging strength of the overall roster,
they did 3 damage to Bolo. It's GG, chat.
Away from TSM, who was the team that picked into this.
And that's been the scary thing here for TSM, is that Empire constantly are able to take these gunfights and find success in them. We even see it on site inside of that, where they're able to take down Geo, one of the only people that can stop this plant and slow them down, especially past Chala's utility. Yes, yokai drones are fantastic, but they're no longer invisible. They're very easy to find once you start launching those sonar blasts at people. So you really want the smoke to be able to
How
work
much money are they playing
alongside
for?
them, TSM just didn't have that to offer.
$1 million.
It's going to close itself down, and once again, Empire will be thrusted onto the map. TSM bringing a very similar lineup to the table, but we are also going to see, I believe, a new wrinkle being added in here. The K.
Why has Latin America been so dominant lately? Latin America's been so dominant lately because
we saw that before, and once again, Chala bringing those
this time they used a Zofia charge on it this time. I don't like, why are they just not droning it? You could just drone it. I guess maybe they're worried about losing a drone early, but
cheeky spots out here towards lobby to make sure that Joystick is safe and sound, won't lose his life early on.
I'm sorry, Latin America is the best team mechanically. They have the best. They're the best at, you know, gunfighting people essentially.
Hitting their marks here in the moment. Joystick will shoot back as well as Bolo's going to be manning this door. He's going to pop it open, but this is so very dangerous. At least for right now, Joystick even
this is really dangerous, dude.
won't be able to land find his shots. Bolo going to take a little bit of heat, but achieved up and on in the moment here. Not able to find too much. Joystick going to take a lot of damage, but it's actually Shepard to strike first as he'll take down Merc.
TSM wanting such an aggressive opener.
There we go, Bolo. There we go, buddy.
Scyther bites off a little bit more than he can chew. Bolo being the one to pick that up for TSM, but at the same time, they've suffered some pretty big losses themselves. Relatively even after everything calms down for a moment, as Bolo still took a lot of damage from his fight, and Joystick still was nearly found out on the initial engagement there. He's sitting at about 20 HP left.
I think it's cheated. It can grab.
So both teams losing a player and nearly losing a second inside of the first half of the round.
Oh, Joystick knows somebody's in this space, and he's found him now. So very dangerous for the Castle player in this moment, but luckily enough, Joystick is so very low as well. So this ump can most definitely work out if he lands shots, and just like that, Joystick's down. Dan's here to try and refrag, and he'll achieve that. He's been able to keep Dan alive, or rather Joystick, as he'll be able to pick him back up. They'll continue to be able to use his utility.
Smoke is still up, minute left.
Has the smokes as well on top of that, and having another man alive in this situation is definitely going to assist them. Bolo looking to try and find some more stuff inside of open area as well, as he'll continue to hold on to the hatch, but he's going to drop off as we enter the last 45
He still has C4. Like, it's smart to not just take that gunfight.
Them failing to translate the kill against Joystick is
they have
even worse here.
This is looking okay. 30 seconds left. You have a C4 denial. You have an Echo drone, potentially. I didn't see if they... I know they shot one Echo, but I think they still have one left. And they have smokes.
Even if they lose the first duel, they will still win the round here. But at the same time, look at the time. There's only 20 seconds of it left, and Empire haven't even started descending into the basement yet. Finally, that will change. It's going to be an elevator hatch drop. Not only from there, but they'll drop into Gold Bar Vault also here. Shepard trying to wrap himself in. They don't have a lot of angles to play with, and of course, no time to open up the site, but that's not going to matter if they can frag out the entire roster. Geo's down.
Oh my
God. Left alive, but he doesn't even see any of the members of Empire. They take map number 1 here as they steal TSM's map pick with a final score of 7-4.
And on that timer, Bolo with an opportunity inside of the 1vx, but just not able to achieve it. Empire with a map that they haven't played in months, and a map that they haven't played all of SI, able to steal it away from the North American squad. And
that's tough. That was... I don't know why. I was like so fucking worried when I saw Bank, and I saw that the Empire hadn't played it all tournament. It just... The fact that they like let it through, like...
TSM constantly floundering due to those there not catching players, making late round rotates, late adjustments such as that perfect retake we saw when TSM was finally able to get their basement plant going inside of the first half. Plenty of things like that occurring, and plenty of things that unfortunately TSM just could not deal with, causing them to drop map number 1 here, and unfortunately keeping their bronze curse at SI alive, failing to get past the 3rd place finish. That may still be a factor here, as if they drop one more map, they're heading down into the lower bracket to try and fight for a rematch against Empire in the grand final. Before they even get to there, they'd have to take out one of the best that Brazil has to offer here at this
tournament. They'd be playing FaZe or MIBR.
Luckily enough for TSM, they're not out of it just yet. That was only Bank, folks. We still have Cafe.
I'm not in shambles. Cafe's up. I mean, honestly, I see that as an Empire map, but I know TSM is also very good at it, so we'll see.
On to Empire's own map pick, which is going to make things even more interesting. Empire certainly well prepared for it. The interesting note to keep here, though, is the fact that Empire's overall map pool doesn't look so strong on paper. A lot of mixed results, a lot of maps sitting very close to like a 40 to 60% win rate.
I would say it's very 50-50. I don't know.
Stance on some of the upcoming maps here. So as Stokes
said, I don't know.
They're certainly not out of this tournament and not out of the upper bracket just yet. Keep it locked and loaded here, folks, on the main Rainbow Six channel, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes with map number 2 of the upper bracket finals.
Blue is a really good caster, honestly. Dude, it's so weird that they chose to, like, advertise these skins during SI. They're so creepy. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna buy them. They're pretty cool. It's just like, it's kind of like, I feel like this, it's like, I feel like they should have done something that's, like, related more to, like, I don't know. Mm-hmm. Support your favorite teams and players. I do. I always do, chat. Floating a little bit. I don't want to be floating. There we go. A lo-fi. That chimney again, chat. That chimney. I'm like that meme guy that's wearing a mask and smiling, but behind the mask his real face is crying. Dude, we are perfectly fine, okay? We are perfectly fine. All right. Let's do that. It's a big battle, dude. Holy shit, we have like 200 units. We're fine, chat. We're fine. This is all according to plan. You gotta make the games interesting. People need their drops. Oh my god, they have so many archers. God, I hate archers. Am I gonna stream the season reveal? I don't know. So I'm supposed to have like a contractor coming here today to my house to do some work. So if he comes through, like, you know, obviously I gotta, like, you know, deal with that. But oh, this is bad. Okay, now we're good. Okay. All right. Any of the top 5, you have 30 seconds to pick, and then I'm just gonna pick for you. I'm gonna random distribute actually fully. I want to watch the match or whatever the analyst test is popping back up. I'm just gonna random grant actually. We're going back to map. All right, all random grants for. Okay, what game is this? It's Stream Raiders. All right, what did I need to do again? A flying rogue, right? This is my flying rogue. Okay. Exclamation point battle, chat.
Empire defeating TSM 7-4, and that was TSM's map pick, so yeah. That hurt a little bit there. And that was map 1 Bank, and we're going to do a deep dive into that right now. And we got a little wager going on, a little bet. Dev, it's you versus Fress. That's their little duo name.
Well, I just...
Yeah, elaborate.
I just saw how good Empire looked at the very start of this map. I think I'm the king of calling it when it's absolutely not over yet. I think it was 1-0 to Empire, and I'm like, wow, really good round from Empire. They look like they're prepared for Bank, which is TSM's pick. I reckon Empire take it 2-0, and you guys were like, woo!
Yep. That's what we said.
It was just a bold statement.
It was a bold statement after one round.
Back in our faces now, though, because Empire just won on the map that they didn't pick, that TSM picked.
Sure.
And they get to play 2 of their big 3 maps as the second map and or the decider.
Look, I will just say I can't pull out of the bet now. We already agreed on it. But
we'll shake. We haven't actually shaken on it. There you
go.
Oh, Jess is in the bet. I'm separate to the bet now.
The fresh duo, that's where the handshake is done.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, we love Empire.
I can't wait to see who's going to win, though. But, all right, let's start talking about this matchup a little bit and zoom in on map 1 here.
The analyst desk is always cursing. They kind of do sometimes,
honestly, that was the thing that really stuck
I don't
out to
know.
me from
It's
Empire
not over
straight
till
out of
it's
the game,
over.
Like running Capcan, going for these extended roams with Castle, all of that.
Yep.
And I love the confidence. I'm pretty sure it was the very first
and Moxie,
kill of
thank you
the
very, very
map.
much for getting 5 subs in a row. If you're lucky enough to get this up for Moxie, thank Moxie in the chat. Link in the Ubisoft account. Good job. Wayon, Countless B, Mr. Mob, Ethan Lewis, and Double D's G. Welcome to all 5 of you.
Make sure we've hyped up, and then bam, Capcan kill just happens.
Yeah.
Okay, and Jess, there were some really nice adaptations from both teams, but you really like TSM's creativity on this map, because we gotta hype up TSM a little bit here. It wasn't an awful map. I mean, it started off a little bit slow, but they had a comeback.
I mean, yeah, I wanted to sort of not dog on TSM too much, because obviously their map pick, you can see their stats there aren't awful. I think Merc was really the one that was shut down quite consistently. I know for a fact that they are, looking to make the entry game strong. Merc is the top-rated player, as we said, going into this map on those entries, and I think Empire did really well at shutting them down, making them, forcing them
only the
not
first
have
map,
those aggressive front runners do as much damage as they usually do. And that adaptation, yes, you might laugh at the Capcan, yes, you might be thinking, wow, what a silly way to die, but that was a beautiful little adaptation against the kind of front runners like Merc, who are used to making the space that couldn't do that.
And some of the rounds that TSM won were really, really impressive. Like, I'm thinking they had an attack onto CEO where they, in fact, 2 of their attacks onto CEO, they won. And the first time they lurked a little bit, Bolo got a 3 or a 4K from coming up the stairs. And the second time around, we saw like that window repel plant. Really good.
Yeah, no, and I think I have
No, yeah, you can get drops here.
Just to highlight the creativity.
You can.
I just wanted to highlight it. Just
you bought tank, Cisco? Hey, thank you.
Other people miss, and it's just
I
a nice
appreciate
little
it.
adaptation. They hear the breaching charge go on the castle.
Thank you
C4
very
out.
much,
They
Cisco.
actually stood there prepped with the C4, waiting for that to happen. They knew, 1, if it was going to be a sledge, you probably still could catch it, but 2, that they weren't running a sledge, they were running breaching charges. It's a nice little freebie, and it's little creativity stuff like that from TSM I really like.
It did cost them in the end of the round, just to balance this point back out, is that they didn't have the C4 for the plant denial, and then Shepard plants and gets a 2K to clutch out.
Yeah.
Nice little bit of creativity.
I liked it.
Lose the round, but off the back of it as well, though.
Okay, and Fresh, I hear you got a little clip for us too. We want to take a closer look at round 4, and Empire looked really coordinated. You were really impressed with their retake here.
I loved it because most teams, their win condition on this map is time, and when time doesn't happen, it's plant denial. Empire had wasted so much time on the roam, the plant goes down. What do Empire do? They don't panic. They know that they cannot try and panic the retake, so they completely coordinate the retake. You see in the visual on the top floor, the smoke is going to drop the open area hatch.
Why does
And they
Empire
wait
not
for
have
it,
an
they wait for
R6
it,
share
they drop
bundle?
together,
I don't know.
They play for it, and the retake eventually, what you're
They
going to
must
see, the retake
not.
eventually happens.
I don't think they really have any content
that
creators.
composure
So
in the
like,
post-pump, because most teams don't like
the
to
way
get to the
that
post-pump.
like R6 share works, at least from what I understand, is like you got to be like a really big, well-known org. Your team. It honestly really doesn't even matter if your team is super successful, from what I understand. It's more about like what you bring to the game, right? Like if you're a big org, if you have a big thing too is signing content creators to your team.
When they finally got on the diffuser and started disabling it,
Empire's a really big team. They don't have any content creators, though. I don't think.
That has options for all outcomes. If your win condition is usually plant denial, upon which is most teams, or it's roaming and delaying the time, as the teams we're doing at this tournament are doing.
Who do they have
if
as a
you don't have
streamer?
Redundancy plan, and we've seen that with a lot of teams who have been knocked out and we've criticized them. Then you are going to lose.
And in that particular round, the plant was starting to go down around 50 seconds. They only have the 3 smoke canisters.
People just keep saying they do, but who do they have that's a content creator?
They've got a vigil. They've got no C4s. They've only got this smoke. They need to. We were saying it as it was happening. They need to formulate a plan to fully retake, to push 3-4 people up the main stairs, take the fight, take it with numbers, take it coordinated. That's exactly what they did, and they won the round off the back of it. And that's the sign of a very, very top-level team.
Okay, well, let's take a closer look at map 2 and see if it fares better for TSM, or maybe Empire's going to dominate. We'll see who wins the bet here.
Don't say anything.
Okay, all yours, Jess.
No.
I don't think they have any, dude.
I'll get in there, right? Look, yeah, statistically, you can see straight off the gate, this is stats exclusively from the 6 Invitationals so far, and Empire, yeah, undefeated on Cafe. They 7-4'd 2 SI champions, Space Station and NIP, neither quite in the form that they were once upon a time. And TSM, on the other hand, while they're 1-1, that loss that they had was a 7-2 to Furia just 5 days ago. So TSM not coming in with the hottest form on this map. And if you look a little bit further back in history, the only wins that they've had against much weaker teams that didn't make it to this tournament. So I'm going to put it out there. I think this is going to be one of Empire's best maps, or something you said, Fresh, right?
One thing that stands out for me is that attack win rate of 67%, because you ask any entry in the world, which map do you not like entering the most? The answer is Cafe, because you've got to enter from top red, you've got to clear out Piano, Pixel, all of these places. And it makes it so hard, which is why we tend to consider Cafe as a defender-sided map. However, maintaining a 67% attack win rate is... I assume that Empire, as they've pitched the map, TSM will choose the defense. If Empire get 3 or 4 attacks, it's almost over, because they put the pressure on going into the second half.
I would like to hold my judgment until I see the operator bans. And a lot of people won't put a lot of weight on the operator bans. I actually think on Bank it was really important. We were speaking about the 0 ban, on Bank, and how many spots you can put the SAM cams. He's got the hard breach charges, so much going on. I do think that I'm going to wait to reserve judgment.
Razor is their content creator.
To do when it comes to those bans.
I thought that guy doesn't even make content anymore.
That's going to be what I'm really looking forward to.
Didn't he quit?
Well, let's get
He's
to
the guy who
match
did
two.
the analyst
Big
videos of pro
question, though,
games and
who's
stuff.
winning this bet, Dev or Fresh?
Come on.
Oh lordy. Okay, well let's hand it over to Blue.
I thought he
and
completely
Stokes with
quit,
map 2.
like a long time ago.
Thank you very much, Jackie. And it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to head into
Oh, I'm
map
thinking
number
Reaper.
2. TSM faltering, not expecting that additional strength to show up on an unexpected map for Empire. And now they have to go on to Empire's, on paper, most prominent map here inside of this tournament so far.
This is their
They could
coach,
potentially knock them down.
right?
We heard the analyst desk talking about
He's their social
it's gonna be a
media
tough
manager
challenge.
and
This could be
coach.
the end of the upper bracket run for TSM. We'll have to wait to find out if they have the strength to rebound here. Stokes, let's get your take on it here. Cafe Dostoyevsky, does TSM take it, or is it a 2-0 for Empire?
It's going to be an uphill battle, John, but as of right now, I gotta say, I'm on the Empire train, but TSM...
I mean, he's not really a really big content creator. I'm sure he's a nice guy and everything like that, but they don't have a recognized content creator.
Social media might think it's a 60-40 split, but Empire are looking to close us out in 2-0 fashion. And, well, luckily for Jess, we are already into the bans. Thatcher off the board, one that is quite routine for any map. We had him in the last one, won't have him here. And Ying going to be banned out for Empire, so that Nomad will work its way in.
Nomad going to be a possibility here. Gives our attackers a lot more room to breathe, especially when it comes to late round positioning here. No longer going to have to watch out for those white or red stair swings here, as more than likely those can be covered, assuming, of course,
to say definitely the 49-month Twitch Prime resub. Welcome back, Ross Conlon for the Prime sub.
With our final ban, TSM could throw us a curveball here, but more than likely, oh no, actually, we're going to see Valkyrie left back in there. So one of the few times she'll be allowed through the pool here. We talked about it before. She has been the most banned operator overall at this tournament, but this time, well, Mai is going to be knocked out to open the floodgates for a little bit more nade dump utility to be able to work itself into these rounds.
Yeah, Ying, a very important ban here, especially with the way that we've seen her utilized at this tournament alongside Finka, and the way that you can unblind yourself with those adrenal surges. But we won't have to worry about that here. I really want to focus on this Wamai ban, and this is where things get pretty, scary for the defensive
Valk is
ends
up,
here on Cafe.
No
if
Valk
you see
pick,
Capital
though.
start to get worked in, a lot of these, points of contention around the defensive setup are no longer holdable. Those discs are the only thing that prevent you from eating one of those micro bolts and being set on fire. So we'll have to see what Empire brings to the table in that regard, as well. It's going to be TSM that banned that out, so they'll more than likely be utilizing
Basement
that on
first
their
pick, walls
side,
all
but we'll just have to
open,
see. As
all
we
head
get into
height
it, though, folks,
holes,
TSM will be starting us off
castle
downstairs
barricade
inside the kitchen.
outside.
So for TSM,
What else are
they
doing?
are going to still be
Are
able
doing
to
a
bring,
coat
of course,
setup?
their Rooney into play here, but most notably not going to see a Jaeger
Somewhat of
on
a
at
coat.
least
Yeah,
their
they're
first run.
they're
Good
putting a lot of
possibility to see him
utility in
swapped at some
coat.
point, though, as he's a fairly comfortable pick, especially for some of our more prominent members of the team right now. But Bolo going to think he can work things better with the laser gates to block things off, and I would generally tend to agree, especially looking at the utility being brought into the table.
Going above, are they locking hatch down or playing it? Let's see.
It'll certainly remove some of the soft breach utility alongside, again, the flashes and nades that could also go directly.
Oh, that's kind of cool. They put that AIM Lab logo on top of the hut. It's like our hut.
How difficult it is for entries to work this map, and well, you saw exactly why, especially with the way that TSM extended themselves all the way up towards that top floor. There's now really no safe entry point in order for Empire to get into. It's going to be down to the info game to try and find a hole so they can actually get into this map. They're holding up a lot of the area up top, and although it's kind of a shell setup over towards that west side as of right now inside of Cigar, they have mute jammers around this space, which will obviously fake pressure that Empire will have to worry about in the moment. Simply waiting for that to drop open now. Joystick, once the hatch pops, will begin traversing down the red stairwell here and in towards mining. He's going to be able to clear out a lot of this area here as we hop on board, and he'll see that there's not a single person home, but there is indeed one TSM member inside of Red 90.
Empire now spotting it is all clear, at least around Red Hot. You're going to start to take that control for themselves. Joystick with the lineup against Merc 2. Catches him mid-transition, trying to move away from his position in Cocktail. First kill of the round is free for Empire, but we are going to see closer to White Stairs.
Oh yeah, hold on, I'm still floating.
One member of the TSM roster
Yeah.
nearly returning the favor himself. There was, I believe, he fights against Bolo. He goes down to about half HP, but Bolo wins that fight only slightly, though. His Scyther sits a little bit lower in the HP department.
Good news is that Empire will be delayed because of the way that FTX set this up, but now for them, obviously that timer going to become an issue.
I wonder why.
Past that though, TSM really don't have anybody inside of the space for that mid floor, so Empire will be able to hop too soon enough and continue sledging up this floor. As always, we'll immediately begin that. We'll have some range soft breach as well, so if they want to make angles like the angle over towards bunker, they'll be able to do so, but as of right now, they want to stick to this info game. They'll be able to discover that player back there inside of the bunker space like we were talking about prior, and Scyther will begin breaking up this flooring as well with the breaching charges.
Of course, just opening up good options to be able to use, specifically in a post-plant scenario, so they can look down through that hatch there. Scyther's going to get down, but not fully taken out just yet, so possibility for him to maybe get revived here in a few seconds. Oh, Joystick with the read against the swing from Bolo, though. Beautifully played from him, and he's got a possibility of a second, but no! Doesn't account for the fact that Achieve was still going to be hiding out. They saw the Toxic Babes. They knew the smoke was still alive nearby.
Right,
just
cool,
didn't bring
chat.
into the fact that he was going to go all the way out. The good news is
Contractor that I got coming over is gonna be here like way later. He said he's like running late today.
He's just dropped the case outside of the garage as well. That's a big loss for Empire. Now
They can watch all the games.
They've got to try to DM their way out of this situation, but Charlotte's causing even more problems on the other side of the map. Achieve knows they're going to go for the freezer plant here, and they've only got a couple seconds to get it down on the ground. Here's the Yokai. Is it going to strike? True, indeed it will.
Oh!
Clutch out the round for TSM.
Insane round there from TSM.
Did they shoot it at the same time as it was going off?
But really, it was all achieved.
From Null, thank you for the 4 months, Levy George, thank you.
He's the only person on TSM to stop the onslaught from Empire that they desperately needed on the White Stairs side. That looked like Empire was just going to walk their way into sight once they got all of these frags, but it's just not doable in the moment. Some fantastic frags here from Joystick, but achieved, able to step up in a serious way here for round one.
It's been a while since we have seen a Yokai clutch work its way into a pro tournament of this caliber, mainly due to the fact that these little drones had a pretty spectacular nerf thrown at them a little over a year ago now. As before, they used to be invisible if you had them on their position in a ceiling for long enough. No longer the case anymore. They've lost that capability, but still on sites like the kitchen hole.
God, you remember how annoying Echo was back in the day, dude?
As we saw, the members
that was a nice play, though. They had that hidden up there.
Empire couldn't find it out quickly enough. they unfortunately are not going to be able to catch it, swinging its way into the open and shutting down the plant attempt at 0 seconds.
Interesting pickup here for TSM as they enter the reading site. They'll be on the mid floor as of right now, as we've seen a lot of teams pick between reading as well as mining, all attached to the dining site, as we all know. But Bolo, he's going to be working in the frost.
Rip, say 20 months was good. What's going on? Rooting for TSM. Hopefully they win.
We'll see how these welcome mats work out. As for everything else, though, it's pretty plain Jane when it comes to the site setup overall.
Okay.
Some extra shields here with Merc on the Goyo, so 2 of those, and some cams working their way in as Valkyrie has actually been allowed to come through the ban phase.
One Val cam up. Where's he gonna throw it?
Going to shake things up a little bit and more than likely lead to a few of these.
There's a good spot on the train in there they could use.
We'll be able to switch away from the smoke position. No longer are you really going to need it here for a second floor.
Yeah, no Valk ban is huge, dude.
To gain access to this site here, as well as the fact that there's a pretty hard capability to try and keep that smoke alive.
Echo is so annoying, dude. Oh my god.
So then the attackers could just waltz right around those toxic babes if they're even deployed properly. There's plenty of reason why you might not want to bring it to the table. And why achieved, we'll now go to a much more aggressive.
Hey, I mean, I'm happy it worked out for TSM, but I hate Echo, dude.
Push coming in from the Yana. Once again, that's just going to be the Gemini, I do believe, not the actual Yana just yet. As we can see, Joystick, of course, now back on the
roof.
A
Ying man? I mean, yeah, Ying is really good on this map.
On to these defensive bastions around the space.
There's not like they're probably, you know, it's probably like a more of a targeted ban.
Christmas, at least for the time being. Always spending some time there looking for any Valk cams outside, but they're still stuck to the roof, and funny enough, there's actually one inside awaiting their arrival. Not only inside of the drop space, but also here for Cigar. They'll begin using up some of those Habana pellets on the wall, and as John was talking about on the previous map, they're so very nice because you can choose your pattern now and use that utility to its absolute fullest in a lot of different ways. Joystick gonna take some heat now from Bolo inside of the bathroom space as he dips back in. Has some nice shots to take down Dan, but what is it worth to you? So much HP gone now, but at least he'll be able to hold on to his life, even though it's just by a hair.
Keep in mind the Frost Trap's still going to be alive at later points in the round here. Joystick also with a lean-in against quite a few members of TSM, but they're going to keep on striking. Bolo with the second, despite the low HP, and Achieve finding a Nitro from down below here. Joystick's in, but he's already lost that player there.
Nice.
And now he's going to be lost inside of the bathroom, and Merc, of course, will steal all the treasure because of it. Knocking out Joystick, leaving only Scyther alive. It doesn't even look like TSM are going to get off the third floor in this round. However, Scyther has somehow negotiated himself a third kill. It's down to a 1v2. And this is quite winnable for Scyther.
Still a good looking round for TSM here.
He's got 40 seconds to play this. Now I'm going to try and find one of these players through a top-down angle, but no dice as he uses the first breaching charge. Thankfully, still plenty of those to go. I think he accidentally throws out a stun instead of, the breaching charge, so a little gap there, but easy correction here, and more than likely, we're not going to have a great use for that second stun charge anyway, as he leaps over the banister to get himself into hell here and try to push himself into the site. It's looking like he's lost the plot, though, just guessing for players, hoping to run into a rotate from TSM, but he's not going to find it. TSM are holding
he's not really going for this.
And now they know that Scyther's going for this 90 push. He doesn't have a way to fight into it here, and he's going to unscope at just the wrong moment. Shala,
I don't know why he didn't really go for it there, but hey, I'm happy.
TSM claim another one.
Very well done, especially the early pick coming out of Bolo as he manned that pixel and bathroom position. TSM able to
You're the only one who knew busted Zofia was. Zofia LMG was good, but like there were other guns that were much better.
Single engagement, and once again, that's why the entry game on Cafe is so difficult. The amount of crossfires you have to deal with, all the different ways that the defense can attack you. It's just so very hard in order to actually achieve anything, especially on this top floor. But now for Empire, luckily enough for them, they'll be back to the drawing board here as they'll now be attacking into a bar cocktail defense from TSM.
Rico going to be added into the attacking roster also for the Empire roster, as they'll be bringing a Flores out for Scyther here to try and clear out some of, specifically again, this third floor utility. It's a much
I think every gun should have access to every site. Honestly, it doesn't. To me, it doesn't make sense. I don't. It's like a. I don't think it's a good way of balancing, personally. But I mean, hey, it does work. It's definitely effective. There's no question about that.
Working its way in here. We're not going to have the castle barricades that we sometimes see that will be used booths inside of the cigar shop. Instead, they'll more than likely be on a couple of doors and things like that, just to make the entry points a little bit more difficult for Empire to go through, as well they'll be taxed in order to do it. You got to give up a piece of utility or some life in order to traverse that space. Now for Empire, they will be out and onto the field. They have the Flores along for the ride as well, so probably be seeing that used up against Bolo, so he doesn't have shields to play around.
Will we get a Rainbow Six 2 at some point?
I
mean, I don't think for a long time. I don't think it really makes sense to do that. I think it makes more sense to do an engine overhaul
from TSM. That is exactly what we talked about at the start of the round.
and then just do it as a free update to the game.
Their terror drones in the right spot here to knock out some of these power positions. The TSM are going to look to lock
Maybe
in,
more ADSM for 2Xs, maybe.
Over towards the bathroom spot by Pixel and a few other spots such as by Freezer. Of course, their cocktail position probably going to be pretty reinforced also. See them just inching this drone forward here to see where exactly these players will be spotted out at, and also make sure there's not going to be anyone from TSM potentially trying to peek out against the sunroof.
We could, yeah, lots of good drinking games.
First minute gone here as Empire spin up the drones and see exactly what they have to work themselves through. A lot of different avenues for TSM to enact themselves upon Empire here as well. Some soft holes through the flooring up top here for Nitro Cells to be able to slip through and effectively take out some Empire members inside of the cigar space here. First Flores drone out, and it's looking for the shield in the corner, and just like we thought about before, it's going to be utilized here to break up one of those Goyo shields.
Oh, they got Pixel shield. I was like, what is he?
As he takes down Shepard.
And early success being found from TSM. Now need to translate that, and so far haven't had much of an issue.
Yeah, if he had that over a little bit, it would have got both, which would have been.
Empire once again faltering in the early round here, going to lose access to their
good though.
As well.
Hard reaches down and Sledge, but 1-for-1 trade.
But not enough to equalize things out.
Christy, thank the prime. Rips for 21 months.
Afterwards, another member of TSM is able to knock down Always himself here. Now 2 dead on the ground for Empire. It's up to Joystick, Dan, and Scyther to make up this active drone working its way in, but have they counted? They know Achieved is here. The swing comes the rail
nice try, nice try.
Joystick finds that trade and equalizes.
Have I been up all night? Absolutely, bud.
Shooting right through the new balcony. Achieved takes some heat and then has to rotate out right into the open arms of the Empire members. And now they found the equalizer, but have they found their first round here in round 3? TSM trying to play this one close to the chest, at least for Geo's situation.
Making a new version of a game is just an awful decision.
Does anyone know that he's
it's just
here?
not a good
You
choice.
You
always, what you want to do is you want to make an update, unless your game is like dead, which there's nowhere, Siege is nowhere being dead.
Freezer, but luckily enough, Bolo's taken one down, but Bolo's iced as well, and Dan's found the frag. Round 3 goes to Empire.
Joystick with the massive flank coming in on the back end there opens up the floodgates for Dan to get the last kill as well. A perfect pinch from Empire and a huge miss from
Yeah,
TSM,
I know. They said they're not doing a Siege 2. Unless your game is completely dead, then you don't make a new version of the game. It doesn't make sense.
Perfect 3-0 run, but no. Once again, these teams will lock themselves into a 2-to-1 site trade ratio as TSM will start to unlock the sites they've already played earlier on in this half here. Heading, of course, back down to Kitchen
that was a
to
nice
start
shot.
out this first round. And if you guys remember, back in round number 1, that was a very close hold for TSM. Only won it because of well-positioned Yo.
But yeah, I mean, the only what you should do is if you have if your game is still doing well, but it has potential issues with certain things, then what you want to do is you want to have like a new update to the game that overhauls the engine and stuff like that. Overwatch 2 has been so disastrous to that game; it's incredible.
Especially for Achieve's case inside of VIP, finding frag after frag that influence.
Have you not seen what's been happening with Overwatch? Do you follow? It's like, you know, how it's been doing as a game. It's been like actually like dying
with that yokai drone. So for this, that means that they're more than likely going to want to make sure that they clear out this east side if they want to be going for things in a very similar fashion. They do not want to allow Achieved to get too far down this path.
Paulo here just trying to snipe out some drones, I think, and open up a few soft breach positions for himself, but not going to be able to find them.
Destiny 2 came out. I mean, because it was a last-gen game. I mean, Siege got updated for new generation. Like, it had a major update for console.
Going to bring the Dokkaebi out, an operator we haven't seen a whole lot of inside of this tournament, but has been used inside of some niche scenarios, such as this.
Yeah, it's just
to suss out the
Siege is fine. Like, just
as they get closer to the site execute, such as
it's really not a big deal. Like, the game's doing fine.
Need to confirm one more time the exact position of a player hiding.
This is going to be a really good year for Siege.
Other sneaky ones they may not be totally aware of can be very useful for that. And of course, these are the best of the best. So playing off that
engine updates are the way to go. Unless your game is dead, like literally dead at like not. Oh my gosh, like random like players that are bad
now as well.
Saying it's dead, then you don't do that.
Be rung up whenever that happened, and well, nowadays he does indeed. So that'll be a direct counter.
Right. I mean, now we have new maps
but they won't have to have always
coming next year.
The DMR can get it done as well. But now for Empire, they have top floor control. They'll start traversing into the second area now and getting rid of some of these default cams. Although Dan's going to take a second in order to do that. But luckily enough, they'll be able to clear this space out. Now
Battlefield 2042. The same people that say Siege is like dead or like whatever are literally these same people who watched a dude wingsuit in the Battlefield trailer and claimed that like Siege was gonna like they were like done playing Siege and that Battlefield 2042 is gonna kill like Siege.
To be able to win out the round.
Essentially, you don't listen to those people. They're dumb.
Half of it, trying to establish initial positioning. Empire as well are going to be able to find out at least one or two of the yokais. We can see that ping, the contextual one coming in there. That means that Empire have scouted that one out. And we're going to see his Rotero drone actually nearly catch one of the inside players too. That's Geo being forced out of position.
It just makes more sense, yeah. Like
after the explosion timer has
you can always have like big updates.
Not going to be a bit of an issue here as Empire start to swing their way in. They've got the intel on him and are going to start to smoke him out as well as Achieved. But doesn't think Empire have the full confidence to go for it though, despite these smokes being used. That's of course not until we see Joystick absolutely ice out Geo, knocking him down and opening up the floodgates for the rest of Empire to start swinging in. Merc, though,
nice
with
angle.
The cutoff and the response to this hatch drop, he's going to drop the case on the ground. However, temporarily here, Dan's already retrieved it, and he's going to go for the first real planet tip. Here comes Bolo.
Nice.
Up through the wood stairs though. He catches always. He's going to try to stop the plant, but no. Dan's got it in a safe position. He's going to lock it down. Nearly kills Bolo, but Bolo still causing
Bolo with a triple, baby.
Here. He gets the third kill. Scyther's the only one left here, but he's got a frag to bring out as well. Manages to take down Shala. Two more still to go. He's found the second one. Both players now all counter defused, but
good job, good job.
Knock out Scyther and give us another round for TSM as they maintain the lead at 3-1.
Merc holds the line just long enough for the rest of TSM to get upstairs and run amok of that second
Battlefield
floor.
devs are blaming the release of Halo for the failure of 2042.
In the moment, and that's exactly
I mean,
why TSM end up winning that round. A fantastic stick though from Empire.
People just generally speaking don't know like
and at least give
are
them a chance at taking round 4.
very unfamiliar with like the health of games, financial health of games, player bases of games. They look at like Twitch viewership as like the single indicator of a game's health, which is just not true. The most popular, profitable games in the world are all mobile games, and they have 0 viewership on Twitch. That was close though, dude.
Huge clutch on to Scyther, which he's not able to translate. Now a third round has been set up for TSM here, looking to make it 4 as they go back to their second floor hold.
It's going to be the second time here that Empire has seen the reading defense. They got a successful plant on the kitchen the second time around, but will the clear be successful enough to achieve it here on the second go-around for reading? Be back to the top floor here for TSM to set things up above the side and make things a little difficult for Empire on this clear. Utility-wise, sticking to a lot of similarities, especially for Bolo's sake, because we'll be bringing the Frost yet again here and putting these in some cheeky positions. That couch position especially one that could end up bagging a kill for them early on, as people really tend to jump over that couch and not really be aware that something could possibly be at their feet. So could be one that we see come in a little little while later, rather. But
Siege is great, dude. Honestly, Siege is great. It's going to be a good year for Siege. It's really just the people that suck when it comes to playing Siege. But it seems like we're going to have a much better year when it comes to that.
Adding another new one to the tally. as he goes over towards a Twitch to try and snipe out some of this utility. Of course, we are going to see that very quickly get dealt with those. It's put into an obvious to spot position over by White, but still manages to delete at least one of the ADSs here, which is going to make this position all the much weaker for the member of TSM that's currently holding on to it. That will be Bolo, too, who once again is leading the charge here for TSM at 6-4, with a few other teammates being relatively close behind. Merc and Achieved, both with 4 kills to write home about.
Are those Frostments even good? Yeah. Yeah, they're good.
Yes, indeed. The trio.
They're just kind of hidden. People vault that couch a lot.
In the moment, see if Empire can do anything about that here inside of round 5. As they've already started.
I don't really like that 5-camera view. Do you guys, chat?
Red stairs here for a time, whilst the rest of his team works the top end of the map and tries to see if there is any better entry points. Always is shifting himself over towards the east-hand side, so could see him come in here soon enough and try to effectively take out.
I don't like it, dude. I'm not a fan of it at all, actually.
Now pushing himself forward inside of the area. No shield for Bolo to play around inside of Pixel. Does Joystick hit a shot? It's Bolo instead that rips his head off and finds the initial pick yet again.
Bolo again pushing
Beautiful shot
forward time after time again at the beginning of these rounds as he knocks out one of the most pivotal players we've seen so far in this series.
Bolo's been destroying in bathroom over there.
That's going to delete the Yana from play. The free drone's no longer a factor, and now the sledge is well removed from play as Merc is locked in on a Nitro cell play to be able to take him down. Dan desperately hunting for a trade, but no, Gio finally going to get his first kill in this map as well by knocking out Scyther. And we saw it sitting on the
hey, listen, you were talking about the Frostmat 2 seconds ago, right?
They're going to walk into Frostmats like that one.
Oh my god, dude.
Rocketing towards a 1-1 scoreline in this series.
It's the last thing you think about clearing Christmas, and not only that, with your gun up, it's blocking half of your screen. You're not going to see what
someone literally just talked shit about that Frostmat 2 seconds ago.
Frostmat works out there in the end and is able to find that kill.
That is great.
Fantastic defensive showcase here from TSM so far, as it's a 4-1 lead.
Back upstairs here for the 3rd floor hold as they'll try to negotiate their 5th and final round of the half on this very pivotal site here. Thankfully for Empire, it's a lot less complex to approach, so things will be a little bit more straightforward in that regard. And finally, they're going to keep the lineup consistent, it looks like, as once more, Dan will,
you questioned the Frostmat and you take it back.
Keep himself on the same operator. Not moving away from the Twitch. He feels confident that he can do some good work with it. Fortunately, only at 1-3 so far this game, but the drone is possibly going to be pretty useful.
I feel like Empire is going to get, has to be like slightly tilted from all that's been going on right now.
Of utility as well, positioned towards White and that cocktail hold.
Yes, indeed, and also we're going to be seeing the castle barricades.
They lost a drone to an echo, a round to an echo drone. They just got Frostmat final killed.
Layered with those laser gates as well, just to make things kind of difficult to clear.
The Capcan death from earlier. No, that was Chala that walked into the Capcan.
Well, you still have the rest of the site to worry about, John, so you don't want to try and commit too much to that area, especially if it doesn't end up bagging you a kill. So we'll see how Empire wants to go about things now, as Merc showing off some of his mechanical ability. He'll send a shot out towards the south side, but nobody home for the time.
So things continue to look strong for TSM on this defensive half, but big question is going to be, how will things continue to go when we switch sides? You guys saw, if you were watching the Analyst Desk segment, that Empire has a strong stance on this map on both the attack and the defense. The attacking part hasn't necessarily translated itself to be too true in this specific matchup, but the defensive half could still be met with a massive comeback for Empire to still enable them to 2-0 this series. But I will admit, things are looking strong.
Does the winning team get to keep the hammer? No, that goes back to Montreal.
Try and negotiate a 5th and final round here before they thrust it over to the attacking side.
Luckily enough for Empire, Shepard will be rocking the stuns here on Habana, so he'll be able to give those up to the Siege Gods in translation for bit of pressure here inside of Cigar if he so chooses for those laser gates. Lots of shots coming in and on to Chala now, but he will be able to clutch it up in this moment. Joystick to shut him down, and Empire have their first blood.
Yeah, each player gets a smaller trophy.
Chala, and unfortunately, due to the castle barricades put down there, as well as the lack of any soft breach over into Cigar, you can see his teammate Bolo hiding out inside of the pixel position as well as the bathroom spot. Not going to be able to support that to any extent here. Chala left out on an island and unfortunately isolated far too quickly with no path to escape. He goes down here.
Losing smoke early is a big oof. Not as big of a deal here.
Takes care of the bulletproof camera. That's going to limit the potential info coming out from Chala here now that he's down on the ground. No longer can assist from the POV of that camera. And Dan, So that's good enough for him to start working his way in. Of course, being followed up by the Gemini there, which is going to get dealt with quite quickly as it passes Cigar. So no
This drone just got killed too.
Just yet. They need to bleed themselves some kills here, though, as they're starting to get a little low on time. But
Bolo literally has killed like 9 people just chilling in this bathroom.
Whoever is precise must use the DMR, and well, wouldn't you know it, it would be Bolo. Only 2 shots required out of this thing for most operators to dust them, and well, he's already done that inside of this round, taking down Joystick. Now reach down to the last 37 seconds. A possible hop out here as Shepard steps up for White Window, but they need to get something else done inside of this space. He'll use his X-Kairos on the single panel here for Cocktail as that starts to open up, but Empire still have a lot to do inside of this moment. Dan pre-fires for Bathroom. He'll find Bolo as he continues to try and traverse
18
himself
seconds.
up the white hallway, but instead
this is looking pretty good for TSM.
So much to worry about. That F2, can it get it done? Achieve with a beautiful swing here for TSM as they start to take down member after member of Empire. What a shot from Shepard, but it's not going to be enough. With
nice.
On White Stairs, they'll lock it up and make a 5-1 half out of Cafe.
Achieve the Guardian of the White Stairs here, as well as the hallway, shutting down player after player. Empire just having to thrust themselves into it due to a lack of time and their inability to clear out these hard points earlier on in the round. Empire fall from grace here, only 1 round on the attacking side, and now TSM just need to find 2 of these attacks, and they'll trade out maps with their opponents, sending us to the 3rd and final one on Coastline to decide this series here. For Empire, now that they're on the defensive side, they've got the choice of site as well, and they're going to head upstairs, just like we saw in our previous round here to start things out.
Okay, well,
this is looking good for TSM finally.
Defensive half here from TSM as they constantly were able to get in front of Empire and be the obstacle that they needed to be. But now they need to be that offensive force. They need to be unstoppable in the moment. Only a single round mustered from Empire on their offensive half. TSM, they're in good straits, but they need to seal the deal as of right now. They do not want to get too far down this path and allow Empire back into this game. They want to see Sunny Ibiza.
Didn't see much Finka play from the Empire side on their attack, but Bolo immediately going to thrust it forward. This has been, at least as far as the early phase of the tournament, the go-to pick for so many teams as she has flooded her way into the meta. Once again, has enabled that aggressive capability for so many teams. A nice little boost up for some of those poking fights we'll see teams get into in the first minute or 2 of a round where
Bolo on the
players
Finka
might lose 20 to 30, maybe even 50 HP over a bit of a half fight. But thankfully, with Finka in play, those players can reboost that HP back up to near full here, in addition to boosting a few other things as well, such as the capability to aim out and just in general give them better strength to try and push into some of these more dodgy areas of the map that Empire are going to want to control.
You don't like TSM?
Well, now Bolo get up and on to Heaven Window here as they're looking to bless themselves here for the round. Worried about somebody running out of Hell Door as well. Achieved
you don't have to
open the hatches on the top end as
you're always forcing you, dude.
Rolling process of beginning to clear out Cafe. It's all onto the info game to make sure that they know where these Empire members are. We've seen it time and time again, just like we saw on Empire's side. So they'll be looking to make sure that Dan is inside of this space and that they can enact upon this area quickly enough in order to take him down. But fortunately for him, there's no castle barricade on
Siege's
this
engine is
backside, so he'll be able to
mess.
hightail it out of there.
I mean, to be honest, the game is not anywhere near as buggy as it used to be, in my opinion.
And of course, once to try and clear out a
The
little
devs
bit
have done a good job of like cleaning it up.
Immediately jammed out though. Unfortunate positioning for him, but not.
I mean, really, outside of the sound being kind of weird. Other than that, like, are there any major problems with the game technically? I don't really think so.
Since it hasn't been droned out, but quickly can deal with that mute jammer and get another teammate to go back on droning duties to get further into the site. Away from that though, not a lot of aggressive contention coming out from Empire, neither from their cocktail position or their deeper spot on the inside of Freezer. They are not going to play into the bathroom spot that we saw TSM trying to use with Bolo. That's been fully locked away. While yes, so players inside of it, they can't necessarily aggressively swing out to Cigars prominently as they would have been able to do with the setup that Bolo and the rest of TSM were using. That gives TSM free control up until Pixel, but now this is the problem. Because it's locked down here, Dan has so many easy fights. As long as the Freezer position remains strong here, they have to walk right into an M590, and that is not a situation you want to be flushed into as an attacker.
I thought they posted something on Twitter saying they were going to be fixing all the audio bugs.
Will least be able
for Xbox.
to highlight that this area has been cleared out. Frag grenade out, but it's not going to be able to bounce in, and that's going to be a freebie here from Dan. And just like John said, this is not a fight that you want, TSM.
They missed the nade.
Step up in Pixel with a man playing bathroom. Otherwise, that's what you're going to get. Empire already starting off strong here for round 7.
Little bits of damage being bled off the roster from Empire. You could see every single member of the team, except for Scyther, has lost half of their HP or more. But it does not matter if they cannot close down on these. Geo being given a dangerous amount of control, but he's lost one of his other teammates and can't even find Always either. Achieve finally exchanging onto one, but now he's the only one left here. Has to stick the plant. 3 members of Empire still alive and well, and they're just going to shoot out from down below. Empire secure their first hold on the defensive side as they try to come back into this.
Chief is not trying to lose.
3 rounds to go, and they'll tie us up.
That all comes down to that engagement there on Pixel. Just an unfortunate bounce for the first nade, and well, they feel like they have to step up and do something there. They need right control so very badly to actually guarantee this plant.
All right, no random spamming.
Dan,
this isn't the Pro League chat.
Actively in that situation. He's not playing reactively. He's not stuck in the bathroom just waiting for them to try and push into him. Oh no, he's manning that Pixel door. That's exactly what you want out of this player, and a fantastic round from Empire.
So with Empire back on the right footing here, it's up to TSM to course correct. Thankfully, the early round is going to play out very similarly as we move into our second defensive hold from Empire. They just moved down to the second floor, which means we're still going to see a lot of contention weighed out into the freezer as well as cocktail.
I'm rooting for TSM. I mean, I'm friends with every player on that team, essentially, and I've played with Hojo. Their coach was my old teammate. Like,
and that's when TSM, the trouble will begin, is they'll have to figure out how to make the transition down to the second floor without losing.
Was there another way to not push Dan like that? Well, they could have naded. That would have been the best thing. Have somebody go on the window, so if that guy swings out, then you could like shoot him.
A lot of shooting when it came to their defensive side, achieved especially. Currently 10-2. He was 10-1 before he ended up getting blasted away trying to put that.
Yeah, I was on a team. I was on Dark Zero with Pojo. Well, it wasn't Dark Zero back then, but same like roster or whatever. I'm friends with Bolo. I've played like tournaments with Bolo before, like not pro tournaments, but like tournaments for fun and stuff like that. Sponsored tournaments.
So it's quick clears for TSM, specifically Bolo, as he catches, I believe that was a bulletproof being positioned over there. Actually, was a Banshee for Dan.
I've played against Chala, Merc, and Geo when they came from Xbox. I played with them like immediately when they came over. I was one of the first people they played with. Chala I played ranked with, and obviously played against him in Pro League when I used to play.
Striking first this time against Joystick, eliminating again one of the most.
Achieved I've only talked to a few times. He's a really nice guy though.
That can take you out in this game, even if you're a professional player. Joystick gets taken out via the skylight as he tries to.
Yeah, Merc on 60 hertz.
It happens to the
60 hertz Merc. I still remember that.
As for TSM, they'll begin dropping in and clearing out this top floor here. As they've already gotten that initial frag, which means that Cocktail is probably going to be looking pretty soft as they don't have nearly as many bodies to man this top floor.
Well, with Overwatch on the upstairs hold, and Dan nearly getting caught himself trying to rush downstairs. I think that was actually him impacting it out to try and see if there's anybody from TSM nearby the garage, but not to be the case this time. Bolo has confirmed that there's a player on that rotate that you guys at home have been seeing for quite some time, but Bolo's also very careful. The swings outside. Scyther able to make a move against Merc in the meanwhile. That's going to take out the Yana. Scyther
nice.
For a second as
huge kill.
Pressure against him from Cigar, but Geo wins it out this time on the trade. He's not going to take a lot of damage himself here. So, once again, TSM yield the advantage, always keeping Overwatch on the descent from the top of White Stairs, though Dan leaps into the engagement versus Chala. This time, the shotgun not panning out, but thankfully, the backup is there. Always wraps up through White, quickly trades out the frag versus Chala, and puts us into a winnable situation at 2v3 with under a minute to go.
Sinister, the prime sub.
To be able to abuse here as they look for this 6th round. Shepard still has plenty of utility to fend this off, though, with the toxic smokes being able to play into this, and no Nitro Cell for Always. He's going to be down to the gunpowder of the AUG as he looks to secure even more frags. He's going to be one of the real members of TSM down low here as Merc has been taken out, so really nothing to do when it comes
still looking
to
good for TSM.
And that Gemini clone. They begin to work themselves in for reading now. Shepard still with some utility in his pocket as this plan Plant continues to
Missing
go down
the
from
smokes.
Geo, but he's found a safe space over in the corner. This is going down so easily, and TSM, they've been able
Pressing
to
fire, baby.
Bolo takes down Shepard. It's up to Always.
Oh, LMGs are so dumb.
Inside a fireplace hall. He at least has Geo over in the corner on low HP. He did not end up getting down in that scenario. It's going to be the easy kills back and forth, but no, they can't find it through the soft breach. He had the initial insight, but no, he can't get it done. It's achieved instead. He hops off a new balcony and finds the kill in fireplace, and they found their 6th round.
That's map point now for TSM, as they only need one more to shut this one out and move themselves onto the 3rd and final map of the series. Valiant attempt for the last player alive.
Jojo's a beautiful
Empire.
man.
Had the right positional read on all 3 members of TSM there, but just could not get a kill to get him out of that box that he was locked into over inside of Dining Room. Empire still with only 2 rounds on their placard at this point. That means they need 4 in a row just to trigger OT. A very similar situation that TSM was staring down at the end of map number 1. Now Empire has to pull out the same feat. Otherwise, we're going to our last map.
What an
Bolo
insane
has
storyline
10?
between these two, especially for TSM. You
10
said
or
it
11?
earlier, John. They are always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They somehow get to the podium, but end up 3rd every single time that we see them. But also past that, I must remind you this. TSM always somehow gets the 6th invitational buff. Every year we see them make some Cinderella run where they are just so dynamic in their play, and it's hard for people to try and contest them. It was looking scary on Bank, but this Cafe, this is proven that they can push themselves to the grand finals.
Empire going to bring
Fire rate is king. That's true, but like LMGs just have no recoil, and they can just shoot unlimited bullets.
This strategy with just the Tachanka, not even bringing the smoke to the table, but they're going to bring both here. Double delay composition for Empire, as of course you can bank those incendiaries from Tachanka off the wall, meaning you have the capability to block off freezer access or even front door play all the way back from Bakery.
Looks like I really miss the competition sometimes. When I watch tournaments, like, yeah, I do a little bit, but I mean, it's not worth all the other time.
Even if Empire gets bullied out of the sight through both the early and mid-round play from TSM, as we have been seeing on the previous rounds in this half.
Yes, indeed. And for the previous rounds in this half overall, we're actually at an equal opening blood between these two teams. Yet TSM 6-2 right now on the score line. And this is what I was talking about before we got into this map. This team is so very scrappy. They are not scared to take these gunfights and try and equal that man count or play it down to low time and trust the utility to get something done. Now for Empire, it looks like they want to do more of the same. Take a page out of Chala's book and put these yokais in some pretty cheeky positions. This one, not as
most
cheeky
difficult
as
role to play in
so
Pro
let's
League.
just go up towards the kitchen
I
ceiling
mean,
and play
being
right
a really
above
good
the
like
double
entries
door. For
in like
TSM,
well,
they've
being an
already cleared
IGL
out
is really
most of
tough.
this
There's
map
not a lot
with
of
the
good
upstairs
IGLs.
presence as they begin to work themselves down the white stairs.
We're just going to see a rather suspicious opening of the freezer wall, so won't necessarily want to play against that too early on in the round here. Still less than half.
Remember when I played pro and streamed at the same time? I looked like a sleep-deprived zombie all the time? Pretty much, dude, yeah.
Intel capability for this team. Don't want that hatch open too, which is going to be too much of an obstacle for
I don't think
them.
there's a
Not
map
really
disadvantage in the
Empire
grand
can do to
finals.
try and stop that. So there
IGL
goes.
is an
That's the
in-game
XP route
leader.
now opened up as they have both the white stairs access.
TSM
as
has
well as
great
the middle
control
hatch to
here
get
really
themselves to the
early, so
inside.
we'll see what they do with it.
Try and build up towards the intel, but a nitro cell is going to put Sheev down on the ground. Thankfully, we have Finka in play, so it's going to be a very quick revival for him to get him back in play, and Empire won't be able to hunt him down quickly enough because he's way too close to hard flooring sitting directly behind
Buck?
him.
Buck is still heavily picked in Pro League.
The map that there's almost always a nitro cell waiting for you, and he takes a lot of heat from that, but luckily enough, Bolo still has a lot of adrenal surges in that pocket to buff him back up, and that's why we've seen so many plays coming in for Finka on this offensive side here, past the LMG and past the nades as well. Just so much here, especially when you're able to pressure like this. Bolo takes down one. Bolo will find his second as Achieve tags on as well.
This is why LMGs are good. They have high destruction, high damage. They still have pretty high fire rates too. I think it should be banned in Pro League. Like, why?
It's either locked in a box there, not much you can do about it. But like we were talking about earlier, always can bank these incendiaries and keep the members of TSM, for the most part, locked to the inside. Is a big mistake made there. Geo's dropped. That's the case down in an awkward position. Scyther's out as well. Empire are doing it. They're bringing it back, but okay, here we go. Bolo, he's retrieved case control. He's got it down on the ground. It doesn't look like Empire have any positioning to stop this here.
Nice.
Overwatch coming in from Chala as it's now secured by Bolo, and always left alone with only about 35 seconds to get himself back over the case and get this counter defuse going. Will he be able to clutch out? Will he be able to push this map forward, or are we going to coastline? That's the big question in play, and the answer comes swiftly as Bolo secures yet another kill. Coastline is coming up next here as TSM strikes
Coast
back
it is,
on
baby.
map number 2 and take their opponent's map pick away from them.
I have one question, folks. Have you booked your tickets for Ibiza? Yesterday, we did not have a single series.
I'll be right back. Oh, that was a good game.
Finally, here in the upper bracket finals, we will achieve just that. TSM, Steel Cafe away from Empire.
Last map, Coast. I'm going to get a G Fuel.
Almost the highlight there at 13.
I'll be right back, chat. I got to get one.
Well, having an absolutely fantastic map, only going down in 3 of the rounds played for a positive 10 KD over the overall course of that map there. Wonderful stuff coming out from the TSM members, and exactly what was needed to bolster them forward and get them ready for what's sure to be a riveting map number 3 between both of these teams.
This is building up to be a classic between these two. Such an insane start to this on Bank with a 7-4 finish in favor of Empire, and now a 7-2 finish for TSM here on Cafe. And folks, I am so very excited to see how this ends on Coastline of all maps.
Massive statement made there by TSM, and how it's going to be very interesting to see how Coastline played out. A little bit of a risk for both Empire and TSM to play into it. TSM only with 2 plays on that map, and as well quite a few bans that they themselves chosen, so not feeling the full confidence to play into it, but the 2 times it has popped up in this tournament, they've been able to clutch it out 7-5. Meanwhile, for Empire, yeah, they've got a lot of results on that map too, but it's only a 50-50 win rate for them, so they're rolling the dice for that one, heading into the final battleground between these 2 teams. Will TSM be able to break the bronze curse and finally secure an SI final for the first time in 3 years, or will Empire get themselves another potential finishing placement here at the 6 Invitational and possibly an opportunity to lift that hammer as well? Well, folks, we're going to be finding out very, very shortly. But once again, what a series so far inside of these first 2 maps. Stick it right here. We'll be right back in a few moments with a breakdown of map number 2 as well as map number 3.
back in time, too. Damn, buddy. Top 5 IGLs. Probably, like, of all time, I would probably say, like, Fabian or Canadian.
The upper bracket final goes to 3 maps, no victor yet. We're taking a live look at the stage, and oh my goodness, this has been so much fun to watch. TSM versus Empire, and the best part, well, I guess this is kind of being mean to Dev, but Dev, you lost to Fress.
That's all right. That's all right. Look, drinks on me tonight for them, but I'm happy to go down fighting. I think that Empire drop the ball.
When's the reveal happening?
Credit to them.
Soon, yeah. It's
sure.
after
I mean,
this
it was kind of a
map, I
flip-flop
think.
Here. This was actually Empire's map pick, but you know what? The Trinity was ready to go, and Fresh, they were out
Upper
for one
half,
after map
Andy?
one.
What do you mean,
Something woke
dude?
up there.
They absolutely did, and particularly Bolo. I'm not usually a big advocate of changing call-outs in game, but I think we need to change Pixel spot to be Bolo, because he was just not losing a single gunfight on that with the Aruni DMR, no less.
Yeah, no, that was really impressive from them. I think there was a lot of areas of the map that Bolo and, of course, all of TSM were able to have very good power positions on. They were able to traverse the map very strongly.
That first round was nuts, dude.
And while it was a dominant scoreline of 7-2, it was as dominant as it gets, I feel like a lot of those rounds were really
after this
close.
match?
Particularly those kitchen rounds, and you're talking about Bolo. He had an insane flank upstairs and a 3K to enable that retake from TSM. Honestly, that was nuts, and that was really impressive. I thought that if Empire had maybe won that round, maybe they won their first kitchen attack, which was denied on the buzzer by a yokai drone, this would have been a very different
Could have been very different, yeah, you're right. Although I will say is that when TSM, so that very first round, they were really pushing the boundaries of how long they could roam.
Yeah.
And that's
I'm
what
drinking some
delayed
black
enough
ooze.
time just to allow the Echo yokai drone to deny the plant, sorry. So they kept pushing those boundaries. Bolo
I need to put a clip up for Instagram.
Really testing Empire out on their executes, and Empire were just failing. That just tiny little 5% failure where they weren't accounting for Bolo. They weren't accounting for the fact that players would still be roaming.
Yeah, I mean, Bolo achieved Merc, TSM's Trinity. They seemed unstoppable there. It would seem like a change in energy for Empire, though. Dev, I mean, this wasn't a close map. It was a stomping.
Yeah, and that was a big surprise to us, considering as we went into the map that this is Empire map. This is
I thought this was an Empire map, honestly, as well.
I was wrong.
But TSM has been good as well.
But I think TSM clearly went in prepared, and they clearly went in not feeling dejected whatsoever. Their confidence not knocked it all after map one, which is honestly probably what should have happened. They got slapped on their map pick. They come back and they do the same to Empire.
Oh my god, look at the leading man to do it as well. To give the
Plus 10 for Bolo.
The final blow.
Actual nuts.
Not only just plus 10 as well, is that it's rather surprising that a lot of his engagements happen mid to late round. He wasn't the opening engager by any means. He took one opening engagement, was successful in it, so you could say he's flawless on the entries if you want to. I mean, no one will call you wrong statistically, but it was really important mid to late round. Achieve was making the damaging blows in the power positions of Empire.
And it wasn't the flashy kills that we saw at
No, it wasn't.
Like you say, it wasn't the entries. It was weird because he's got so many kills, but we hardly talked about Achieved when we're sat in the back room talking about the game. He was doing his job, and he was doing his job perfectly. Popping up when he needed to get a 2K and nothing else.
Could probably call him a quiet achiever.
You know what? I can't with Dev.
Oh.
That's another drink now.
Yeah, you owe us another drink
Dev
after.
Three now.
There's bad jokes, and then there's Dev jokes, which is just
another level
of cheesiness. But Jess, I do want to talk to you about Empire's attack. Frankly, lackluster on this map.
Yeah.
What was falling apart with their attack strategy?
You know, I was really surprised. For those who don't usually watch Empire, let me fill you in as to why I was so surprised about their attacks. They actually win more of their attacking rounds on this map for like the past 8 or 9 games they've played on Cafe than they win defensive rounds. So it's
Hot tubs
surprising
over the
because,
finals,
you know, we don't
yes.
generally consider Cafe to be that attacking side of map. For Empire, they
Yes,
did
to be an
marginally win
Aussie
more
bad
of their attacking
jokes.
rounds. You know, as I said,
Aussies
for the
have
last 8
bad
times they've played
jokes.
it, and for them to come in and just
Battle.
drop the
We'll do it
ball
during
is
the next
really
break.
uncharacteristic of a team we know that moves faster on land actually seem to be stopped at every turn.
I actually wonder if it was pressure. Because they're on that map.
Yeah.
That's their map. They know how to attack this map. It's to get to the grand final of the 6th Invitational. And they just looked disjointed. They looked like they were going at different times. They were getting caught out on ones. And I'm wondering if it was just a psychological pressure thing and that they really will have to come away from this map, going into the next map, and have a full mental reset.
Well, the thing is, this isn't the first time we've seen Empire struggle on attack here at SI. And yes, well, historically, they're really good on attack. We saw the M&M game, which is the only match at 6 Invitational that they have lost so far. They got 2-0 dominant scorelines, both of them, and they only won 2 attacking rounds in the whole series. They played Coastline, for goodness sake, the most attacker-sided map in the entire map pool, and they still
Hold on, chat. I'm uploading a clip for Instagram.
So we're starting to see flashes of that really vulnerable Empire that let them down against M&M.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big question now is how does Empire reset? Like I said earlier, that was 7-2 on there, Fresh. I'm making you put your little coach cap on, okay? What are you telling your team right now?
Yeah. I mean, it's a difficult one, but the Empire, you know, in terms of the Russians, they've always been seen as this team that, regardless of what happens, they go in, they do the job, they're focused. Yep. They always operate in that low. They just stay in that middle ground, and that's what I expect coming out of them. I'm not expecting some massive reaction coming out of them. I'm just expecting consistently what we have seen, and that they trust that will be enough to get them through.
That will be the key for Empire, because let's say they are nervous. Let's go off that theory crafting there to say the pressure got to them a bit.
That was weird. My stream PC just like lagged for a second there.
They need to get into this last map, which is a favorable map for them. We spoke about the big 3, and they need to go, this is a good map for us. We overthought the second map. Let's get into this map, do what we usually do, play it as perfectly as we usually play it, and nothing will go wrong. And I know it's easy to say rather than do, but that's the thing that they need to get in their heads for this one.
I love the coach mindset here. They're jumping ahead to map 3. So let's talk about Coastline, and I want to see if we can bring up the map head-to-head graphic here. Dev, you lost the bet. How many times am I going to rub that in your face? You know, you said Empire could do it in 2, but can they do it in 3, Fresh?
I mean,
or Dev. Oops, I messed up the name. Sorry.
Oh, I thought
wow.
I just
thought you were like Dev. You lost the bet. You don't get
I was attracted to the blue jackets.
You're in talking jail over there, Dev.
Yeah, I was like, either y'all.
No.
Look, if I am allowed to break in here, I will say this is one of Empire's really strong maps, and this is something we've talked about, Fresh, a lot. But you can see TSM have played it twice at SI against both NIP and Dark Zero, and won it both times.
And that's where recency bias comes into play, right? Is I'm talking over the past year, this is Empire. Past 3 years, I said it in the pre-show. This is an Empire staple map. But if you look in this tournament,
R60 skill, unlike CSGO.
50% attack win rate on what we know to be an attacker-sided map. So recency bias actually indicates it slightly leans me in the favor of TSM.
And if you want to talk
CSGO is a great game.
Of the most recent 2 times Empire played this, they lost it. Lost it to Sonics, lost it to M&M. That was a 7-1. So not amazing statistically, of course, what we saw in the graph there. We had high win rates on attack and defense for TSM on this map as well.
Sorry, chat. I'm
so
just like putting this in here real quick.
Be a TSM favorite thing, but if there's anything that piles on that for me, and yes, now I am flip-flopping compared to my it's the fact that TSM have that momentum. They shut Empire out of map 2, and I don't think they'll let them in on map 3.
The only redeeming factor after looking at that graphic, boys, I've sat here very quietly. I've ran all the
CS is a much bigger esport game.
TSM and Empire.
A lot of people play like Siege,
just
though.
Statistically, over the past times they've played,
I would say it's probably
However,
pretty
Empire
close,
has a
and Siege
nice,
might actually be a more more
You don't wanna
popular
come to
game,
one side and go,
honestly.
"Sheesh, if we don't win at least 4 rounds here, our second half is usually really weak, and we're just going to have to pull things out of the bag there."
It would be
If
close.
we're looking at balance on sides of preference, Team Empire
Audio
likes
is
both
delayed.
sides. That is going beyond the
I know
recency
why.
bias we've spoken. Pull something new that they
Should be
haven't
fixed.
pulled out at this tournament in order for them to get back to that form.
Okay, so let's lock in predictions here. You're flip-flopping.
Look,
Well, the thing is like that people don't realize. CS is a really popular game, but like honestly, Siege is probably more. I don't know. It's pretty close. Siege's player base is almost entirely on console, or like largely on console.
TSM, Fresh?
Oh, it hurts him to do this, Jackie. It hurts him to do this.
Saying this through gritty teeth.
The pain.
Saying this through gritty teeth. TSM.
Okay. Man, y'all
you know what? We're gonna get back to the EUL desk.
I like the traitors.
We're gonna get back to the EUL desk.
Counter-Strike has a lot more Twitch viewership though, because it's primarily a PC game, and it's really primarily like an esport first.
The upper bracket final will be decided here. Who is going to the grand final? Well, Blue and Stokes, take it away. Map 3.
Thank you very much, Jackie. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the final map of the series between these two titans of Siege. Empire, hailing from Europe, and of course, TSM from the North American side of things. Both have been able to snipe a map off of each other, but who will be the victor on this final one? Well, the stats are very close. It's very dangerous for both of our teams. The analysts, the European analysts, seem to be favoring the North American squad, but Stokes, let's get your thoughts on it. How are things looking for both of our teams here as we sit at the precipice of the final map?
This is indeed the upper bracket finals, my friend.
What is it? Esports casters love the word precipice. It is a good word, but
you should set your notepad on fire. This last map, it's equal slate between these two. Coastline decides who goes on to the grand final and who goes to the lower bracket. Hi guys, we're ready to jump into this one so very soon. And let me tell you, at least for me, I'm feeling a little NA bias, I'll be honest. I think that they will be able to propel themselves to the grand finals, but Empire, they've played spoils time and time again before. So luckily enough for you and I, John, we don't have to wait too long. Coastline starts right now.
Let's get into it, folks. It is the
Okay,
final map of
let's
the
get our bets
series
open.
to solidify our first grand finalist, the 6th Invitational 2022. Will it be TSM or will it be Empire? Let's get into the map and find out, as we're immediately going to chuck Nomad out for the first ban on the table here. That's the choice from Empire. TSM selection, in the meanwhile, is going to fall in line with what we've seen in the meta, as Thatcher will be removed for them.
all right, sorry, chat. I had to.
It seems like he's going to get exactly what he wants. Nomad off the board means we might have some high-flying action in between these two. The smoke.
I had to upload my clips for Instagram and TikTok. They'll be up in like 10 minutes. I scheduled them for 10:30.
Also somewhat of a target up against Shepard, who's one of the best smokes in the entire world.
If there's a skin trading system in the game, I mean, there's definitely a lot of people that play Counter-Strike because, you know, they like just getting skins and playing for skins and trading skins.
Repeat of that. Valkyrie, of course, will now be removed from play. Way too much outside contention and positions where you
It causes a lot of garbage, but it also causes a lot. It's like it does increase the player base and gets people more involved.
Heavy this map is going to be for the defenders. Meanwhile, though, it's Empire that get that honor first, as they're going to start out on the defensive side, and TSM will be on the attack. Blue Bar is
I
up
love
first
this
as
ice.
well as the site selection for Empire.
It's truly insane that we've reached here, and not only reached to the point where we're at the maximum map inside of a best of 3, but also that we're here on Coastline. Honestly, I was sitting in the green room this morning and talking to Pangu, and him and I both did not think this map would be inside of the map pool, just because of the history with these two teams on this map. But we're here.
This is going to be a slug
live.
out, dude.
Not only that, I personally think that this is one of Shepard's best maps whenever he plays for Empire. It is truly electric what he can produce here, but we'll have to see what they can get done. All the cards are on the table.
Is my shaker back in stock? No.
Any weird strat that you have.
Not yet, but my G Fuel code is 30% off right now, so if you type exclamation G Fuel, click the link, use code KingGeorge, everything's 30% off. Chico Rafael, thank you 34 months. Hey, George. Hi, Chico.
You don't have to play that one additional series in the lower bracket.
Are they bringing back the year pass? I don't know. Does G feel good? You've never had it? It's delicious. Yeah, try. You can try a starter kit. Starter kits are cups with 7 flavors, and they're like $10, and my code's 30% off.
If you come from the lower bracket and that goes the full breadth of that best of 3, you have a possibility of playing 8 maps of Rainbow Six in a competitive setting in a singular day.
Yep.
Let me tell
Exclamation G Fuel, click the link. There's a starter kit right on that page with a blackout cup, which is a great kit to get. G Fuel ships worldwide.
And now with the start, we already have Merc here on the double window for Penn. Can he get the kill onto Scyther?
Oh, Scyther's screwed here.
Bye. Pick him up. Scyther, he's out on an island and he's dead there.
And this is why LMGs are so good, because look at this. Merc shot like 70 bullets. He couldn't even like. You just can't fight an LMG properly.
Achieved on the roof here. Since the all-clear signal has been given inside of the master bathroom. Still, you can see drones positioned.
TSM has attack first, which is big too. This map is very attacker-sided, in my opinion.
Tried to rotate in after the death of Scyther. Not going to be that bold on the Empire side of things. They're going to keep it a little bit closer to the site and play entirely downstairs now.
Yeah, and for TSM, they're going to be bringing in some unique things as well. Obviously past the smoke ban that they applied to Empire that'll assist them in planting. They also have Dokkaebi in the lineup. Dan also being down for a long angle here from Bolo. I'll be able to take control of the kitchen space now as they look to
LMG
pick
life,
Dan
baby.
back up, and hopefully they do so. These my discs mean so much to the situation in the current moment. As
Chab, saying the 34-month respawn back a long time. Been away for I love you, old man. Welcome back, Chad. What's going on, dude?
Empire needs to give some respect
Hopefully you're
to
well.
these attackers, but at the same time, need to try and waste out this clock a little bit. TSM have gotten way too much far too early on in the round, so it's a bit of a perplexing scenario here for our defenders as they're trying to toe the line between both their defensive capability in the late round as well as the capability to even get to that point in the round due to how many players and how much health they've already lost there. Most recently seen Always take a bullet or two.
Yeah, I've been doing good, dude. I've been doing good.
HP. Things have slowed down though. It
So
looks like Empire
just getting
getting
prepared,
control over their positioning, or at least what's left of it
finishing
now,
house
as we enter
stuff.
The final minute of play, and TSM are a little bit more uncertain of themselves.
Finishing
They go back
house
on the drones
stuff.
for
Baby's
3 of
on the
their
way,
players
so
to suss out these downstairs positions.
getting ready for
TSM
that.
looking to overstep, also getting some
We play
solid
Surf
intel
on
as to what's
Counter-Strike
going
all
on
the
inside
time.
of the site. Both
Yeah.
possibility of
Well, I've
another
talked about it a
ship
lot, but I
steps
really
up.
wish
It's
that
only gonna take a
Siege
little
would
bit
do
of
mode,
damage, but
you know,
it's starting
have
to add
custom
up here on the
servers and
Empire
custom
lineup.
mods.
Achieved, he's going to throw an uncooked nade down low as the swing comes through.
Oh.
And Shepard's going to win it out. Unfortunate for Achieved as he was simply not ready for the swing. And this timer now dwindling low. TSM needs a plant or at least a space in order to
Shepard is a
achieve
psycho
this
for
as the
playing
suns start
here.
to pour in. Always, he'll be able to find one inside the lobby, but the damage now coming back onto Empire as Dan will fall, so will Shepard. And Joystick and Always, they're all the way across the map. But luckily enough, Joystick, he's worked his way back.
Nice.
Bolo with the oversight, though, as he'll be able to take down Joystick. It's all left up to Always, but he doesn't have an angle to stop this plant. And it's looking more and more like a TSM round, unless Always has more to say.
Good start to the 1v4 clutch, at least as he cuts the head off of Chala, but 3 more players to knock out and barely any time left to get himself in position towards the site.
Chat.
This move from Empire to try and get aggressive against the lobby, hold the swing back around towards it with 2 of their players might have sealed the deal for TSM as it left far too little presence on the site. They had the capability to delay, and it looked like they were going to be able to waste
Joker,
the
thank you
clock
for the
down,
prime
but
sub.
not anymore after they swung those players towards security. TSM open up the floodgates to Sunrise Bar and work themselves into a first round.
Will the
to
match
start
be
this
paused
round
for
out
the
with them
reveal?
in the lead.
Well, after TSM Empire, I think the reveal is in between those 2 games, I believe.
As they clear out the entire top floor, force Empire back towards the site and start dealing some serious damage to those site players, making it so very difficult for Empire to try and come back. Yes, they were able to get some serious kills like this on Shepard that really should have never have happened, but past that, it was TSM getting away with so very much as Empire with a lot of missed positions inside.
Did I have to get Ubi to approve my co-stream? Yes.
Well,
Well, basically, I've been asking for multiple years if I can co-stream with Ubi and trying to convince them to like let me and other people co-stream, and they finally did, and I got like special permission to co-stream.
Quite a few members of Empire trying to take challenges. It worked out well in the initial cool vibe swing due to a slight mistake from Achieve, but after that, and especially inside of the early round as well, they gave over far too
In
many
Australia,
fights
there's a
far
new
too
Dorito
early
flavor
on,
called barbecue
and that's how
brisket
TSM
taco
was
flavor.
able
Might
to
be better than
control
Thai
the round
sweet
with such
chili.
grace.
Loving the
Maybe.
adaptations from Empire, though, after that
I don't know about
last
that
round,
though.
they wanna
Thai
try
sweet
and
chili is the
slow down
best.
TSM as
Kyra,
they
thank you, thank you
recognize
for the great
the
content.
execute was
Thank you
still
for
on
the
pretty
8 months.
low
Welcome
time.
back.
So they're going to have Dan come through with the EDDs and Capcan to try and deal some damage to TSM.
You got
as they
permission,
clear out
Waxy?
this map. It's down to the drone game here to not
I don't know.
just
Yeah,
shut
I don't know
down,
who
but
they
see
gave
any of these
permission
are on
exactly,
the
but they
door
gave
frames,
me
so they know
permission,
how
which
to
I was very
operate
happy
around
about.
this
I've been
top
trying to
side
get it for a
of the
while.
space. So here for
This is the first time
Empire,
they've
they're
ever
going
let
to try
people
and hold
co-stream.
things down across the map as well as they've destroyed the double bar here. Dan trying to sneak through the cracks, but can't in the current moment.
Around his life, so he doesn't want to stick around here for too
Oh
long.
my.
He gets a good thing as
Ooh.
well. Joystick with the lineup from the inside of Sunrise. Dan as well, catching Merc. The tables have turned, and yeah, it's a bold play from Empire to cause this lack of disrespect, but this time
Can you just
TSM
open their
does not
stream?
have the
I mean,
intel
you
to play
don't.
off of
If
a
you're
negative
not,
price for it, trying to set their foot inside
if
the
you're
building
not,
very
if you don't
early
get
on.
actual
They get
permission to
tricked up
co-stream,
before
they'll just
Bolo and Merc
DMCA
lost
your
just
stream and you'll
seconds
get
after the
banned
round
off
gets started.
Twitch. Like,
Fortunately enough,
they
will
could
be
take,
able to
like,
deal some damage back
I
on
mean,
Joystick,
realistically,
but
they'd
he's
probably
able
just
hold
ask you
on
to
the
stop.
Sunrise space for some
and then if
time.
you don't
Only
listen, then they'll
50
probably
seconds
DMCA
off
you,
the
and if
board,
you
although
don't
2
stop
TSM
again, then they'll
members
probably
have already
like take you to
been killed
court.
off. So now for Empire, it's sticking to their guns and trying to delay this time as much as possible. Fantastic kill there from Dan as the duel went down inside of blue as well as we get that on the replay. But now TSM, they've got some serious thinking to do. Empire's been able to hold on to most of the map control, and that's where things get difficult
is scary. 2 minutes in, or a minute in, sorry, and they've got 2 picks. A lot of drones down too.
But it's more of a recognition between the two as they know that they have to try and compete for this area. Dan more than likely will have audio on that player rotating in whenever Charlotte chooses to do so, as Joystick continually holds thing down inside of Sunrise. A stun in, a kill
oh
for
my
Joystick,
god,
as he's
dude.
looking for even
What?
more. Knows that there's one more inside of this space.
Man spams the wall in SMG-11?
Grenade, but the damage is already done, and it's looking to go Empire's way.
The aggression from Empire working out hugely
Nice.
this time. A good trade finally found from Geo.
There's time.
A small gesture at this point in the round. If they can get another one, okay, we're back in play with time.
Honestly, no, there's a lot of
okay, well, without risking their own lives. We see Scyther at the top of Cool Vibes catching the exchange onto Geo. Now Chala left alone with a 1v4 set before him. He's already been found out due to that evil eye he looked at. That blue glowing light in the background has given him away, and already you can see members of Empire starting to crunch down on top of him. He's aware of it all. Good read so far here from Chala as he tries to pre-fire in against Scyther's position upstairs, but not able to find him so easily. And always finally meets the match.
Shut it, George. Okay, yo, listen. It's one round. It's one round, okay? One round.
Audible here for the kitchen defense from Empire looks dastardly as they take down 2 TSM members so very early, and that basically was the script that we followed throughout the rest of that as well. Joystick just being the constant member inside of Sunrise, especially putting a thorn in the side of TSM. That they
it was a smart choice that Ubisoft allowed co-streaming, because if it wasn't for me being here streaming, you wouldn't even know this was going on. Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense. Like, Ubisoft doesn't lose anything from letting people co-stream.
That they were never able to come back from.
So let's get into
like
it.
every
Round
game does
number
it.
3,
Like
the third
literally
and possibly
every
final
game.
sites of
Every
Empire's
game pretty much
defensive
lets people
rotation. They're
co-stream
gonna head upstairs
virtually.
into Hookah
Siege
and
is pretty much one of the only games
Of
that
course,
took them
Mira
this
was left out
long
of the
to
ban
allow
pool for
people to.
defenders, so she's gonna show up finally
Like, it's
inside
literally the
the
reason
site
Valorant
hole.
is
Gonna
like
give
so
some
big
dangerous
right
angles
now,
over
or one of the
Empire
big
here, as well
reasons.
as some utility clear that TSM absolutely need to knock out if they're gonna want to be able to properly push themselves into a couple key areas of this site.
Yes, indeed. We'll see if Empire also wants to extend out some of these reinforcements and use them inside of the VIP space. We've been seeing quite a few teams reinforce the double wall and make the entry point over here a lot harder to get into. You have to prioritize using the guitar door then
they don't.
instead, and
Everybody that
basically
thinks
makes
that
it a
Ubisoft
funnel.
cares
So
about the
makes it
money
look
they
easier
make
for the
from ad
defense
revenue
to
is
be able
like,
to enact things upon you.
dude,
So
they
we're
barely
seeing
make any
exactly what
money
goes
from
down
ad
for
revenue.
Empire, but as of right now, it's going to be an extension, but it's not
They
going to be
lose.
into VIP.
I don't know
They're
for
going to
sure,
move
but I would assume they probably
reinforcements
lose
all the way
massive
over
money
into
from
theater
Pro
to
League.
make sure that the penthouse space isn't as safe to take for TSM.
TSM taking a much slower approach this time
Right.
around here. It
The
looks like
Pro
once
League is
again,
made to
they're trying
advertise
bleed
the
out some of
game.
these early seconds in
Any
the round
revenue
to
that it
find
produces
or
is just a
extend it or
bonus and
out
like
without
stems
members
the
of Empire. Not
losses
gonna be too many of
that the
those
game
either. They've got a good
has.
support system set up for their extended play over inside of Penthouse, and of course the site itself will be plenty well
Honestly, the
reinforced, set up for
R6
trades.
share
A little bit
skins make a
adventurous,
lot of
though,
money.
peeking
So
out the
like,
big window inside of
you know,
Billiards, trying to see if anybody could be spotted from TSM near
but
ruins, but not so much to be the case.
I mean, the
Before
ad
they allow
revenue from the stream is like
self-inserts in the
pennies
kitchen, but that's really just to take care of the default cam.
compared to
Lee
like the
quickly
actual
rotates
money that
back
they
out and is
make.
gonna regroup with the rest of his team over here at the platform outside Hookah.
Yeah.
Well, the hookah window now being manned by Merc as well as Bolos. It'll be popped open. Merc gonna take so much heat, or rather Bolo instead on the rappel.
Bolo's gotten picked
Dan
twice
will take him
early.
down. Bolo just not ready for someone to be on that angle as he gets up and onto the hookah balcony. Extremely unfortunate for him in the moment as TSM are just gonna give away
Right.
the opening frag.
Bolo maybe thinking that he
Which,
wasn't
like,
gonna
you gotta
regroup the
remember,
angle there
R6
after the
share
initial peak,
as
but
well
unfortunately, Bolo locks himself
is
into the
basically
animation
advertised
just
by
as that
free for
swing
every
works its way
content
out.
creator that
Time
watches
on the
this
replay,
game.
too.
Xanax
Big
8
kill
13
is
months.
found here by the
TSM,
members of Empire to start
TSM.
themselves
Yep.
on the right foot. At the same time, look at all these flashbangs. What is that?
No,
That's
I
almost
don't know
every
what it
single
is,
flash. In
honestly.
fact,
I
it
feel
is
like Ubi
every
doesn't,
single
like,
flash
at first they
available
didn't want to
still to the
decrease, like,
attackers there.
viewership,
They quite
maybe.
literally dumped the
Honestly, I don't even feel like it's
inside of the site.
necessarily, like,
And unfortunately, not
nefarious.
too much effect aside
A lot
from
of times
knocking out a couple
Ubisoft
pieces
just,
of
like,
utility.
doesn't really, like,
Such
they just
successful
don't really,
defense
like,
from
think
Empire
about
thus
things that
far.
much,
Joystick
I
now in
guess.
such a pivotal position. They'll be able to get rid of all of the X-Kairos. They don't need impacts anymore. They just need Joystick to stick around. And he gets rid of all of those X-Kairos down to 2 for Geo, so he'll launch even more at that mirror window. Achieve down low now. Joystick's been down upstairs as Charles actually worked his way in and found the man from Sunrise instead. But look at this timer right now for TSM. Yes, they've been able to secure Joystick, but they need even more. Unfortunately enough, Achieve will gift it to them as he takes down Shepard.
G Fuel has a bunch of starter kits. If you hover the shop tab,
as they're going to go for the artillery strikes from down below here, knocked out one player and is down to second. Joystick here, not going to be able to more than likely get himself back up. I say that, but Dan's certainly thinking about it as he's got the rotate position to open up. And oh no, always nearly having his life taken away there a second ago. Also, both him and Dan with a sliver of HP to play with, and here comes
nice.
the blue rotate here. It's a flurry of kills for TSM.
Good job.
Gonna stop 4 in a row to shut down this round as they take the lead again.
It's a terrifying opening for TSM as Bolo goes down, but luckily enough, they clean up shop. Empire just thinking that they can walk right into their own site, especially with all
honestly, a lot of stuff I feel like Ubisoft just like doesn't
time and time again get damaged by this. Also forgetting that TSM
just doesn't think about a lot of stuff, and until it's brought to their attention, Ubisoft is also just like slow to act on some things.
As well. Very well done from TSM as they'll take
I don't think that they're necessarily like greedy about it, though. I don't think it's about ad revenue or anything like that.
This initial round was taken by TSM. However, a lot of that due to the fact that Empire wanted to take a couple of these fights earlier on, so they had to start that round out, if memory serves me correctly, down from a
I honestly think they just, I know that there's like a lot of open positions at Ubi right now, and it's probably like one of those things where like, to create a co-streaming program, there has to be like,
also, here we won't have the evil eyes.
I mean, you could just let anybody co-stream anything, like if you want to. But most companies are going to want to retain some type of control.
The smoke has been away for him. Not only will he have a deployable shield, but those yokais can obviously stop the plant as well as assist his teammates in getting
which makes sense because it's their intellectual property.
Going to be a solid pick coming into this lineup. Past that, everything else making quite a bit of sense, especially for Always' sake, as he will be bringing in the Banshees.
So with TSM in charge, the question now becomes, can Empire keep up pace here, or are the attackers going to continue to run away with this lead out of the first half?
I mean, obviously everyone knows I'm not the biggest fan. I'm not a fan at all, really, of NFTs. But like at the same time, like I don't know. I just don't really care.
Potential losses coming in for TSM. Away from that though, TSM.
Whatever.
Still going to look to try and negotiate for their initial positioning and finding it a little bit harder to get it this time, but also a bit more direct play coming out from them. Already up against the pool door, trying to clear out this utility stack, and there we go. Bleeding out the ADSs. That will my disc not catching that frag grenade there, and you can see the top right corner of the push. That is going to open up the capability for them to pop open this rotation hatch, but of course they still have to bleed out the defender's impact, as we're going to see both Dan and
I also
bring those in here now, trying to delay the opening.
One of the things that's been like somewhat annoying as well too is like I don't like NFTs. Let's make this perfectly clear. I don't like NFTs. People obviously know this well, but I feel like people who hate on NFTs now are getting like just as obnoxious as like people that like non-stop talk about them. Like they're just annoying. I think they're a waste of money. I think they're a scam, and I think they should just be ignored and let to die.
Actually, second call here as he's just down to 1. Able to burn out everything with those stuns, but now the shotgun coming out for Joystick as he's
between
the stairwell and doing it well.
Crypto bros and NFT haters, both of those groups of people are just like obnoxiously annoying. I just want NFTs to die and be forgot about.
Mixed results for him so far inside of this.
It's Dilly. Thank you the 8 months. Hey, KingGeorge, hope well. By the way, was your dream car? I don't know. Maybe like a Lambo. I guess I'll give the generic answer. Iodized, thank you the 43 months. Feet.
Here for TSM. A few more members of Empire needing to be dealt with before they can contend directly with the site play. However, most notably, of course, Dan positioned here inside of barrels and possibly going to have 2, if not 3 members of TSM bearing down on him in a moment. But he'll also have potential support coming out from security. Not going to need it to start this though. That's a clean headshot to eliminate Bolo and knock him out. But like I said,
and Bolo's getting picked early. Luckily, the other two.
But no, Dan fends off the second player working his way.
Dan does not want to let this go, dude.
Came through the front door. The service player, Geo,
this man has been getting early picks every round. Ubisoft is worth about $6 billion, give or take.
Empire's been fighting so hard on these defensive sides, and it's finally paying off as they have the man advantage going into the last 30 seconds. TSM have so much to do, and honestly, they really don't have the manpower to do it. Achieved is going to have to get so many kills here while Geo tries to put this plant down, and Empire in some very pivotal positions. With only 10 seconds remaining, Geo works his way in and starts to plant on the couch for Sunrise. Shepard taking a lot of heat now as he moves through. He'll take down the member, and that's more than likely going to be the round. As Achieved tries to jump in, he can't even find yet another player of Empire, as Empire will indeed.
My G Fuel Cup's not available right now. No, it's sold out every single time.
And that's going to be dangerous here as TSM has to try and steal another one away if they want to keep things even as we inch towards the end of the half. Deadlock these teams are at a 2-2 scoreline. Neither one having serious contention.
I don't know. Just in general, people that are like people that are fanboys of things, and like everything that has fanboys also has people that are like haters of those things. And, like generally, both of the groups of people are super fucking obnoxious. So I just don't want to hear about it, right? It's like people that are like whatever NFTs, people that are like console warriors. People that are like Tesla is a good example. Like, bro, like I just don't give a fuck. I just don't want to hear about it, you know? Both groups of people are obnoxious. People who love and hate said thing, and it's like,
his opening bloods have been truly insane throughout most of this series. It's really been him as well as Dan that have been able to
place an order on G Fuel with my code. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, Velvet.
Finding one each inside of this series so far, but Joystick especially at the top of the hill here for Empire inside of the opening minutes of the round.
Right.
Empire bringing back the Capcan operator we have not seen since map number 1 here for our defenders, one that they're certainly going to try and use to clear out or at least catch some of this early action from TSM, especially if they're not going to be checking.
I don't know. Just ignore it and let it die, please. You actually want it to die, just ignore it.
He's going to set up a couple of these kill boxes for himself.
Yes, indeed. These EDDs can be quite the nuisance, as we've noticed inside of
Dan has got an opening pick like every round, basically.
Office and looking to see if he can get the lead off pick yet again, but already some pressure around the space as the double window.
He's playing super aggro here.
The blue bar area, back and forth.
Holy
what
shit,
a shot
dude!
From Dan.
I thought he was dead there.
Damage on him as well as he removes the head of Merc on the blue window, and he looks for it yet again. Pre-fires as well. That could have been the demise of TSM there in the opening 40 seconds.
1.5 so precise, and Dan is showing us just how to use it here. A perfect opener against Merc, and he's still got a possibility to go for number 2 here. Another member of TSM 2, in fact, potentially swung out against him. It's all a matter of whether Dan can line up the challenge properly against the attacker's angles as well. So we'll come back to him in a little bit. There's some action being thrust against Joystick, nearly having a nade connecting onto him here. Needed a little bit more time on that fuse, and if the bank went out, might as well have taken down Joystick and given TSM their first blow. It's going to come from Chala instead, however, as he's able to finally trade out against Dan over towards Office, who found the first kill of this round. A Nitro in, and man, Bolo's got a lucky star watching over him as he just barely survives that. And now, due to Office control being contained by TSM, they can pinch against Joystick and prevent any further action against Bolo.
Apparently that lucky star happens to have a name, and his name is Geometrics, let me tell you, as he's able to find that frag inside of Sunrise. Achieved now taking a lot of heat, but they know that he's actually inside of the site.
What the hell? What the hell was Shepard doing? You just heard him hit the Capcan.
He's been downed, and now Empire, they have to work their way back towards Kitchen, but where's the case at? It's currently on Geo, and Geo's nowhere near the site. They're over inside of Sunrise for the time being. Charla's down inside of the Sunroom space. Scyther will take him down, but they still need this plant.
2 blundered intel plays and a loss 1v1 have cost Empire tremendously inside of the 5th round.
Achieved is low, but this is very winnable.
Just yet, however, you can see always still going to try to delay things from upstairs. That could be a powerful position. However, where's the counter to the plant? It's going down, and no one's here to stop it. Here comes Scyther, though. He's dropped 1. He's going to give the planter a chance to refrag, but it won't happen. A 3rd kill is picked up by Scyther, and now Achieved, with less than 5 HP, has to clutch it out in the post plant.
Come on, Achieved.
Scyther and always on the other end of this one, and in just a second, they're probably going to jump onto their first counter to fuse. Achieved, though, has the counter angled for this, but does he have the reads on these last 2 members of Empire? Hasn't been able to find out the positions of either one of them, but he's working on a big flank to try and catch them right now. They're looking for him as well, but neither one going to be revealed. There's the spam against He's got the catch. He's going to knock out Achieved, and Empire will take the lead.
An incredible round here from Empires. They're making Coastline work on the defensive side, something that none of us expected when looking at the stats for this map. But as I said before, throw the notebook out the window, folks. You don't need it here. They are pulling out everything they possibly can up against each other in the moment.
What a fucking shot, dude.
Shots like this, TSM, you're going to have to do something.
Dan has literally got an opening pick every round. It's been huge.
How much of this round was really being set up inside of this the first
I don't know what Shepard was doing there, though.
Had the advantage, but Empire never giving up an inch despite the disadvantage and player count thrown against them. Scyther is the hero as he swings himself back downstairs through enemy territory over by the double bars. That's a part of the map that have been long lost.
Dude, no joke, Dan is winning in this game.
Those first 2 to 3 kills have gone off, but still, he retakes it, waltzes right in.
He probably did get fucked by sound.
Kills and then sets himself up with his teammate to retake the site there. Achieved, unfortunately, not able to fight it out at such low HP. He had to take a slow note about it, but just could not find a winning angle against either of the members of Empire.
Well, if the last handful of rounds were a battle, this is looking to be a war. Look at what Scyther's brought here. He's got the Thunderbird inside of the lineup now. They're looking to get feisty up against TSM, and they've already been taking the fight to him as well.
Mag.
This is going to help them out even more, as we've seen some of these rounds make it down to where Empire.
No, honestly, I don't even think necessarily that TSM is doing. I don't think TSM is necessarily doing a lot wrong. They're actually playing this pretty well. Dan is just literally shitting on somebody every round and joystick. They're just like hitting shots, dude.
Incredibly pivotal to deciding whether once again Empire has to fall entirely back to the
I mean, dude, what did joystick do? He wallbang 3 fucking people than SMG-11 the one round or something like that?
Extended from the site, the fact that attackers can use those stations if they're left in the open. Also, TSM will certainly take that if they end up.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even really their fault. Like, honestly, Dan has been hitting some beautiful shots.
And they'll be more than able to. Those Kona stations are left out on the ground.
Slayer, thank you for the Prime sub.
Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, as all 3 will be locked right around the site play area. And once again, with that 1.5, we saw how pivotal it was for him to line up that shot at the beginning of the last round. He's looking to do it one more time here on the 6th. Knows he's got a challenge inside of service. He's going to try to throw out impacts to catch all these drones. Doesn't know exactly where they are. I thought for sure that was going to be a headshot, but never mind. It's Bolo to get it a bit more quickly instead.
There we go. Bolo got him.
They're on the countered angle. Nearly catches the trade on the Bolo, however, but no dice in knocking him down. He's just going to have to fall away from security after the initial volley of bullets.
Olo hits the deck, trying to keep himself alive before.
I think they're just getting thrown off though, because like they're playing the early round well, and they're just losing the gunfights to crazy shots.
Shoulder there instead of the head. Very unfortunate for Dan in that regard. But now TSM, they've found their.
Yeah, I think it's like they're like falling apart after that happens.
Half the round gone though, and TSM only just starting to get themselves into the building, specifically over towards service. They need to circumnavigate all the way over to.
They are stalling out though.
In from Hookah also. A big checklist still sits in front of TSM, so while they have the player advantage, map control still needs to be gained. A second kill, though, is going to thrust that forward to a huge degree.
Nice, Bolo.
Third, why don't we, as Bolo gets his own personal second. Only the anchors left alive here as Joystick and Shepard are going to have to defend either one of the sites. As time gets low here, TSM does not feel the pressure. They know they can just throw bodies at the site and more than likely win it, but they'll have to be careful, though, as they've made that mistake in prior rounds here and still ended up losing it to Empire, so it's not secure just yet for our attackers as they look to equalize it at 3-3 in this final round of the opening half.
Some terrible things could happen in this moment here, but
Merc with the pick. There we go.
That they have some Overwatch.
Close it out.
He'll make it down and do
we
a
stick all low. There we go.
Flawless as Chal is able to find the last kill for TSM. We're deadlocked at 3-3.
What a nice shot from Chala as well. Keep in mind, again, the Mark 14, not necessarily the easiest gun to work in those kind of awkward close-range scenarios, but he immediately snipes out the Mozzie and locks in round number 3 for TSM. Barely losing any players or any health on the way here. So they played off their intel, are able to isolate out Empire player by player, giving us a show we haven't really seen since the first round there, but certainly a confident play on this attacking side to even it out. Now they're on the defensive end of things, though, and this is where they'll have to seal the deal, needing 4 out of 6 of the remaining rounds to lock
It's a very even game, yeah. But the thing is, this map is really attacker-sided.
as we get things
in
started
theory.
here for a kitchen defense for TSM.
So, like, right now, TSM has really lost this half. Like, I mean, they could come back. It's not impossible. Like, but, like, losing 3 rounds when you're attacking is not good.
We'll have to see if he can possibly run things up against Empire in the opening minutes here for round 7.
Lineup for TSM is not going to be too surprising. It'll be interesting that we see the Cade come
I mean,
into play.
TSM's a good defense team. They're very good at holding it down.
We're going to see utilized upstairs here. Potentially allows that extended
In my opinion, I always think that TSM just had better defenses than attacks. Their attacks are always kind of like somewhat sloppy, honestly.
To knock it out. There's an experienced player though, so shouldn't cause too much of an issue for him. And at worst case, can chuck a frag grenade at it and get the job done the old-fashioned way.
Sometimes they look good, but sometimes they don't, you know.
It's directly above the site. So let's find out how Empire are going to look to go for this clear and specifically flush out the VIP position for TSM.
Cheat will be manning white stairs for now, as we're used to these defensive teams on Coastline holding map presence. It's what you need to do at the end of the day to make sure that the offense doesn't just walk inside and start breaking up the floor and making the map difficult to play for you overall. Merc will be holding on to Theater for the time as Empire are working their way in over here in the office space. They're still on the roof with Geo up top here near Billiards as they continue to try and hunt down drones and see where this entry point is going to be for Team Empire. But for them, it's still down to this info game. They want to make sure that this top space is clear. Also got some drones spinning up inside of Sunrise, and it's going to be Bolo to try and head this off for the moment.
Knocks them both
Come
out.
on,
And now
Jason.
3, man. Bolo just feasting on drones right now here as Empire throwing everything they've got. Already half their drone count to use. That Magnet's going to eat this one up. Bolo's going to run a little bit further away and now dodge another one here at the pressure.
Nice.
Comes out against him, but he's able to contend against it anyway. Joystick falls. A second player still ready to move in through. Pull door is always ready for the re-challenge. He's scared to go for it here. Bolo's been unstoppable in these power positions, and he's looking to line himself up with a double again at the beginning of round number 7.
Doesn't want to slow down just yet. Play out that timer. Do not peek, especially with Merc in this position. He'll be able to try and assist here as Dan tries to fire through the wall. But look at all of this time that they've now wasted.
Nice.
And Merc, he's just going to swing him instead. Geo takes round 1 as well as Merc.
Nice.
Through, but it's Bolo that takes down Always as they dice up Empire inside of Sunrise. They can't have any of this. TSM knocks them out of the building.
Dude, there's
and now
3
it's just down to
TSM players with
Shepard.
like 10
It's
health.
1 versus 5.
The quote Canadian, you try getting him out of that position. You try flushing him out there. You try throwing all those nades at him. It doesn't matter. He's ready for the challenge regardless of the circumstances as Bolo holds the line yet again, this time behind the Sunrise bar as a first round is picked up from TSM, and now they take the leading round away from Empire. Will we have another volley of exchanges though, or does Empire have something to strike back with here as we get ourselves into the second hold, which is going to go directly into the blue bar?
What an insane stand from Bolo there, and one that was desperately needed for TSM. Empire so close to knocking him out of that Sunrise position, but as soon as he
TSM
gets
defense,
that first
chat.
blood, everyone
Don't
on the
sleep
TSM
on it.
lineup builds in around him. Merc gets up into couches. Geo moves over to blue. It's so very difficult to try and get around this space and continue to work it, especially when you have Merc shooting back against your Finka player that actually does get control of blue. It's just so hard fought in the moment right now, but what can you do against this? That's the real question.
Merc was actually huge over there too. Oh, Geo killed somebody from above.
Figure out this offensive side.
Empire, we can see from these replays here, tunnel visioning a little bit as players like Geo are able to waltz right up to big window, catch a player trying to peek in through Sunrise as they were so desperately trying to find a pick against either Merc or Bolo there, but could barely even get themselves into the building, let alone maintain any positioning. TSM with the lead, and now going to see some big operator changes as we move over towards the blue bar hold. Pulse is coming in for Geo. We're going to see the Frost Mats back at it again for Bolo. The Castle's back in play for Chala as well to block off some of these access points. Should be a very winning lineup, though, for TSM, especially if they're able to put their early round foot
You have to
forward
replay
and
every
shut down the
single
members of
player's
Empire
reaction. Why
in the
not?
first minute or two, as we saw back on the previous round.
Well, now for TSM, can they continue the climb here? Round 8, will it be in their pocket, or can Empire equalize yet again here? Going to have the holds dedicated upstairs here as we are into double bar. You need to hold on to that hookah area, and that will be the job of Achieved and Merc in the moment. Merc will be playing here inside of drinks, right, and behind billiards. Thrown out for Shepard as well, as he will look to see what's going on inside of this top space.
All quiet on the front, though.
Geo loves the ump. I don't think Geo loves the ump. I think someone has to play the gun, and Geo's a good lad, and he's playing it.
Despite the door being open. Only knows about the one drone. Things will start well for Dan, however, as he's able to find out Shala, knock out the extended position of the castle, and remove him from play at any point in the late round. Of course, we'll see Shala contribute in other ways here from the Intel game, but for now, he's done inside of the server itself. Joystick looking to wrap himself up here, already having the Intel as the Merc, but Merc still wins out the initial fight, thankfully.
That droning was a little bit late.
Shepard on the outside repel. He'll quickly trade that back out, and Empire still in the lead here now to 4v3. And he's seen another player from TSM flushed out of their extended position. Achieved, not going to feel confident to play over by Cool Vibes. He heads back to Kitchen.
Empire have so much time to work with here as well. They can just dedicate this to droning and seeing where TSM want to try and hold things down. Obviously, Geo will still be inside of Sunrise, especially with this cardiac sensor. Might be able to find a pick that they desperately need, but he's just going to look to see if he can possibly set up a nitro cell in some space to be able to get this frag. Well, waiting for the man to fall off, and what will happen to our Buck here is he's right on the edge. Geo, he's going to put away the sensor and always gets blown sky high. That's the
200 IQ plays from Geo.
Geo will just fall back into the relative safety of this bunker setup behind the B chassis. Shepard, though, wants to breach it back open. Is there utility for the defenders to knock it out? It's not necessarily looking like it here. No impacts and nothing to stop that opening from going through here. More than likely going to cause a move for Geo. In fact, he actually eats some
You like the Cadillac low because you drive a Cadillac?
A third of his HP, a little less than that going away from
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Cadillac makes awesome cars. The Blackwing is sweet. The CTS, like, CTSV, like, Blackwing or whatever, I think is sick. Nice. Good shit, Geo.
Nothing to do now for Empire. They need something serious in the moment, and luckily enough, it's a trade from Scyther as Shepard takes down Bolo. It's up to Achieved in order to get this done. He swings through. He can't find the initial frag, and it's Shepard with the secondary SMG, the Bearing 9, able to strike true.
The Blackwing is your dream car?
Very, very close.
I actually love the Escalade. The new Escalade is so sick, dude.
Just a tad too aggressive with their positioning, not accounting for the quick rotates to come in for so many players, especially over towards the pool door push in those dying seconds of the round. And as a result of the later rotates from the kitchen hold on TSM, they cannot get back into the site in time to stop Empire from establishing positions that they needed to shut out those last two players. It's Empire right back into tying contention here.
How old was I? I got my first car. Like 17, almost 18.
Look like a map that we watched a long time ago, John. I want to kind of teleport you back to SI 2019, where we had the longest.
I had to drive my parents' cars.
22 rounds, and Empire actually took part in that. For those that don't know, up against G2. Luckily enough, this cannot possibly happen here. We definitely have the opportunity to go to overtime, but we do not have the opportunity to continue on into that infinite time frame. There has to be a winner here, and we might have to use the full breadth of rounds to do it, the full 15, but one of these teams has to give. Who is it going to be?
Well, the ball is in Empire's court now to try and repeat success, as these teams have been going back and forth for some time here, and the scoreline has reflected that, with only at most a one-round lead going up on the board for either team here at any point during this map. TSM,
I actually really like the new Escalade. I'm not gonna lie, I've been thinking about getting one.
A hookah and billiards hold here, and of course,
I think a Tahoe or a Yukon is a better choice, honestly. I want to get like a full-size SUV for my wife for when we have our baby. And the Escalade is just a sick car, dude. The thing is, they're even like the Tahoes and the like Yukons are really expensive, but Escalade's even more expensive. But it is really nice. I do love it.
Try to handle things a bit more vertically, as we can see two players on top of the bathroom hatch.
Yeah, they're about like 80 grand.
Looks like Empire wants to deal with this.
Fully loaded, they're like over 100.
More direct than what we would expect initially here for Hookah. A lot of teams looking to just prioritize getting things set up inside of the Aqua space, but they want to play into TSM's hand over here, so let's see how strongly the defense can hold up. Bolo will currently be inside of VIP, manning the guitar door as Empire continually tries to get more intel onto this location, but the mute jammers are working out so very well for Achieved at the time. As he's going to
yeah, there's like the new like it's the Wagoneer, yeah.
At least in the moment. Joystick though, he's already worked in under the site in a certain sense as he's inside of Kitchen, be able to get rid of the default cam here for Jungle, but Achieved, he could play.
You can give me a discount on a Lincoln Navigator.
Ooh. Just yet. Currently over here inside of Security and has an opportunity to make some very nice flanks.
Half the round now.
I feel like if I was going to drop that much money, the new and I know they're redoing the Navigators soon.
From the Hookah Repel window. See if he can find out any of the members of TSM from there. At the same time, they're going to crack open the corner that would normally become problematic for that player on Repel, and thankfully, for their sake, find nothing there. The Repel yields results as well. Dan gets himself off of it onto the platform over by Balcony.
Dan has been entering like a fucking monster.
Netting Empire, the first kill of this round, and hot on the heels of a second here as they're going to try to isolate out Bolo, but he's playing it safe now as he knows he's lost his support.
Scary situation now, but he's got one impact to be able to get rid of at least this set of Exkyros. Shepard has so many, though, and that's the big problem. Gonna set out a 2-set here that will end up
he does a 2-set. That's kind of a little bit more advantageous for the defenders. Not like perfectly, but
the rotation here for Vibes as well. So
the Grand Wagoneer isn't the Grand Wagoneer is like crazy expensive though. Isn't it like Escalade money pretty much?
That always works too. Gio now will be holding on to Billiards.
Well, this is the thing. Me and my wife drive together like 9 out of 10 times. So kind of what I was thinking.
Move the 90 player and he'll take down Bolo. Empire's got the Overwatch and they've got the round. Back to back.
I think I would
for Empire.
It all came down to those final 1v1s and just far too many of them falling into the hands of Empire.
I think I'm gonna get
the site control, which was looking good.
I think I'm gonna probably get either like a Yukon Denali or I'll get an Escalade for my wife, and like I'll drive it too. Like we generally drive it together. I would get like a pretty much a fully loaded one for either of them if I was gonna get it.
So it's got to be nearly flawless from
and then for me,
from this point forward,
I would like
to close this down. If not,
I would probably get rid of my pickup truck that I have.
Yes,
if we got the Escalade. And then I'd probably trade my wife's lease in and get something else for me that's like
fortunately enough, history may repeat itself as the
you could like buy out your lease, sell it, and make some money on it.
Only team to go back to back on rounds for their second and third rounds. So we could see that yet again here. TSM could.
The new Denali is nice, yeah.
Rounds and force us into OT.
The new Escalade's crazy expensive though, dude.
There's so many ways that this could
literally I priced when I built one online, it was like
timeout from TSM.
Like 110,000 for like a fully loaded one.
TSM going to try to break things down here before it gets too far out of control. Already in the second half,
plus
so
tax.
no side switch to fall back on here. It's all about how this defensive side is played out. Thankfully, we are already through the tactical pause. We're in the replays. It got started, guys. So
Rolls Royce? No, those are like those are way too expensive.
And we're heading back into it.
Where does leasing make sense? I don't think it does right now, but a lot of times it's like the depreciation of leasing is the same as like if you actually like bought the car and sold it. So if you're the kind of person who gets a car every few years, like 2 years, 3 years, then leasing makes sense.
Get inside of our Sunday matchup. It would have to be this. I'm being so serious. I want a
Dan is not cheating.
Best of 5 between TSM and Team Empire. These two teams have been so much fun to watch inside of this series so far. And not only that, but they've reached this moment right here on Coastline.
No, they're not cheating. No one's fucking cheating. They're playing this event in person on LAN.
We come off of the TAC timeout. And for TSM, a lot to do yet again, as we were talking about previously. It all starts here on the kitchen defense. What's the change out?
I don't know. We'll see.
Not really too much. They're still going to have Merc on the Vigil, who could play spoils.
I just did a bunch of house. I just bought a house and did a bunch of house remodeling and really nice wedding.
for a moment inside of Cafe, but wasn't really needed that much in the grand scheme of things. Now it's down to him to try and assist, but oh no, the early damage already coming down.
I have a GMC Sierra Denali Ultimate right now.
I think he's over on White Stairs, and not like this. Please, Dan, not like this, as the Twitch drone continues to take away at his health.
Doesn't do enough anymore, unfortunately, so not going to fully knock Achieved out here. We've seen Joystick take quite a bit of heat now that Chala, I believe, has the overwatch for the front door also. Achieved back in the fight here, and Chala swinging out to try and find that player just below the front stairs.
I hear your contract, buddy. Well, I mean, like, the Mercedes and stuff is nice, but the nice thing about the Escalade is it'll hold its value really, like, pretty well. Yeah, it's American, built in America. I kind of like that. I tried, you know.
Joystick on such incredibly
I just like the look of it. It's a full-size body and frame SUV, or whatever, a Yukon or an Escalade.
So they won't have those adrenal surges, and Merc's got another kill.
Nice,
oh,
Merc.
No, not like this, Empire. Merc now with a 2.0. If you want to throw the assists in there, he's doing even better in the moment. Bolo, though, will finally go down to Scyther as Empire find a response.
Big mistake in the intel game there for Joystick specifically. For those who caught it mid-reload after he popped the door open there, completely exposed to the swing from TSM, and an easy kill for Merc to be able to negotiate there. Empire
Achieved is low.
Keeping up with the constant rotates that TSM are throwing at them. This mobile team is constantly finding the opening.
Yeah, I mean, I do. Like, I mean, I'm
for the trade to come out either on the side of Empire.
you know,
TSM now 4v3, still over a minute to go. Though. That is plenty of time for Empire to course correct.
I am,
especially with them.
You know, born and raised in Detroit, so buying. I try to. It doesn't have to be, but I try to buy big 3 American cars that are made in America. Prefer to.
The stun will break that up. Currently coming in on to anyone here is always just trying to see if he can possibly pick up a free frag in the area. He'll try and pack up that stun grenade, but fortunately enough for him, no one currently inside of this area. But might end up running into some problems now as we still have a Geometrics all the way up inside of the bathroom.
Merc?
But it's Merc instead. He is just running amok of this entire offense. They can't get in front of him. Dan has to kill him here, and he does. But now that will give up where Dan is as well. He's at the front door, and Achieved, he's going to be able to play this out. They have no idea where he is. The Nitro's still out, but it's not going to do much. He gets stuck to the top of the door, and he's dead. It's a 2 versus 2, and the plant's going down for Scyther. Dan wants out another kill. It's a triple for him. Chala has to clutch things up.
Dude, Dan is like
all year for TSM. It's slowed down inside of stage 3, but they need him here inside of the upper bracket. Can Chala get it done with the 81?
Come on, Chala, come on, come on, come on.
To the plate inside of Kegs, has some damage with the impact.
Half HP on that.
Doable in the moment. He needs to win one of these gunfights though. There's 25 seconds on this clock as he shifts back into stalls. He knows one's got to be around the space, but he sprints.
Nice.
Scyther. Can he get it done outside though? Oh, what a great move here from Dan. The window will break up, and he knows that he has it on top.
Ooh! Chala, let's go!
Gets it done, and TSM equalize.
TSM, I thought the world was dusted after that perfect comeback from Dan, fragging his way into the side and opening up.
I thought it was fucked after Dan just shit on everyone.
But still, the clutch is there for TSM. They bring it back. They equalize yet again as this scoreline cannot contend for either team. It's 5-5. No one with the lead as we go into the last 2 rounds of regulation.
I'm gonna have to take this jacket off, man. I'm getting hot. I'm getting hot watching this game right now. I'm not even in it. I mean, we are on the precipice of such an electric matchup here, folks, especially on Coastline. Merc is just giving them the business time and time again on this roam. But Empire, they fight back in such convincing fashion.
Dude, Merc has been going ham.
The 2 versus 4. What a nasty round for both of these teams.
I thought once Dan got those picks, it was over.
Stacked against them. Beautiful play from Dan. Perfect smoke to block off the crosses and make sure he would be able to isolate the 1v1 versus the player behind check-in desk as well. But Chala, so wonderfully played, catches Empire just when they were the most vulnerable, just when Dan had gone for the rotate outside to try and establish the final position needed to shut that down. The first duel is his, and the second one is just a matter of timing as he shuts out that last player. And you can see the hype from these guys as that one is stolen right out of the hands of Empire and restored for around the TSM. Ultimately, to be fair to them, should have closed out much more convincingly in their favor, but still, it ends up in their pocket. And now
how did Scyther not hear him?
Here as TSM moves to another new site
who knows?
Double bars.
Double bar here for the second time as they continue their site rotation. Obviously, it'll be the top hold for them, but past that, TSM need to get ahead of Empire on this entry. And with 15 seconds already gone in the round, Empire's right at the gates to Coastline as they'll be looking to entry into this map. Look towards Geo to try and find some extra insight on this situation to assist his teammates, specifically Merc, who once again has been just so influential inside of this game, and he'll look to do so yet again here in round 11. Bolo almost shot through there, but unfortunately for him, Empire's member on the other side of the gazebo outside.
Timing seemed like it was there too, just off
by a pixel competitive? Or is it too much work? No, it's not that it's too much work. I don't know. I don't enjoy playing. I just enjoy playing more casually now.
This ego duel for the time being here, as a member of Empire will step away. They've got things to take care of. They've got utility to clear. They don't want to necessarily throw themselves into a losing battle, especially against Bolo this early on, as he's been so hard to clear out. Even with the bit of a mixed personal scoreline that he's got there at 7-7, his hard lock positions have just been so arduous for Empire.
Burke has been frying this game.
Here from Geo Pulse, showing exactly what he's so good at.
You just saw the video on the new estimate. It's great. It is really nice.
He needs to win this fight. Merc doubles back, and they deal just about the same amount of damage to each other. He's going to move in behind the aqua bar, but he's been stunned out. That's such an easy kill. The team play from Empire on the roof. I mean, it's going to bode so very well for them as they take down the top flank for TSM.
That's tough losing Merc early. Merc has been huge for them. Oh, they did a drone.
You mentioned it before, and it sticks its ugly head out against TSM again. The intel play, too strong for Empire here in round 11. They snipe out a second kill now against Merc. That's two of the biggest fraggers, two of the biggest impact makers on TSM, down for the count. And they're going to have to try and bring it back on a 3v5. The only good news, we're down to less than a minute. And Chala, he's contemplating this swing out. There's another player that's going to cross right against him. Are they ready for the fight? Oh, no, Chala backs away from it too early. So survives, and always they're on top of the hatch for the refrag. But Achieve refrags himself as he's able to find Dan at the
got one.
Cool vibes.
Now with only 34 seconds remaining,
they have that drone there, Geo, bro.
That's
a good try on the flank. Good try on the flank. I just saw Bolo die there. There has to be a drone on flank, unless he shot it. He probably shot it.
Always, what a time to be alive for an Empire fan as he comes off the top rope and ends his existence.
Hip fire shot as well to line up that last one. Beautifully done by him. So we go all the way to the end of regulation. It's match point on 12 for Empire, with only one opportunity to shut it down here in this round. If TSM volley it again, we are going to overtime to find our first grand finalist here at the 6th Invitational 2022. And what a statement from Empire on that round to respond to the clutch from TSM. They were angry about the loss back on round number 10, and they did not want to have another one like that unfold.
Time and time again.
No, I just don't want to play professionally anymore. I have no interest.
For your team, as the egos just deflate. You can't get anything done. You're worried about
match
what
point
the other
chat.
team do to you, but Empire, they don't stop.
What side are they picking for TSM here?
On the warpath here, and finally reach match point on Coastline. They could end it all right now on their offensive side, unless TSM has something to say about it.
Are you allowed to cheer for Empire? You can cheer whoever you want. I mean, I'm cheering for TSM, obviously, but, you know, I'll only ban you. It's not that big of a deal. No, I'm kidding. I'm not in shambles. They have this.
So they will not have a lot to fall back on. We could very well be looking at a 7-5 victory.
I'm not even worried.
If they can repeat the same success. Obviously, a different site to play at. We're back upstairs now inside of Hookah Billiards, an area where Empire has struggled tremendously with the early clears.
And for TSM, you have to be worried in the moment because the boogeyman has just came out onto the field. Empire, once again, looking to end it all right now. Not too big of a change up inside of their utility.
If they could pick Dan early, I think I'd be
playing on the Twitch in the
I think they're going to be okay. The problem is Dan has been literally getting opening pick every round. Defense, attack, doesn't matter.
They're entering this building. Joystick already in down low and on the hunt for a TSM member.
Lining it up, trying to read into predictable rotates. Not looking like it's really going to catch anyone from TSM, though. They're playing this entirely upstairs, at least for this first minute or so. We might see players try to get flushed out from their positions, specifically there towards Penthouse. Later on, before the time being, Empire is satisfied with the overwatch they have. This is going to be an attempt to catch the player upstairs and also deal with that Electric Claw, rather, but it's actually going to miss. It's a little bit too far to the right there, so won't actually find it, and that'll be a big piece of utility into the dumpster for Empire.
It's super smart for TSM upstairs. They break open the floor
Alright,
and then put the
we're not going to do spamming. This is what differentiates us from the main channel. You can root for whatever team you want, but no spamming.
The location they think it's going to be, but clearly not there. Now the Gemini out for Joystick as TSM have been able to slow them down on this clear. They really don't know where any of these members are in the current moment.
This is good so far.
To hold on to this top floor, and as this timer continues to dwindle, it's going to get harder and harder for Empire to get anything done.
Empire with the initiation rate here, but at the same time, no early kills to fall back on. Lots of presence being found for them specifically underneath of the site, but again, it's always that transition, that ascent or descent the teams have
Everybody's
to go
still up, which is good.
That's when they're finally going to meet their opponents against their positions here inside of some gun duels that
for this
for
aggressive
part,
kill
Empire have been able to avoid up until this point in the round. Scyther potentially lining up one of the first ones here. He's going to chuck a drone in, masks it as well, gets it to the inside. So that's going to find out where Chal is at. He falls up with the
oh, he got the nudge. He hit him in the face.
Chal hits the button, dials the number just in time. As
Oh
Scyther
my
chops his
God.
head off with his final moments of life in this round also.
It's the dead man's hand here as it just blows him sky high. But Joystick finds Merc, who's stepping up a little bit too aggressively.
New
here
TSM player
inside
chat,
of the
Merc.
space. And now for TSM, 40 seconds remain from them in overtime or going to the lower bracket. Bolo will be able to get rid of the drone initially here as Empire starts to push
Jason.
themselves up the stairwell. It's a stun out here from Always as he tries to have some influence over this space. Shepard also putting the plant down, but will he be able to stick it? He will, more than likely, especially after Joystick takes down Bolo, and it's a 4 versus 2 going for TSM.
Gio's out in the open, but now down on the ground here. Achieve with a position in Cool Vibes, though. Catches one of the members of Empire. He's got so much to contend against, though. A direct fight at the top of Cool Vibes is waiting for him here. He spotted the player in the corner, but it's not going to be enough. Always shuts it down. And Empire are your first grand finalists of the 6th Invitational 2022.
What an insane series between these two. Empire, a team that at the very start of SI 2022 was a big question mark. How will they play here? How will they do? Well, I'll tell you, they're going to make it to the grand finals and be the first one in order to do so. As for TSM, their only path
It's fine. They'll go through loser brackets and come back and win in the finals.
Contend against the winner of our second matchup coming up later today between MIBR and FaZe. The winner of that matchup now has to go against TSM for the final spot in the grand finals. Will we have an EU versus LATAM matchup?
I'm not in shambles right now.
For the rematch of the upper bracket finals, that becomes the remaining question of both today and the early portion of tomorrow, with Empire moving on victoriously as the first team to the grand finals.
What an amazing showing from both of these teams, but obviously for Empire, it was truly a nuts series. Both of these teams taking each other's maps. A 7-2 loss to TSM on Cafe that presents us Coastline, where a lot of analysts thought TSM was going to take it, and a lot of times it looked like they had what it took to take the map off of Empire, but such a hard-fought series from them and an amazing Coastline propels them forward as they will be.
I'm still going to be streaming. I'm not done streaming.
That last map was a gamble for both of our teams. Looking at it once again there, TSM had very few plays on that map, when only was able to clutch it out 7-5 both of the times they played it. So while yes, the win ratio looked good on paper, there was plenty of room for them to potentially be knocked out there, and that's exactly what Empire was able to do. Only inside of those final 2 rounds, in my opinion, did they really lock it in, though. That intel game, as well as the leads that they were constantly having over the rotates from TSM, catching every single aggressive move, specifically absolutely lethal in his early round position.
I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm mauling.
Up until those final rounds, finally we saw Empire countering him out.
Just type something in the public chat of Discord, and I'll give you your 100K roll, okay? There's a Discord right there.
We're going to send it back down to your analyst desk to break down this series.
Is that a Gucci tie? It could be.
The upper bracket final winner has been decided. Empire will go to the grand final. TSM's SI Dreams are still alive, though, but they now must battle through the lower bracket final. We'll talk more about that later, but we gotta dive into Map 3 Coastline. That was absolutely bonkers. We were in the watch room. We were on the edge of our seats. We were hooing and hollering.
You guys were on your seats? I mean, I was right up at the screen going...
Just because you're so small.
You know what? We didn't have to go there. Thanks, mate. I couldn't see the TV. That's the real reason. Wow.
Just there.
Wow.
But, y'all, that was a roller coaster ride for Empire. I mean, Empire won Map 1, but was stomped Map 2. Victorious on the decider. Dev... Okay, your later prediction, it worked out for you, huh?
I stuck to my guns. I didn't flip-flop, and I'm glad for it, not only because I'm right, but because Empire deserved that win, right? We cannot deny how well Empire showed up. Like, some of those players, Joystick had a phenomenal last couple rounds.
He did.
Dan, through and through. I mean, I had 5 entry kills across that map. It was insane.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that we have to highlight is those entry plays, and we'll look at that soon, yeah.
Yeah, no, Jess, I was just about to ask you about that. The entry kills for both these teams, they were so telling. They were pivotal. They truly set the momentum for each round.
I think that particular map, that last map, it was the story being told of the entries. I think if you flick to the particular chapter of these two teams going head-to-head, that last map was who can get the entry kill, then convert it. You were sitting across the room from me.
Round, it got converted.
You go, how many of those conversions can we get from the entry kill to then a successful round? All bar one. That is an intense ratio to have of success when you're getting the opening pick. And Joystick really struggled in the first half of that map, even sort of the first half of the second half. I know that sounds odd to hear. The first half of their attacking half, I think they really struggled. And then something in Joystick was like, I am done moving slowly. I am done playing around. I need to make the entries. I need to make them now.
And it's that middle emotion that they sit in that we talked about, their composure. Sure, we're having individually bad performances. Like you say, Joystick was something like 3-8, right?
Yeah, he was.
And then he comes in the last 2 rounds when it matters, and he just still has the same confidence to take those gunfights to win those rounds for his team.
I mean, they're so composed that you can hardly tell that they'd won.
No, they won and they're just like...
This is how they looked like. We're going to be Empire, right? We finished, we just won the match and then... Yay! Yeah. Good
Erupting with emotion. Anyway. Okay, well, Seltzer's on stage. She is ready with our interview, and we cannot wait to hear what Dan has to say. Take it away, Seltzer.
Thank you so much, Jackie, everyone on the desk. It was a heck of a matchup to talk about, and I'm glad I have Dan here with me to break it down a little bit from Empire's perspective. We have not seen Empire play on Bank the entirety of this tournament, not since EUL. So tell me, was that something you were keeping in your back pocket? And especially tell me about your choice of defense to start out on Bank.
We were not keeping like at the back pocket. We were just like having it as our default map and waiting until we have a chance to play it. And we got a chance here. We took 4 rounds in defense. That's pretty a lot. I can say it because, in my opinion, Bank is attack-sided map. And when we got 4 defense rounds, we were very confident that we're going to finish this map with the win. And we just kept that mood till the end of the map.
You guys did a phenomenal job on Bank, just like you said. Had a little bit of a struggle on Cafe there, and a really close back and forth on Coast. I want to know, how essential is Joystick's survival on those entries to your team's success in a round?
Joystick, I think he carried really hard on Coastline. I think it was the right time for me and Joystick to step up on Coastline, on attack. We did really good moves there, and we won the game because of Joysticks. Like, he was not scared at all. He was just trying to do entries for us, and he did a great job.
Well, you as a team have only fallen to one other team here at SI, M&M, and we know that had a lot to do with preparation. Now, as you head into the finals, which of the remaining teams do you feel is most worthy, and would you be most excited to face off against?
I will be excited to play against any team because like, the teams are already at the final stage of the Invitational. They deserve to be here, and they all will be. It will be a great show, no matter who will play against in the final.
Well said, Dan, and actually a lovely sentiment. I'm going to wrap it up here, but I want to give you a quick chance to say anything to the fans out there.
I want to thank all of our fans. I think you are the main reason why we're right now in the grand final. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dan. Congratulations to Empire. Sending it back to you all on the desk to take another look at that match.
Seltzer and Dan, Chef's kiss, looking fantastic up there. Okay, I want to see if we can pull up the map 3 summary very quickly here. Take a closer look at the stats. Dev, earlier we were talking about the Trinity. I feel like we've been like Trinity, but also Dan.
Yeah, I mean, you can't deny what an impact he had in that map. He was phenomenal. Joystick also back into form as well.
Yeah, I mean, 32 rounds between these two teams over a best of 3. I think we have certainly found our grand final, at least our first team of the grand final here in Team Empire.
I'm going to circle back to the map ban phase where I said if you give Empire 2 of their big 3.
Yes,
Form is temporary.
Cafe.
Form is temporary, class is permanent on Coastline. They have been a class Coastline team, and they came through when it really mattered on that map.
I bet you on your wall at home, it doesn't say live, laugh, love. It says classes, whatever you're saying is right there.
Form is temporary, class is permanent.
Yep.
This just in, they have decided on our MVP, and they want to throw it in, and I know y'all don't know who it is, so we're going to make some guesses. Let's see.
Dan?
We're talking about Dan.
Dan.
We love a cap can main.
Yeah. He set the tone so well on Bank, didn't he? At the very start, we're like, oh, they haven't played any Bank. And here they go bring in the cap can, and the first kill of the series is a cap can frag.
Oh my god. And the Twitch, the kill to get the plant. I know they lost the round, but it's moments like those where they can pop off and really make a difference. I think he's such a versatile player, and we used to highlight him in Mexico on the Buck, where he was like MVP like 2-3 days in a row just on the Buck alone. He's so flexible.
When Empire needs somebody to step up, Dan is that person. I remember numerous times in the UL where they're looking pretty shaky, and then Dan just steps up with a big round, gets an ace, gets a big play. As you say, that round that they did end up losing, where it was Dan just from the lobby door, just finding picks onto people, recovered a 3v5 to a 2v1. They did lose it, but he's that guy that steps up. He's the one that makes those rounds happen.
And in the opening picks as well, it said 6 and 4 in the opening for the series. He got 5 of those on Coastline. 5 of his 6 opening kills were on the map 3.
You know what? That's really good because I think they knew it was their last shot. This was meant to be the map. They were like, we either have to go like complete 120% energy or we're not really worthy of that grand final, and I think that showed.
I do want to talk about the future of both of these teams. TSM dropping to the lower bracket final.
Why?
Empire! Oh my gosh, they're in the grand final. That's so exciting. But can we just talk about their trajectory and where they're going? Fresh, you're in the hot seat.
Oof. Empire look unstoppable. I have a slight worry about their map pool going into best of 5 tomorrow. But they're going to have all the advantages being the upper bracket team. TSM, they've got to dust themselves off. They're a flexible team. They'll get to sit and watch the game going on today. They'll know
where was I just took a shit,
they
dude.
have the flexibility to work around that both in terms of operator pool and map bans.
What did we do when Jackie asked us for predictions on map 3? What did you and I instinctively do?
We know.
We know.
We did this deliberately.
That's why we were wrong on purpose. Generally what we do is we notice.
Here it comes out.
What we notice is
I've
that
done
in
this to
EUL,
multiple teams.
Yeah, so Jack, when he predicts a team, will instinctively somehow predict the wrong team. He is a curse. So when he said, oh, I don't know what to do, I'm thinking in my head, I'm going to do what you do. I'm going to curse the team.
We double curse them and they won.
And we double curse them. Now people
okay,
are
so
like,
you're going to take credit for Empire going to the 6th Invitational Grand Final.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
God, get
I won't. I think Empire's a phenomenal team, and because we're from EU, we already, a little bit of a shill there. We're going to have a little bit of pride. But I actually said from probably the beginning of the playoffs, when I saw TSM in the upper bracket, I was like, oh, God,
Empire.
TSM, you've got to be a good team. Look, I did think that.
I'm just going to say, I'm ecstatic. I know that they made it to the Grand Final in Mexico and lost that 6 months ago, but if you
honestly,
look back,
I could... I don't know why, I just have a good feeling that, like, TSM will still have this.
All right, thank you so much for your excellent...
Margoose, like the Prime sub.
Fresh, Jess, and Dev, the day is not over yet, though. We have MIBR versus FaZe and our season reveal. That will be after the break. Don't go anywhere. Stick around. I know I will be. I'm glued to my screen right now.
The new season reveal is right now. How am I in shambles? You're in shambles. All right, chat. We can battle. Are there a lot of archers in this shit? But these centaurs are archers, correct? Whatever, fuck it. The hell, I ran out of virtual memory. Maka, I think 39 months. All right, let's start this battle. Can I cast at the next SI? Probably not. It's possible. Waxy went in there real quick. They have 350 enemies, dude. Oh my god. We are so fucked. Hey, Nims, thank you for the 43-month 3 sub back. What's up, George? What's up, chat? What's on, Nims? We are so unbelievably fucked here. What's going on, though, Nims? How you doing, dude? Yeah, I'm not tall enough to see over the desk, so I would never be able to cast or, like, be an analyst at SI. Bro, 300 enemies? Like, what? Is that even real? I've never even seen that many enemies. I feel like this, like, map or whatever has, like, crazy amounts of enemies. Is it early for you? I'm still away from last night. My sleep schedule is an absolute shambles, dude. My sleep schedule is an absolute and utter shambles. Oh, this is the reveal. We're losing this anyway. Ooh.
This time I say friends, and welcome.
Vax, thank you 2 months. What's up, King? What's going on?
We've been waiting for it for quite a while, and year 7 is upon us as always at the Invitational. It's new reveal, and it's new all over. I'm Milosh, and I'm very honored to be introducing the next bit, the future of Rainbow Six in year 7, with, of course, Demon Vale. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Demon Vale. I'm Camille Salazar-Hadaway, and I'll be your host for the show. As you know, we are starting a new year of Rainbow Six Siege, and what better way to start than by welcoming creative director Alex Karpazis to share the team's vision of the season.
This is the new creative director.
So year 7, season 1 is huge for us, and it's the season of game changers. We have Azami, one of the most complicated operators we've ever had to make. It took over a year to make her, and she brings a lot of change to the defender side. And it really speaks to the core of Rainbow Six and destruction and actually rebuilding any area in the map. And for the first time in a while, we're introducing a new map to Rainbow Six Siege. It's coming in the middle of the season, and hopefully everybody can get excited about exploring a new locale with all of their favorite operators.
You've heard about what's coming in Demon Vale. Now, let's see it in action, courtesy of Chris Waters and Ubisoft News.
Hey, Chris.
Defenders, have you ever thought to yourself, what if I could patch that hole in my reinforced wall? How great would it be if I could just block off that one sight line? I know they're about to come through that doorway, that window, that hatch. what if I could just seal it up? All these questions you ask yourself.
What flavored G Fuel should I buy? I have like a week left of my gummy
Demon Veil
fish.
Defender is ready to reshape the battlefield, and later in the season, you'll have an entirely new place to play with her gadget with the arrival of the Emerald Plains map. And that's not all. The launch of Demon Veil will be the launch of Attacker Repick and Team Deathmatch. It's gonna be a big one.
The Lord.
So stick around to see all the updates coming to kick off Year 7 of Rainbow
that's a
Six
new
Siege.
That's a new Goyo. Delta Age in the Prime Sub. Farmer,
Azami's gadget is
get Shiny Splash G Fuel. Yeah, 30% off G Fuel, exclamation point G Fuel.
Is going to tell you more about it.
Thank you very much, Farmer, for the $10. And yeah, definitely get Shiny Splash. That's my current favorite flavor.
On Azami's design. And I'm going to need all the details on that suit.
When we looked at Azami's visual identity, we actually looked towards the Japanese security police. So these are bodyguards that protect VIPs that are both domestic and international. But Azami is actually in the private sector. So we wanted to take a bit of liberty with her outfit, make sure that she can express that kind of duality of her nature. And that's how we ended up with this striking suit that Azami's wearing. When we wanted to talk about Azami's visuals, specifically her face mask, we wanted a bit of mystery there for her. This is a piece of fashion in Japanese culture that's existed forever, and we wanted to make use of it. So it was an ideal way of showcasing her kind of more hidden side. It's the first time in a while that we've actually hidden the face of a female operator, and this was kind of a unique opportunity for us to do that. We worked with our Japanese colleagues and poured through a bunch of kimono patterns and traditional patterns from the Japanese culture, and we actually settled on cranes because it was a nice kind of analogy for her gadget. The cranes are very powerful, and we
this new season's art style is sick.
Icon as well, where the crane kind of transforms into her gadget, which are the kunai. A big thing we're really happy to announce starting in Season 1 is a huge tech upgrade that we're bringing to the faces of our operators in the future. So this starts with Azami, where we've redone a whole bunch of things such as skin shaders, hair shaders, eye shaders. We've also upped the amount of poly count for the headgear and the face itself. And so you'll see a lot more life and a lot more detail in future operators. And because Azami's wearing a mask, we wanted to make sure that you could see the full kind of upgrade, and we're including this with our benchmark character, which was Thunderbird. So in Season 1, you're going to see Thunderbird and Azami both using this kind of new tech we've developed. And the team's worked incredibly hard to make sure we'll bring new life to our characters.
Creepy how real it is.
The goal with this improvement of technology is not only to connect
got
better
snarled
with
at by
characters,
Thunderbird,
but also to make sure that we have all the tools necessary to have a diverse cast, that we're not held back by what kind of character designs we want. And so you're going to see this in our customization and our new operators that are coming in Year 7.
I think the first part when we try to design a gadget is to really understand what is the gameplay mechanics behind it. What we were looking for was something super sharp, something that can stick into a wall, like pierce the wall and stay in place into it. The kunai came pretty naturally. That's a very, very iconic shape. And when we saw it, we knew that that was the thing we were looking for. The second part is the
hoodie.
Patch. For the patch, we were looking for something that can adapt to a lot of different situations, like collisions and props and so on. And so we went to internet and we were looking for the chemical reactions that we can find. And we found one that transformed a gas into something solid. And we decided to take that road. And that's why on the kunai, we added these two canisters. So one is for the gas, and the other is it's the compound that solidifies the gas. And finally, the last part is the arm mechanism. Azami is a bodyguard. She's a very high-fashion operator. So
it's kind of like the Assassin's Creed blade.
Arm to add this mechanic to our dressing.
So imagine if you like don't move your finger, it chops it off.
An operator that can patch up holes.
Azami brings the Kiba barriers, which are a kunai-shaped device that you can throw, and when it sticks, it will release a gas that will quickly solidify into a bulletproof surface.
That's actually sick.
So the idea of having an operator that can patch up walls is something that comes up pretty much every time you ask someone to come up with an idea for an operator. We've had many operators that can destroy the map in many different ways. You know, when you think about Siege, you think about destruction, you think about how the map can really change all the way throughout the round. There weren't any ways to rebuild the map, and we come up with this idea of having something that you can throw and really be free in the way you want to deploy your patch. The role of Azami is really an anchor. You know, she's an architect, so you want her close to.
I'm wondering, can you like punch through it?
Anchor player, so she can provide the
oh, that's pretty
cover
sick.
For them. You want her close to the walls that you're gonna expect some form of breach. So you want her on site. That's where she's the strongest.
This is pretty sick.
So Azami,
there's a lot of cool stuff that you can do with this.
Changer. Literally, for the first time, and
it's a
ever,
3-hit.
The defenders can actually protect themselves from vertical play, which is something that was never possible
Thank
before.
God.
If you had a buck or a sledge right above you, making holes on the floor, you were kind of, you know, in panic, and you had to run away. You had to get out of there. There wasn't anything you could do, but now you can. Now you can throw a patch, you can throw a Kiba barrier there, and actually provide you with some real cover vertically, which is something that it's completely new for Siege. You can patch a ace hole, Ibana hole, anything you can think of. You can also even patch up a hatch that's been open. The possibilities are really endless, and it's really something that would completely change the game. We're sure of that.
No, I haven't
so
played this season, I swear.
In terms of primary, she's equipped with the 9x19 SVN, which is the SMG that most people would know as Capcan's SMG. On other option, you can also bring the ACS-12, which is the sort of like auto
armor,
shotgun that you can see on Maestro and Alibi. And secondary weapon, she brings the D50. In terms of generic gadget, she brings the impact grenades and barbed wires. So the reason why we went for the 9x19 SVN and the ACS-12 is if you want to play Azami as more of a frag centered operator, you want to make sure that you can, you know, get your frags. You're going to go probably with the 9x19 SVN because it's a very good SMG, good rate of fire, low recoil.
It has a lot of different gun
good,
sights.
magnet capacity, so it's a very good gun to
let's
frag
not
out.
use this
But
gun
you can
sight, it's
also
not
go
real.
with the option of the ACS-12, which still provides you with quite a lot of damage, but it's also going to bring a good amount of destruction. So for an architect, it's a very useful tool. The D50, it also brings a decent amount of destruction.
As well.
So again, for an architect, it's a good thing to bring. The
this is
impact
pretty good, dude.
Well, for someone that reshapes the map, it's kind of like a must-have. And we also gave her the barbed wires because the barbed wires are a very useful tool to reshape the flow of the attack. She works really, really well with operators like bandits because she can provide covers that weren't existing before. She can
imagine somebody mavs the wall and then you just like cover it.
Actively trying to ban trick. Considering that
you
can use the gadget on pretty much any surfaces, you can also use it to block drone holes. If you have a few areas on different maps like Consulate, where a garage door, you know, it's the big door that's usually a bandit trying to ban.
Holy shit, dude! This changes
it's a
a
very
lot.
vulnerable place, and there's a drone hole right next to you that's begging to have a Twitch drone go through, a grenade go through, and really deal damage to your bandit. But with this gadget, you can actually block that hole. You can block the yellow stairs and provide your bandit with.
This is like the best gadget they've come out with in a long time.
And be relatively safe. Actually,
I like this. This actually shifts the meta and changes the game finally.
Really well with Mira. With her gadget, she can actually create half reinforced wall. It's not, again, it's not the same as like an actual reinforced wall.
I don't like this idea as much because then you could just ash charge it and blow it up.
Some really, really exciting new ways of setting your defense. Since the gadget is bulletproof, it's going to be a very useful
crouch
tool to
mirror,
protect
maybe.
you,
Makes crouch
but you
mirrors,
can't
I guess,
really
slightly
rely too much on it because it's also very easy to deal with. Any explosive will destroy the gadget. It also can be destroyed by 3 melee hits. If you don't have any explosives.
Oh, only 3 melees.
Your best bet to really deal with this gadget is to bring operators like Zofia, Ashe, These are very useful operators that can destroy the gadget from afar with their
It would
gadget.
get banned constantly? How would it get banned constantly? You take 3 melee
also
hits.
a very, very, very good operators for this gadget because with one RC drone, it can destroy a whole cluster of them. And otherwise, your classic, your grenade, and again, pretty much any form of explosives will destroy them really easily.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like it's like
So
anything OP.
You can rely on the gadget to protect you from bullet, but you have to be careful that it's not going to be permanently on the map.
I haven't
Attackers
played
will
it
have,
yet, but I mean, this doesn't
relatively easy way
seem
to
OP.
deal with them. So it's a temporary.
3 melee hits seems pretty good.
So many players will tell you that Velvet Shell is probably one of their favorite.
Imagine if you
seasons.
pocket one of those and then start
diffusing,
diffusing,
which was a huge change
like if somebody
for
plays
the,
like
for the meta,
trying
a
to
huge
defuse from
change
far
for
away.
The way people actually played the game, and we're kind of hoping for the same thing with Ingame. She brings such a exciting and such of a creative gadget that we're really hoping to see the game kind of like switch into a completely different ways of defending and completely different ways of setting your different sites and different defense. And it's very exciting operators to introduce into the game.
Yeah. Can you imagine people making little holes in the bottoms of doors and spawn peeking? Oh my god.
You all are
That's
excited
gonna be
to see.
terrible.
A new map. Let's get a close look at where you'll soon be having close
Imagine if you make a
encounters.
little pixel on a
Here's
door
level
and spawn
designer
peek with it.
Josem
That'd be
Elrenay.
crazy. This is like, it's gonna bring a lot to the game.
We're really excited to bring a new map at Year 7 for the players. It was a really big challenge to secure something that is fresh, that feels new, but also that keeps the same level of quality standard that we've accustomed our players to. So the map is set in Ireland. It's a older style, classical style manor or castle. It
Holy
was made
shit,
into
this
a
is
country
sick.
club for the elites of the world. First floor was modernized for the enjoyment of the guests, but the second floor has still a more classical style for the private, the elites, and maybe the shady deals they do there. Coming back after so long, creating a new map, it was hard to get a new starting point in terms of thematics and vibe that we wanted. Finding the location was a challenge for the team, but I think we really hit the target right in the
This looks
bullseye
pretty sick.
and created something that is quite unique.
Fancy
and enjoyable.
Bartlett.
We
I
really
mean, as long as it
wanted
is
to take what
doors.
we've learned with the old
The
maps
problem with
and
Bartlett
really
is
bring
not
a
that
new one
it's the
with
it's
those
that it doesn't
learnings.
have doors, which this
I
looks
really
like it has lots of
when
doors.
I know where I am. I know what is coming next. That's something that is really important to make a map enjoyable, is that it's easy to learn. And the faster you get to know the map, the faster you'll get enjoyment out of it. And that's what we strove for.
Looks sick.
During High Caliber, the team debuted the lab test server with Team Deathmatch and Attacker Repick. For more on how that went, welcome back Deanna Stanley and a couple of familiar faces.
Our first lab test server was super successful for us. Our team really enjoyed watching our content creators and players discover these features for the first time, so it was really great. We showcased Team Deathmatch and Attacker Repick. The reaction we got from the community was really positive, so we're going to be able to announce today what's coming for those two features.
So we are super excited to finally let players play Attacker Epic. We've been talking about that for a while. And going through player feedback, we see that everything was working as expected for us. It was easy to use, the technical aspects were working as well. It's obviously
11 sites available, chat. Wait, what?
We'll monitor that during the
11 sites
phase.
available on
We'll be able
Buck's
to
gun?
tweak
What did they
anything
add?
if needed. I think it's very important to have it finally available.
Did you guys see
to
that?
start the new year. And I think it will be very exciting to see how it changes the distribution and the way players play the game, especially in attack.
New sites, question mark?
We were happy to release the Attacker Epic in the Lab TS because it's
All sites
a very
universal?
special environment.
They
We don't
added
have
all
to
the
test
one
other
axes?
features, and
Ooh.
so that allowed us to have feedback like very focused on that feature. So that helped us a lot trying to know
I
what
actually
was
like
working,
that you
what
could
wasn't
repick
working in the feature.
attackers.
So yeah, thank you to everyone that played on the lab test server. It made a huge difference for us, gave us the confidence to be able to release that feature. We're really thankful for that. So last December, we had our first TS Lab in which we introduced
Team Deathmatch game mode. We had a blast watching players run around the different maps with different operators and different combination of many of the same operators, and just have a blast on this game mode. And we collected a lot of feedback on this game mode, and it was super fun to read all the feedback.
DDM
it
is
was
great.
honestly overwhelmingly positive, which is why I'm super excited right now to announce that, well, this game mode is going to be coming in this season with all the awesome content that we've already announced. This is a permanent game mode, so this game mode is here to stay, and we're super excited for you to jump in and get more people to experience this awesome game mode that we worked on. We worked really hard to make sure that we could release it as soon as possible, so we're going to release it this season, but do expect more update following the release, such as we know that you want to see more maps to be added in the game mode. We're working on this. We're also looking at improving our spawning system, because that was also something that was said in the feedback that we could implement and we could maybe make better.
Red dot on Capcan's gun.
Working on this. So expect more update following the release to make sure that the game mode is at the top tier.
Okay, this next one is for folks who play as Goyo, or who play against Goyo. If that's you, Teresa Rico, quality control lead from Ubisoft Barcelona, has some news.
Oh, they finally did the Goyo change that they talked about like last year, probably?
Currently, Goyo's explosive canister is attached to a deployable shield, which allows defenders to use the gadget more aggressively and hold the strong positions from behind the shield. The main issue we've spotted with the current system was that Goyo was picked mainly because of the shield, and the meta evolved in a way that he became an issue for competitive, because attackers needed a lot of explosive and utility just to deal with him.
Ranked, dude.
Additionally, he was designed to be an alternative for smoke, but he wasn't used like that. The main change we are introducing in Goyo is removing the shield. So now the gadget will be only the explosive.
Oh, that's kind of cool. It's only facing you.
This should encourage players to use it for what it was designed: time and area denial. We are also increasing the number of canisters, because you will need to replace them. So it is less reactive than smoke, and maybe not all of them will be impactful during the round. Finally, we are tweaking the canister's fire.
Looks like it's longer, more
bigger,
range.
And it will last longer to compensate the lack of adaptation during the action phase. Our objective is to bring Goyo back to his original role, area denial. With the new behavior, his role should be clearer, and it should be easier to understand how and where to place the device. As Goyo, you should share your resources by placing the gadget where your teammates can use it, because it will be hard to control all of them. You are kind of giving them the ability to slow down the enemy. With this new version, the strategy and ability to cooperate will determine who is a good Goyo player.
Deadmoo, thank you the tier 2 46
We've got
sub. Welcome back.
Exciting loadout update for you. For more details, here's Sebastien Francois, UX designer.
So when we released new sites and scope in Year 5 Season 3, we opted to distribute them in a way that would make each operator loadout feel special and unique. But we realized that players felt frustrated that they didn't have access to all the sites on any weapon. So what we're doing next season is that we're going to give you access to all 1x sites on all primary weapons.
Thank God!
So we'll be able to choose any sites that you prefer and engage in gunfights in a comfortable way.
Thank God, dude. Finally. This way... Like, I feel like, yeah, every gun should have access to 1x's. Okay, so that was a good... That was
tactics and strategy, learn from their mistakes, and create content. And we're happy to announce that console players can now do the same. Here to introduce match replay on consoles is Project Manager Mihai Lakatush.
Yes, indeed, you heard it right. Match replay is coming to console finally. We're so happy to give this feature to our console players. We've been waiting for a long time. I know they've been waiting also for a long time, so we're pretty excited and happy to offer this feature with the new season that is coming. So first of all, I just want to let you know that our console players, they've always been in our focus. We always wanted to give this feature to them. It's just that on console, we want to have a certain degree of quality. So if you remember when we first released Match Replay on PC, it was in an alpha version, meaning it was in a rough state. But since then,
They've
we
improved a lot. It's
we did
great
a lot of
now.
optimizations, and we added new features to it. So we believe now we're in a better spot. The development was a bit tricky, just because Rainbow Six, it's a very complex game that has a lot of underlying systems, like, for sounds, for visual effects, for distraction, you name it. What we're doing, we're taking each system one by one, and we make sure we can record it and play it back accurately. And this will translate in taking a lot of time. So this is why there was a delay between PC and console. On console, we have some constraints when it comes to disk space compared with the PC platform. So this is why we will be able, with our first version, to guarantee you that you will have your latest 2 hours of your gameplay available. Also, we're going to still keep the 12 replays, maximum amount of replays, but your latest 2 hours will be there. So after these 2 hours, when we reach this limit, we will start deleting your oldest replay. But be assured, your 2 hours are there to be watched and create your awesome moments.
Nice. Okay.
Demon Vale will also be launching with some new player protection measures, and Emmanuel Larive from the player behavior team is here to tell you more.
Okay. I'm listening.
Player protection is a subject that is really important for us at Ubisoft, but also at Rainbow Six Siege. With Season 1 launch, it will be mandatory to have your phone number added to your account to play the ranked game mode. Following that, it will help us to fight against smurfing and also alleviate some cheating cases.
Last season, you met associate producer Deanna Stanley as she presented our new R6 Fix platform. Now, she's back to sweeten the deal for everyone out there, making Siege a better game.
So the launch of R6 Fix 2.0 went really well for us. We saw a lot of engagement from our players. We saw a boost in tickets created, especially right at the launch. So we were super happy with how it went. So it's been super helpful for the dev team, specifically when users have been raising these issues, especially for those rare, harder to pin down issues. We're really appreciative to our community. We consider that the launch was a success. We saw 1,400 daily visits to the website, and it's compared to 300 in the same period last year. So we think that the version 2 and its improved user experience really made a difference for our players. So as we mentioned last season, we do have some news to share about our new incentive program. So starting with the Year 7 Season 1 season test server, we'll be tracking the issues that players enter on R6 Fix. Depending on the severity of the bug that's reported, a player can get up to 12 alpha packs that guarantee 4 rare, 4 epic, and 4 legendary items per season. So that's for a high priority bug of the highest severity. But even for those smaller issues, as long as they make their way into our internal systems, players can still get 1 of each rarity. So we hope that this is going to help our players feel incentivized for the help that they're providing the dev team. We're super appreciative of players who are spending their time to help us identify those issues.
So far, so far all of this stuff is launching this season, so there's nothing that's been like later down the line,
stuff like this in the future,
which is good.
So even though this launches with the Year 7 Season 1 test server, it also applies to live servers. So starting with the opening of the test server, you can report any issue on the live game or on the test server, and that's going to count towards your rewards for this season. We're super thankful to our players. We're excited for this year. We hope that these changes are going to be a positive thing for them and help them feel more heard, because our #1 priority is making sure that our community knows that we're working for them. We want to keep the game as enjoyable as possible, and we know that sometimes it can take time, but hopefully the incentive program is going to be a first few steps towards regaining that trust with our community.
You've got a great look at everything Demon Vale will bring this season. And it's almost the end of the show, but as you know, we aren't quite done yet. During the reveal of High Caliber, we introduced you to the camera lose signal update that disconnected defenders' cameras for a few seconds when placed outside. This change is scheduled to go live this season. Experience all the content dropping with Demon Vale on February 21st. And one more thing. Here's an exclusive elite skin for Nomad. Enjoy.
Sorry, Nescory leaked this a little bit. Yeah, where is cross save? They didn't announce cross save yet, or cross progression. Temple Run. February 21st. So is that Monday, right?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. That is Demon Vale coming to you on February 21st on the test server just on Monday. So make sure you're ready. Download the test server and be ready for any patches that might come up to try it and test it. And you know what? Test new operators. Stop banning stuff. Go on new maps. Do all the. You got a new map this time. Everybody's been calling for it for ages now. Can't wait to see how it actually plays out. And maybe perhaps there is potential for top tier competitive play. Maybe next SI we'll be seeing our new map in it. Who knows? Of course, new operator. I want to see more interactions to see how the gadget kind of plays in game. We talked about it earlier at SI, and I'll be honest with you, I don't ask developers, and they know it, what's going on with the game, because I like to be surprised. And frankly, I was very surprised when I saw this, because now we get to see actual utility that can block off attackers that are able to destroy so much. Grenade metagame is so strong right now. We have something that can kind of fit a flexible castle barricade everywhere. I cannot wait to see more of it. Of course, attacker repick, that's going to cut things down for pro play, but also make it so you can react better to your opponents to defend what they are doing. And be sure that you're always bringing the right tools for the right situation. It kind of makes sense, doesn't it, within the grand simulation, because we all know Rainbow Six is a very realistic and tactical game. As always, TDM, finally you can warm up. You don't have to just go into T-Hunt every single time. You can actually
I'm pretty happy, and
enjoy it in that way. A lot of stuff to look forward to.
I was looking forward to maybe
Demon Vale. I want to see more. I love the cosmetics that are also being introduced.
Cross progression I was looking for, and perhaps more anti-cheat measures, but I don't know.
Looking forward to in our future here in the game. That is Year 7, Season 1, Demon Vale. So excited to see it. So excited to play it. Of next week, remember, next Monday, I'll be out and ready for you on the test server. So let us know. Go on the R6Fix website and tell us if you find any bugs, because we want the best bug-free experience in Rainbow Six. Though, another thing that I'm really looking forward to is commendations. We have incredible talent, from developers to community members to actual talent that have worked in and around Rainbow Six for years now. And one of them is my very good friend, Mr. Otavio Retayachesi. So how about we say thank you to him for all the great stuff that he's done for the game. And here's a wonderful video to introduce it all.
This is pretty sick. He's a caster for the Brazilian Pro League.
When the people are inside with you, when the people are enjoying that, it's a very grateful moment. It's a realization that you have. We are making a job, and we are making entertainment for them. They are our viewers. They deserve to have the better of us. I am Otavio, known as Ritalia in Brazil. I am 29 years old. I'm the official caster and commentator of Rainbow Six Siege since 2016. I give details, I help my friend and co-caster Melly Jenny. We work together. He takes care of the narration. I work explaining what is happening on that match.
They are actually great casters.
I was born in São Paulo, in the same house that I'm living today there with my dad. In my family, I had a sister and I have a niece too. After my mother's death, me and my dad, we approached it more because it was only us. We are so closely that I choose this path, that I start to seeing him on television and thinking, oh, I can do that. Oh, I love to do that. The feeling to hear your dad saying he's proud of you,
Eu me senti muito orgulhoso. Eu tenho muito orgulho dele.
It's intense. I think he liked it because I was making my own path. He always gave me advice and warnings. It's all about communication.
Bro, his dog is
the
so
big
cute.
difference is that I'm working with the internet and he worked with radio and television. I think it's only the way that we are sending the message and the way that we communicate. I think today we need to be more quickly and precise. For the commentator, it's really hard because you need to read all the strategy that are inputted on that match for that team on that moment. But that's one thing that I always try to put myself in the player's skin. What decision I will take, what thing I will do. Put myself.
Oh yeah, dude, the Brazilian casters are so good. They've been great since the beginning of the game.
You can have multiple actions at the same time. The influence of Melee in my career are only good ones. Since he is more experienced than me, I can learn more with him.
I think this is the perfect match for us to him understand the game, show how the game works, and me to go there and pass the emotion for the game. So it's a perfect duo.
It's a sharing job. I give to them something and they give to me something, but because we are passionate about the same thing, we are on the same line of communication. I love this connection with the people. You feel the passion.
Living here and having this life, the surfing life, mixing with the streaming life, I think that helps my mind enjoy little moments. At the same time, these little moments can represent a lot.
In the surf, you need to understand what kind of wave and what kind of sea you can handle and what kind you cannot handle. You need to be in control all the time.
Oh yeah, their casting
is
is
handle
great.
all the situation. So you need to remain calm. You can't let the fear and the emotional control yourself. If you are casting, you need to control your emotion. The big difference that is Brazilian people are emotional. They are passionate and they can express this when they are cheered.
Brazil has some very intense people. Like everything was showed up.
It was insane. Like a lot of people, everyone was cheering. The noises was so loud.
As a caster, I think all the matches are important. We are yelling.
The Brazilian crowd is the craziest I ever seen, you know,
because the Brazilians are insane.
So when a Brazilian team wins, we are gonna scream, we are gonna dance, we're gonna jump up.
Brazil show off their feelings like every time. You can see in the face these emotions.
As a caster, the best way to connect.
Your Brazilian fans are by far the most passionate. It's not even close.
You need to scream with the heart.
Congratulations to Otavio on this commendation. My friend, an old friend that I've known for so many years, and here he is, rewarded for all the great work that he's done for the Rainbow Six community at large, and specifically for the Brazilian esports scene for Rainbow Six Siege. And you know what? We have him on call with us, so let's bring him up. I haven't seen him in ages. Let's go. This is really taking it back. Here we go. Otavio. Parabéns. How are you doing?
Oi, Milos.
How are you?
Oi, Milos. I'm fine, man. And you, how you doing?
I'm feeling great. You know, it's good to finally see you getting the commendation here. You guys, you know, we've known one another, since 2014? And here we are, 8 years later.
Yes.
That's ages now in esports. And look at you for all the work you've done for the Siege community in Brazil. You're getting the commendation. How's it feel like?
Oh, it's really intense and insane. Sorry for my English, it's a little rusty because we didn't travel in the last 2 years. But when I was in the recording of this documentary, I say that I had something that I doesn't deserve this because all my jobs connected with Meli, all of our conquerors are together. It's strange for me because sometimes I get this feeling that I doesn't deserve that, but I think that motivated me to be better every day. You understand?
Mm-hmm. And you did do better every single day. I remember all the events we went to.
For me today, yeah.
Every single time you're hitting it. Every time we're watching the BR6 broadcast, we're seeing what you guys are doing together. And yes, you have to work together for it. So is that the trophy next to you?
Yes.
I'll hold it up, champ. What's it look like? There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Look at him. Look at him. Oh, Otavio.
It's here. It's in my home because I tested positive yesterday, so I was doing now the invitation, the first time that I do in the 6th invitation from my own home, not in a studio, but I'm really okay. There's there's only a low symptoms, just a few things.
I'm glad to hear that you're doing well despite everything. And overall, how's your excitement for this? Again, we haven't seen one another in a while since SI20. Obviously, things were very different back in the day with the world itself. But how are you feeling now? How's been kind of the LATAM overall vibe? Because you've been casting their big victories over the past 2 years. How are you feeling?
It's a little sad because every time that we didn't travel for the invitational or for the majors, the Latin win it. So I think we jinxed the teams with the travels, but no,
I think it's
seriously.
Just the pressure, like knowing, hey, Meligeni is watching that, Otavio is also casting. Like, we need to be on point. Now there's just no pressure. They're doing well, eh?
We make some jokes with that, but seriously, it's a good thing. That proves all the investment that the organizations did it in the Latin, all of the new players that appeared in the last year. So we need the new players to the old ones to get better, and we grow up the scene.
Well, anything you want to say to all the fans out there, to family itself? We heard it in the interview.
Do I check Twitch messages? No, my Twitch messages are not open.
Do you want to say anything to him?
In English, I would like to say thank you for Maxime, who chose me for this commendation. Thank you for my bosses, Marcio and Robin Brazil. In português, valeu galera, muito obrigado. Isso daqui não é uma conquista só minha, eu acho que é uma conquista de todos e de toda a nossa equipe. Muito obrigado mesmo. Muito obrigado.
He's a great guy. He is. I've actually met him in real life a couple of times. He's an incredibly nice person. Him and Meli both are.
During all of this journey, since 2014, since before Rainbow Six scene.
Thank you, Otavio. I mean, without you, Meligeni, and Winner, who I'm sure is watching to see, I wouldn't be here today. So I started with Brazil. Here we are having a chat, reminiscing about the old times.
I know his boss,
Honestly,
Marcio, too. He's a very nice guy as well.
You get the commendation that you deserve. You've done great things internationally.
And does such a good job at promoting
and you hoisted the name of Brazil and
Siege in Brazil.
Very, very high in Rainbow Six and in many other games over your career. So, parabéns. And on top of it, like Meligeni would always be saying, impressionante retaya. So we have to always say that's the commendation that we should be getting. And congrats, Otavio. I hope to see you very soon in real life. It's been way too long, my friend. And
me neither.
I hope we'll all be in great health until then. So thank you very much. Muito obrigado and adeus. Bye-bye, Otavio.
Thank you. Thank you, Milos. Bye-bye.
And there he is, a great friend that we've had for so many years in Rainbow Six, and myself for 8 years now and more, hopefully to come. It's Otavio gets
Siege is huge in Brazil, dude.
At fantastic people
huge
that make Siege
in Brazil.
Esports what it is today, the great esport that it is. But to make the esport what it is, we need the game to function properly, and that means getting patches done and ready. So let's talk to the deployment cell and see what they have to say about their job. Very technical, might I add.
I'm Deanna Stanley, and I'm an associate producer.
I'm Christian. I'm a game deployment specialist. I'm Katrina Parker, and I'm a game deployment coordinator.
I'm Amélie Bernard, I'm game deployment coordinator. Basically, with the closing team / the game deployment team, we're working with the production to make sure that our goals and the production's goal aligns to ship the best version possible for the players. We rely every information from the live, any live feedback to the production and make sure that like when we're set on a goal to ship something, we ship it good.
Just the point of working together on the same scope as the whole production worldwide and all the teams.
Cross promotion will be on the roadmap, yeah.
Push on
hopefully
what they want to do and how they want to release, and we just try to help and get all our forces together towards that specific level of quality and that specific release that they want to do.
The build the game is different at any given point in the production. We could have a really great build one day, very stable, and then the next day, like the day that we might need to actually secure and close off the build, we could end up with like loads of issues, and we have to crack down and make sure we can get something ready to close off that build and get something ready that's a good quality to ship.
Yes, the controlled chaos.
Yeah.
So like every build that goes through, or every build that the players see live goes through this team, whether it's on the test server, whether it's through a reveal with people we collaborate with, like content creators and such, or whether it's the actual season and patch updates and the hotfixes.
I see it more like external builds and internal builds. Like external builds, what we send to the player is half of the work we do. Like we do the client
Why is
releases,
TSM cringe?
the game servers,
Doesn't make sense.
patches and stuff like that.
I mean, they're a good
but
team.
we also have the internal ones, which are also a big part of our job, like the marketing builds, the internal testing for QC, the builds that we send for different tests with user research and so on. So we release
org, not the roster directly. Why is the org cringe?
And some of them the public never sees.
Just because they're like popular?
Those are specific for business needs, marketing, and different internal teams that need to assess the build or actually create specific assets.
So we can address different issues like for different parts of the build. So we can address the build itself, like the full client, or we can do something directly on the game server. We can do something with a data add-on, and what this means is that everything can be addressed in a different way or sometimes not at all. So depending on what we're fixing, the way that we're able to fix it is something that we have to take into account with sending it to the players. The first build that we secure is usually not the one that goes live as well, so we usually need a few days to balance like regressions, when fixes go wrong, or when we need like more robust fixes. So it usually takes a couple of days, sometimes not, but...
A big part of what we do is based around
the Ubi offices are pretty sick,
and like we try to level the playing field as we go towards the MC and try to keep everything stable. But during the master candidate, we try to push on the devs to have the lowest amount of risk put inside the build.
Maybe a week or two before we cut a build. When I say cut, it's before we create the master candidate. We talk with our testing team in Bucharest and in Montreal to check what are you, according to you, the risk with this release. And often they send us a bunch of lists, bunch of issues, bunch of problems that the build have. And at that point, we gather those issues, the major ones, and we talk with the production team and we check with them, okay, what's possible for this release? And if those issues are not possible for this release, when is the next one that is possible for them?
Every season, we basically have multiple types of releases. We have the season launch, we have patches, and we sometimes, unfortunately, have hotfixes. So taking it all into account, we also need to talk about how many platforms we have to release on.
Right now, we are releasing on 7 platforms, which are PC, Luna, Stadia, Xbox Series X, Xbox One, PS4, and PS5.
With our season, all of our patches, any emergency builds that are going on the test server in a season period, we have about 40 to 50 builds that are going live to the public in one way or another.
That's the live builds, and then the offline builds for the esports, marketing events, the trailers that you see for the season reveal. The early access events, that's about, per season, it's about 5 or 6 in the just up towards the season launch, and after that 3 to 4 builds, so there's quite a lot that we push out on top of all our other tasks for securing the live builds.
Internally too, we have to make builds every single day that have to send to QC. We have specific builds that need to be made on specific dates that have specific amounts of some kind of feature in development. So those are done on a daily basis too.
69.
Every day, we start.
They should have done 69 builds
together to see what are the current live topics.
We make sure that all the stakeholders are there, so everyone, or at least someone representing esports, someone representing marketing, someone representing QC, the closing team, the teams that are doing the actual deployments, a lot of different people on the team to make sure they're all in the same room and look together at absolutely anything that happened the day before. It can be, like you mentioned, it can be stuff that happened live, it can be bugs or exploits, it can also be stuff that has nothing to do with us. It can be an update that happened from an external third party that we use in some way, shape, or form in our game. It can be a train that derailed and hit a data center. It can be something that's happening in the world that makes us not want to push any updates or change our plans. So that's the first kind of step of the day. And if there's an emergency that needs to be fixed, it's the closing team that figures out.
I don't know when cross position's coming. It's supposed to be in the beginning of the season.
Something differently as well. Like our QC teams jump on reproducing it internally. We have like a strike team of devs who will actually be able to be the ones who fix the issue. We have people on the communications side who need to see if we need to halt any communications. We have people on the esports side who need to see if there's any ongoing esports that where are we going to find our deployment window if we can eventually fix this, and all of that needs to be done at the exact same time.
It's a very fine-tuned kind of situation, finding the exact spot where can we assume to fix this, and then can we actually release the fix.
I think we had like 3 months ago a different version for Xbox just because there was an issue on Xbox specifically, and like it was found on the last day on DMC, so we had to contact compliance, have like 1 more day for submitting the build just to fix that platform. And like the other, we were able to like move forward with compliance, but like sometimes it's like trying to like negotiate with our external parties to have a bit more time.
PC is the only platform we control, so for other first parties that we work with, we have to work by their compliance rules, and it's different for each one. So some of them work on the weekends, some of them don't work on the weekends, some of them close early for holidays, like depending on where they are in the world too.
Yeah, and the way they work in terms of like how much testing they want to do on each specific patch or build that we want to release is different. Some take 2 days, some take 5, some take 0. And there's also the point of like some platforms like PS4, PS5, and Xbox One, and Xbox Series S and X, they have cross-generation, so people from PS4 can play with PS5, so we need to make sure that they are able to play before we release and also after we release.
For us, since we're a live game, since we never turn off, since we have like a bunch of
people
players
saying that this game is not realistic, no one gives a fuck. You're
fixing
trash.
something, whether it's something long term, like a
Stop being
system that we need
ass,
to improve,
quit the
or
game,
just
no one cares.
Fixing a bug is like trying to change a tire
No video game
on
is
a
realistic.
car while it's
Shut
driving.
up.
We can't stop. It would take 2 seconds to fix, but we have to figure out how to do it while we're still live.
For all the troubleshooting they do at the deployment cell, you might think that you're watching the Red Bull F1 team as they're getting themselves ready for each and every single race. Who knows? This is what we got. This is the speed and action that the team has to work with. Speaking of action, I think I'm hearing some things on this. Wait, what is this? Who is this? Who is this? Production!
Ever since the Canadian on white stairs thing, I swear. These guys, I just don't get it. I just don't understand. What? You? Yeah, you. What's your name? Brendan? Who names their kid Brendan anymore? You're the one laying down right now at 6:30 p.m. watching the stream on your phone eating Doritos. Yeah, you. I know you. You were playing ranked for 6.5 hours last night, and I commend that effort. But you want to know the problem? A silver 1 placement? Silver 1. Who places there at Rainbow Six Siege? Again, nice try, but I have to give you an F. You want to know why? Because your fundamentals are all out of whack. You have so many things that you try to do, but what happens at the end of the day? You simply can't keep up with everything. Luckily, there is a fix for this. We can fix this, and I can finally stop watching your footage because I have clips from your ranked games from last night, and oh dear.
AimLab chat,
There are some
exclamation
very,
AimLab.
very obvious problems. But we can fix this. Again, this is a two-way street, you and me. How we fix this is through the AimLab. So just watch this for a second and we'll figure this out. I have clips from your game from last night. You played on bank to start with. You were upstairs. You were playing IQ. Okay, your first problem is using the red dot, but we'll get back to that later. You decide to swing this angle. Look at how many people are over there. Watch how many people are in stock. You got 1, 2. There's a guy breakdancing over here on the end in 2 seconds. You can see it right there. What is your plan? You're going to peek an angle not knowing what intel is there? We have to stop this at the source, and we stop that through AimLab specifically. The Siege Lean Peak activity, there's a playlist for it. All you have to do is sit back for a little bit and play a little bit of peak understanding, because once you have this down,
That's
it will
actually
be
a good
infinitely
exercise.
easier for you to not walk into gunfights and scenarios that you absolutely know you cannot win. Second problem, you're over again playing IQ. Again, I love the spirit. You find everything on site. What's that? You don't even shoot the C4 when it comes through the window. How easy is it to botch something like this? Watch it again. It just lands right in front of you. How obvious do I have to make it? It's right there. It's not difficult to see and shoot. So again, what do? Sit back, learn from your mistakes, watch that lost round screen like the absolute chump that you are, and then we'll take a step back, and there is something for this too. It's Oregon C4 arcs. This also exists in AimLab, which by the way is free on Steam. Go get this. Give this a shot instead,
AimLab chat.
because you absolutely can fix this problem. It just takes a little bit of effort on your part, and I swear you will become a better player as a result. Third thing, we got to keep going because yes, there are even more mistakes that you made in that session from last night when you weren't texting your non-existent girlfriend. Your game sense. We're going to drop Red Hatch for a second. Good job. You're clearing angles for a second. You're at least looking. And then what happens? There's no drone work. You hit an LO mine. She blanks you from Cigar. You even get teabagged at the end of it. I don't
me
know
with the yellow
how
shotgun.
you don't just uninstall. It's like Dan walking into frost mats from that game against TSM from earlier. I don't get it. But again, we can fix this. Cafe entry, this exact scenario that we've talked about already. This is correctable. Take a little bit of time. Understand where people might be before you even attempt to affect entry. Learn where you're supposed to be looking, because you know there are going to be people waiting for you on a Red Hatch drop, but take a second to understand where they are before actually making said effort. And the last thing that I noticed from this, we instead moved to Clubhouse. You're on I can't believe how much I'm sweating right now. You want to play somebody downstairs in basement. You know that there's somebody there. You don't even bother joining him, but what happens? You're shooting everything that's not the floor. Look at how many holes are open right here. There's no way you're going to know, one, where the dude is in the first place, and two, how to get around
like a
all of the
dumbass?
different
Well,
metal
that's
beams.
the
Again,
Rainbow Six
you're doing
way.
a decent job of it, but he's going to smoke you. Watch, he actually does. This is actually a pretty impressive shot. Homie just tracks you. Like, he's probably hacking or he's using AimLab. He did this task and you didn't. This is why you stink at this. It's totally possible. Again, I don't know how often I need to say that. And the best part about this is so many different things on AimLab are capable of helping you with... So many things on AimLab can help you with your fundamentals. I applaud the effort. Everything you do, your heart is in the right place. I understand that when you're playing in the silver trenches, it seems impossible to get out of that situation.
There's actually a bunch of tasks.
but I don't want to look at these clips anymore. I don't want to look at this letter and see an F constantly. It
Left
breaks
side
my
weakness.
heart. It breaks your parents' heart because they're already disappointed in you. So we have to take this a step further. All you have to do is download AimLab. It's free on Steam. And there's a playlist that's about to hit AimLab that's got this whole fix on it. I'm giving you core classes to be able to fix all of the problems you may or may not think you do or don't have with Rainbow Six. It's not that difficult. If you're looking for an aim trainer and you're looking for some way to up your game and perhaps even take you to the next level, so not an F, maybe like a C- or something, then we can do this together. But I need you to work with me. Go out there, shoot some blue balls, go download AimLab. It's free on Steam. Go! These kids are never gonna learn, I swear. I never want to do this again.
Exclamation point AimLab chat. AimLab's the GOAT, and it's free. How does AimLab make money if it's free? AimLab actually does like a lot of different stuff. So, they do it through like partnerships. Anyway, yeah. How does AimLab make money? AimLab makes money through like partnerships. That's like one of the ways. They make money through like they make custom versions of AimLab for like the NFL. There's a custom version for like MLB. They make like custom versions of AimLab for like a bunch of different stuff. They also use a version of AimLab to help like rehabilitate like stroke victims and stuff like that. So that's how they make money. So it's literally just free for us, and then you know, they make money through partnerships, and they make money through, honestly, the biggest thing I think they make money through is probably like, I know they do stuff where there's like stuff to help rehabilitate like stroke victims and different other medical things. It's not available for console, but you can type Expedition AimLab and check it out. You get it? They sponsor me? I mean, someone literally asked how they made money. Do you not want me to answer questions? You face fuck concrete and then just type stupid things? Was that pre-routing? Mm-hmm. No problem, Banana. You hope they move all real operators like Thatch, Arcade, and Montaigne, none of which actually function like anything in real life. You're a fucking moron. Never forget that. You want Spider-Man and Mercenaries? Yes, Thatcher. Tell me where exactly there's fucking handheld EMPs, dude, that you can just throw and disable devices. I'll fucking wait. What the fuck is Cade even? Where you just like electrocute random shit through the wall. Oh yeah, Montaigne, where you could throw a brick of fucking C4 at his feet, which would turn him into fucking goo. And he just lives and tanks it and takes 20 damage. There's nothing in this game that has ever been anything like real life. This game has never been realistic. Holy shit, people are painfully stupid. EMP is a real thing, and there's a smaller EMP generator than grenades. You are a fucking moron. No, it is not. Stop saying dumb shit. You watch too many movies. EMP is a real thing, but they're fucking massive. Just... I understand you watch a James Bond movie where you had one to fucking watch one time, but that's not real. Sorry. Yes, of course, Rainbow Six Siege, the ultra-realistic video game where you pull 2-ton metal barricades out of your fucking asshole. Of course, the most realistic video game in existence. I think, actually, I'm gonna call it. It's pretty late. Or early. Late, early. I wanted to watch the season reveal. Some people are just not too intelligent, and it's honestly alarming. It is honestly alarming. All right, chat. I think I'm gonna call it there. Oh, I'm floating. Probably shouldn't float anymore. All right, chat. If you're new to the stream, make sure that you both follow and turn on notifications. Hey, Clinty, thank you for 33-month resub. Welcome back. The follow button's right here. It'll put me in your followers list. The notification bell's right next to it. It'll give you notification when I go live. Make sure you click both of those so you can see when I'm streaming. And additionally, you can click here to sub me on Twitch or gift subs. If you scroll down the page, you'll see all these beautiful Twitch panels. If I'm not online streaming, there should be a home button, an about button, a video button. Click the about button, and you'll be able to see all these Twitch panels. And if you're on YouTube, check the description. I do have a charm in Rainbow Six Siege. If you'd like to get it, it's really easy to do so. Step 1, click here and sub me on Twitch. Step 2, click here and link up your Ubisoft account, Twitch account. When you do that, you will get my in-game Rainbow Six charm for free on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. All guns, all operators, all future guns, all future operators. And you only have to sub one time for 1 month, and you get to keep the charm forever. It never goes away. Every month, you actively sub, though, you get 60 emotes, sub badge, no ads, Discord role, and of course, support the stream. You could sub with a tier 1, 2, or 3 sub, a gifted sub, or you could sub for free with Amazon Prime. Click this link, or type extra Prime in the chat. You can log in your Amazon account if you're not logged in, and click here to link up your Amazon account to Twitch account for free, which gives you access to Prime Gaming. You can link up a family or friend's account, obviously with their permission as well. And if you don't have Amazon Prime, you click here to sign up for Prime, or even do a free 30-day trial, which gives you all the benefits of Amazon Prime. Unlimited 2-day shipping, Prime Video, Prime Music, and Prime Gaming, and much more. The big benefits of Prime Gaming are a free sub to any channel on Twitch. If you decide to use that sub on me, I really appreciate it. I get the same amount of money whether you spend $5 or $100 or use your free Prime sub. You'll also get my charm, the emotes, and everything else that support the stream. You get 1 free sub per month. You get free games every month, which you get to keep forever, and you get free in-game content every single week. So there's tons of different stuff for a bunch of different games, including a 7-day booster for Rainbow Six Siege till March 14th. All my social media accounts are right here. I'm very active on all of them. I have 3 YouTube channels, but here's the main channel and second channel. Main channel's highlights, second channel's full games. Big shout out and thank you to all of our amazing sponsors as always. G Fuel is 30% off with code KingGeorge. Click this image or type extra G Fuel in the chat and use code KingGeorge to get 30% off your purchase of anything on the G Fuel website. If you haven't tried G Fuel before, get the starter kit. It's a cup with 7 flavors. You pour the packet of powder in the cup, you add water. I personally add ice. You shake it up, and you have an energy drink. You get 140 milligrams of caffeine, which is like around 2 cups of coffee. Same as a regular energy drink. There's no sugar. It's completely sugar-free. They have 60 plus delicious flavors that are so good they actually make caffeine-free versions because people just love how they taste. They also have reusable cups, so you're a lot less wasteful than having a can every time that you have to, recycle or throw away. And the best part of all is when my code is 30% off, which is the biggest discount, you get each serving is 63 cents when you buy tubs. You save lots of money. Also, my code goes 30% off like twice per month for a few days. Just use it to stock up during that time. It's the biggest discount. It supports the stream. I get money from it when you use my code, and it helps with my sponsor, so it's really appreciated. When you click the link, this is my personal suggestion page. Starter kits, some flavors. Shiny Splash is my current flavor. It's like a blueberry lemonade. Peach Rings is really good. XCC is the juice. Additionally, you can hover the Shop Now tab, and there's all the starter kits, tubs, cans, which have 300 milligrams of caffeine. Caffeine-free stuff is all here as well, so just definitely check it out. Get 50% off your first order of Keeps. If you mulled uncontrollably like me, if you're playing Rainbow Six Siege, you definitely are. You should get Keeps. 50% off your first order when you use this link or type # Keeps. It is will help with hair loss. So, Corsair and Elgato make the best gear out there. That's mouse, keyboard, mouse pad, headset, and streaming accessories from Elgato, capture cards, stream decks, lighting kits, green screens, microphones, webcams, and much more. They also make pretty much every part for your computer, as well as full pre-built PCs. So click this image or type # Corsair in the chat and use code KingGeorge. Receive 10% off your purchase of select products. They also an Origin PC. You can click here or type # PC in the chat to check out my beautiful custom-built Origin PC. You can hover the desktop tab right here, and you could have them built through the gaming desktop of your dreams. And they also have ready-to-ship desktops as well, which is pretty cool if you want something quick. They have ready-to-ship laptops, and they also will build you the gaming laptop of your dreams. They're actually one of the few companies in the world that can put desktop CPUs and GPUs in a laptop, so you get all the power of a desktop on the go. If you want to buy my exact PC, you could scroll down here and click Shop Now, and you'll get my exact PC with my logos on it and everything. Same thing. If you scroll down the page, there's a gallery of my PC. You can get an idea of like the level of customization. You can put your logos on the glass, pick the color of the case, inside and out, radiators, fan colors on the exterior, lighting colors, wire colors, tubing covers, everything pretty much. You can put your logos on the side and much more. AimLab is completely free. We were just talking about them. Type # AimLab in the chat or click here to download use AimLab for free. It's the free aim training software I use every single day to warm up and train my aim. It's also the official aim trainer of Rainbow Six Siege and Rainbow Six Pro League. Want better your aim? Download it. It's free. Lastly, we have the merch. You can click here or type # merch in the chat to check out the full lineup of my merch. Everything from sweatpants, t-shirts, and hoodies in crystal. The shirts with like the white logo right here for hoodies and t-shirts. They come in like 25 colors, red, green, blue. You get the idea. Hats in black or white. Face masks, t-shirts, lanyards, hoodies, sweatpants in black ice. Beanies and same thing. Black logo, but like 25 colors, whatever. Red, green, blue, whatever color you want, pretty much. Socials are right here. Once again, into YouTube channels. I'll post the rest of this in the chat. Twitter account is right there. I always post on Twitter before I go live. Anything important goes on Twitter for myself, for Siege, for Twitch, for YouTube. And I also post and pin my weekly schedule there, so make sure you're following. Main YouTube channel is right there. Every single Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern, we have a brand new YouTube video. Go check it out. I actually have a brand new video there today. We uploaded it a day late this week, so go check it out. I have an editor who does a great job at it, so make sure you check it out. Second YouTube channel is right there. Every single day, 9 a.m. Eastern, I post a full game of Rainbow Six Siege and back up all my Twitch VODs there, so go check it out. YouTube Shorts, Instagram, and TikTok, where I post little clips every single day, 10 a.m. Eastern. There's a really good one up right now. I got a 3K in 3 seconds with Alibi. So there's a good clip, good plays, tips and tricks, rage, molding, me getting blown up by nades in crazy ways. Discord's right there if you want to join up and hang out after the stream. We do have an Amazon shop page, so if you go to amazon.com/shop/KingGeorge, bookmark that link. Anything you buy through that link, electronics, food, 55-gallon drum of lube, I get money from, so I appreciate if you do use that link. And lastly, we have an $800 follower giveaway. You'll be able to win a Corsair K100 keyboard and a Corsair Virtuoso for both yourself, shipped to your door, and a duo, your friend, as well, whoever you tag. So all you have to do is type # giveaway, click the link, follow me, follow Corsair, like, retweet, and tag the friend you want to win. That's it, and you'll be entered to win the giveaway. But that's about it. If you're new to the stream, follow, turn on notifications, grab the charm if you have not already. Grab your free booster with Prime. Get 30% off G Fuel with code KingGeorge. Make sure you stock up and check out the 2 YouTube channels for more content, and make sure you enter that giveaway. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day or night, wherever you are.